Chapter 23. Ning Chen was hit by the true qi in his body. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth, but he didn't dare to be distracted. He gathered his spirit and reformed the collapsed vortex. How could this be? The next moment, Qing Ning's expression changed again. Frost started to fall in the room and the temperature dropped to the freezing point. A large amount of spiritual qi kept rushing into Ning Chen's dantian. His entire dantian started to spin crazily, swallowing the surrounding spiritual qi. Ha! With a shout, Qing Ning pushed her true qi into Ning Chen's body through her right finger, helping him to control the crazy true qi vortex in his dantian. After about an hour, the painful expression on Ning Chen's face gradually disappeared. His dantian returned to normal, and a silver vortex kept spinning slowly and peacefully. Qing Ning let out a sigh of relief and withdrew her right hand. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. This kid was too reckless. Luckily she came in time, or else he wouldn't even know how he died. Ning Chen opened his eyes and saw Qing Ning's angry face. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He was scared and touched at the same time. "Give me your hand and let me check your injuries." Qing Ning saw the blood on the corner of Ning Chen's mouth, and was worried about his injuries. She held back her anger and said in a low voice, "Hee, I'm fine." Ning Chen didn't want to. He laughed foolishly and tried to think of a countermeasure. He couldn't let Qing Ning check his pulse. Otherwise, he couldn't hide the fact that he was a fake eunuch. He wasn't worried that Qing Ning would do anything to him, but he was afraid that Zhang Sun would kill him in anger. After all, Qing Ning had already concealed the matter of Mu Qingxue for him. He could roughly see that as long as it was not related to Zhang Sun, Qing Ning could tolerate anything and would not take it to heart. Even if Mu Qingxue was the murderer of Emperor Xia, she could still pretend that she did not know. However, if Zhang Sun was involved, she wouldn't be so easy to talk to. If a fake eunuch appeared by the Empress side, it would be a big joke. He was sure that once Zhang Sun gave the order, Qing Ning would chop him into pieces. Therefore, he could only laugh foolishly while dodging. If Qing Ning wanted to use force, he would have to resist. Injuries were nothing. Compared to his life, he would endure it even if it was 10 times worse. Seeing Ning Chen's strange behavior, a trace of suspicion arose in Qing Ning's heart. She frowned and said coldly, "Are you hiding something from me?" "Ha, how could I? How could I have the guts to do that?" As Ning Chen spoke, his body kept moving towards the corner of the bed. He couldn't help but worry in his heart. This great aunt wouldn't really use force, right? He couldn't beat her. Fortunately, what Ning Chen was worried about did not happen. Qing Ning only stared at him for a while, then turned around and left. "Then rest well, I'll come and see you tomorrow." "Good night, Sister Qing Ning." Ning Chen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly waved goodbye. However, his whole body was still hiding in the corner of the bed and refused to move. As soon as Qing Ning left, Ning Chen could no longer suppress the bruises in his body. With a puff, he vomited blood all over the floor. Qing Ning's footsteps stopped outside the door, and she waited silently for a long time before she left silently. The bright moon was moving west, and dawn was breaking. Ning Chen was still sitting on the bed, running the Heart Sutras over and over again. He was so focused that he forgot the time. When he woke up, the east-rising sun was already dazzling. Ning Chen's heart sank. Thinking of today's literary battle, he felt even more anxious. He pushed the door open and was about to rush to the Heavenly Mandate Palace. However, before he could leave Weiyang Palace, he was stopped by the little eunuch guarding the door. "The Empress has ordered that you can't step out of the palace." The little eunuch guarding the door was very polite, but also very firm. Ning Chen was anxious, but no matter how hard he tried to persuade him, he couldn't get away. For a moment there was nothing he could do. With Zhang Suan's cautious personality, if he encountered a problem, he would definitely send someone to summon him. The reason why he hadn't come at this time was either that he had solved the problem of the envoy of the Jinji nation, or that Qing Ning had told him about his injuries. It wasn't certain that he could solve the problem of the envoy of the Jinji nation, and Zhang Sun wouldn't think so. However, Zhang Sun was cautious and would definitely not let go of any possibility. Moreover, in Zhang Suan's impression, whenever he encountered a strange problem, he would think of Ning Chen first. Ning Chen had never hated a person so much in his life, and today he finally met one. The little eunuch in front of him was impervious to both force and persuasion. No matter what he said, he wouldn't let him go. Why were there so many weirdos in Zhang Suan's palace? Ning Chen was furious, and for the first time, he had the impulse to beat someone up. Of course, he put it into action. Ah, the Empress! Ning Chen was shocked. The moment the little eunuch subconsciously turned around, a fist as big as a casserole hit him on the back. Then, there was no then. Little guy, you are too inexperienced to fight with me. Ning Chen arrogantly stepped over the little eunuch's body and immediately ran for the heavenly mandate palace. As he ran, he despised himself. Usually, when Zhang Sun came looking for him, he would hide faster than anyone else. Now that Zhang Sun didn't come looking for him, he had to worry about this and that again. Behind the heavenly mandate palace, Ning Chen ran over, panting. Looking at the imperial guards, he was troubled again. How was he going to get in? Little eunuch Ning Chen? At this moment, the imperial guard closest to him recognized Ning Chen and greeted him. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with confusion. He didn't know anyone in the palace. Little eunuch, don't you remember? I am Ling Xiao, the one who sent you out of the palace that day. The imperial guard reminded him. Ning Chen looked carefully and finally recognized him. He had almost forgotten that he had such an acquaintance. Back then, in order to get out of the palace, he had fooled this guy quite a bit. He didn't expect to meet him again today. So it is General Ling. Your armor has changed. I almost didn't recognize you. Congratulations, General. Ning Chen saw that Ling Xiao's position had changed and hurriedly congratulated him. Ling Xiao was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "This is all thanks to you. Little eunuch, are you looking for the Empress? Do you need me to go and report?" Hearing this, Ning Chen nodded vigorously. He was worried that he couldn't get in. "Little eunuch, please wait a moment." Ling Xiao laughed heartily, then turned and walked into the palace. While waiting, Ning Chen was bored. He looked around and couldn't help but smack his lip. The decorations of the palace were too extravagant. Emperor Xia and Zhang Sun were too corrupt. "Little eunuch, the Empress asked you to go in." After a while, Ling Xiao came back and said in a low voice, "Little eunuch, be careful what you say. The Empress doesn't seem to be in a good mood." Ning Chen nodded and gave him a look. "Brother, you are a good friend." Ling Xiao understood and quietly returned a look. "It's nothing." Ning Chen quietly entered from the back of the heavenly mandate palace. He immediately found Zhang Suan's position. However, after seeing Zhang Suan's expression, his heart skipped a beat. How was it not good? It was obviously very bad. However, since he was already here, there was no reason to go back. He could only bite the bullet and sneak behind Zhang Sun. He carefully gave Qing Ning a look and asked what was going on. Qing Ning lightly shook her head, indicating that it was not good to ask. After getting the hint, Ning Chen quietly raised his head and looked at Emperor Xia, who was sitting on the dragon throne. He then looked at the officials and saw the annoying, arrogant, and smug face of the emissary of the true extreme nation. He roughly understood what was going on. Great Xia was at a disadvantage. They were about to lose face. Which official can think of an answer? Emperor Xia's face was dark as he asked once more. Ning Chen lowered his head and looked at the black and white words on Zhang Suan's table. While he was shocked, he couldn't help but feel a trace of other emotions. It seemed that the Confucian officials of Great Xia had a lot of skills. The content recorded on the white paper Whether it was poetry or music, chess, and cards, the Confucian officials of Great Xia had answered them one by one. The only thing that had not been answered were the 3 absolutes out of the 5 couplet. At first glance, it didn't seem difficult to answer. However, when one looked at them carefully, they temporarily had no clue. It wasn't that they couldn't answer, but that the person who came up with the questions had the advantage. Under the time limit, it was naturally difficult to add. On the white paper, there were only 3 questions left. The first question: every inch of land is a temple. Beside the temple is a poem. The poem says, "Tomorrow, send the monk back to the ancient temple." The second question: Qian 8 trigrams, Kuan 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams, heaven and earth are settled. The seemingly easiest question was actually the most difficult one. There were only 7 numbers: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Although the Confucian officials of the imperial court were very knowledgeable, they were only 8 or 9 levels high. However, couplets were originally unorthodox. It was popular among the people, scholars, poets, scholars, and beauties. However, the great Confucians rarely dabbled in couplet. To be able to answer 2 of the 5 absolutes in such a short period of time was already not easy. Ning Chen looked at the Zhenji nation envoy with disdain. This fellow was too shameless. The questions that he had prepared for half his life were answered by the great Confucians of Great Xia in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Emperor Xia, it seems that your official can't answer. The Zhenji nation envoy laughed, not hiding his arrogance at all. 1,000 years ago, the teacher was born in the Zhenji nation. After that, he taught and taught, passing down the orthodoxy of Confucianism. However, when he came to Great Xia in his later years, the world thought that the teacher was from the Xia dynasty. Now that I think about it, it's really laughable. Fuck. Ning Chen couldn't help but curse. When did the teacher become from the Zhenji nation? Why didn't you say that Great Xia was yours 1,000 years ago? Hearing the Zhenji nation envoy's shameless words, the Confucian officials of Great Xia were so angry that their faces turned red. They cursed. The teacher was the religion of Confucianism. How could they allow others to insult him? What a disgrace to the educated! The Zhenji nation envoy laughed arrogantly. He was very happy to get revenge for the humiliation he had suffered yesterday. Empress, Ning Chen couldn't take it anymore. He said in a low voice, "Let me do it." This time, it was Zhang Xuan's turn to be shocked. Looking at the serious Ning Chen, a trace of hesitation flashed in her beautiful eyes. However, seeing that the incense stick was about to burn out, Zhang Sun didn't think too much. She stood up and looked at Emperor Xia, who was sitting on the dragon throne. "Your Majesty, I recommend someone." "Approved." Emperor Xia narrowed his eyes and said, "Ning Chen." Zhang Sun looked back at Ning Chen. Her expression was unprecedentedly serious. She said seriously, "Don't disgrace the dignity of Great Xia." Even though she was the empress, she still had to bear a lot of pressure to make a guarantee in front of Emperor Xia and all the officials. If anything happened to Ning Chen, it wouldn't be as simple as just losing a round. Ning Chen knew the seriousness of the matter. He also understood the pressure on Zhang Sun. He wasn't acting on impulse. It was just that time didn't allow him to make any more arrangements. Having him answer was the fastest choice. More importantly, he was indebted to Zhang Sun. He couldn't be ungrateful. Ning Chen stepped out calmly. He no longer hid his strength. He stood in the center of the hall with his head held high. A beautiful palace maid immediately brought him a brush, ink, paper, and an ink stone. He placed it on the desk that had already been set up in the hall. Zhang Sun gestured, and Qing Ning stepped forward to grind the ink. In the heavenly mandate palace there was a romantic atmosphere. Ning Chen picked up the brush and wrote. The first couplet immediately appeared on the paper. Every inch of land is a temple. Beside the temple is a poem. The poem says, Tomorrow, send the monk back to the ancient temple. 2 trees form a forest. Under the forest is forbidden. Forbidden cloud, enter the forest with one's axe. Good. Several Confucian officials in the court slapped the table and stood up. They looked excited and praised. The couplet was neat and had an extraordinary artistic conception. This little eunuch had once again shocked them. Not far away, the Zhenji nation envoy moved his sleeve and frowned. After a short moment of shock, Ning Chen's brush didn't stop. The second couplet appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Qian 8 trigrams, Kuan 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams, heaven and earth are set. Luan 9 sounds, Phoenix 9 sounds, 9 sounds 81, Luan and Phoenix cry in harmony. This time, all the Confucian scholars laughed. This couplet wasn't amazing, but it was a coincidence. Furthermore, it also flattered Zhongsun and Emperor Xia a little. Luan and Phoenix were both auspicious signs and implied beauty. It could be said to be a good match. Emperor Xia smiled. Although the emperor was a true dragon and it was a little inappropriate to call him a Luan or Phoenix, for the sake of this good match, it was worth it. Chapter 24. 2 of the 3 couplets had been completed, and Ning Chen was about to write the last one. However, at this very moment, the true extreme country envoy's left hand moved, and a gust of wind shot out toward the incense stand at the entrance of the hall. All the officials were stunned, and by the time they came back to their senses, it was too late to stop it. Who? The strong wind swept across, and the incense stick that was left burned up. Time is up, you have lost. The true extreme country envoy stood up and said arrogantly. This sudden situation happened so suddenly. Be it the Xia emperor or the officials, their faces turned green. Helplessly, the true extreme country envoy was so secretive that they had no evidence. In front of the desk, Ning Chen was also stunned. Soon after, his expression turned slightly cold. The couplet that he was about to write immediately changed its meaning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Filial piety, loyalty, and etiquette. The officials did not understand at first, but after thinking about it, their expressions changed. It was so simple that even the military officials could see it. Ancient 8 virtues: filial piety, loyalty, etiquette, integrity, and shame. Connecting the 7 words together, only shame was lacking. The meaning was very obvious. It was openly mocking the true extreme kingdom's envoy for being shameless. Well done! A Confucian stood up and hollered. The defeat was set, but Ning Chen's couplet helped Great Xia vent their anger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Filial piety, loyalty, etiquette, and etiquette. Shameless, truly shameless. The true extreme country envoy's expression was really ugly. Even his good mood from winning this round was mostly destroyed. Great Xia's luck had not reached its end, and a small eunuch could spoil his plans. Little eunuch, I have another question. The true extreme country envoy laughed coldly. Which one is Mr.? The Great Xia officials were in an uproar, as this was scolding someone. Ning Chen turned sideways and looked at the true extreme nation's emissary face to face. He did not show any signs of weakness as he coldly replied, "There are many books that have been passed down from the spring and autumn period." Great! The officials were pumped up. What a good why ask me? This little eunuch was a genius. He was truly a great person. During the banquet, Zhang Xuan's eyes were filled with gratification. Even if they lost, they did not lose face. Okay. On the dragon throne, the Xia emperor stood up and decided the outcome of this battle. For this round, the Great Xia admits defeat. I look forward to the 3rd round of the emissary of tomorrow. We definitely won't disappoint you, Emperor Xia, said the true extreme nation's envoy coldly. The court assembly dispersed. Because of Ning Chen's extraordinary performance today, many civil and military officials cast admiring glances at him. Emperor Xia specially rewarded him with 100 taels of gold as a reward. Unfortunately, the gold was taken away by Zhongsun before it could warm up. Not a penny was left. Ning Chen was depressed the whole way. But since Zhang Sun had spoken, who could he reason with? However, before his gloomy mood was over, a piece of news came from the palace that scared Ning Chen so much that his soul almost left his body. The corpse of the old eunuch of the cleansing room, who had been missing for more than half a month, was fished out from Qingyuan Lake not far from the cleansing room. After hearing this news, Ning Chen paced back and forth in his room for the whole day. There were several times when he had the urge to run away. Now that the old eunuch's corpse had been found, if someone were to match the time of his disappearance with the day Mu Qingxue entered the palace, it would not be difficult to find that the old eunuch had most likely gone missing on that day. If that was the case, then this group of young eunuchs who had just entered the palace would have to undergo a thorough body inspection again. Telling Zhang Sun and then begging for mercy would not work. He was still a criminal. If he added more crimes to his crimes, Zhang Sun might just chop him into pieces in a fit of rage. Zhang Sun had treated him well, but he could not use his life to gamble for Zhang Sun's forgiveness. Run away, yes, I must run away. Ning Chen stopped walking. His eyes flashed with determination. He had to leave. The palace would find out sooner or later. If he did not leave, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. But how could he leave the palace? He had just knocked out a young eunuch this morning. Now that Zhang Sun was watching him even more closely, it was basically impossible for him to escape. Ah, my head hurts. Ning Chen had made up his mind with great difficulty, but he was powerless. He scratched his head with all his strength, but could not think of anything. That's right, the 9th princess. Suddenly, Ning Chen's eyes lit up. He remembered the 9th princess of Xia, who was as beautiful as a flower. He could not win against Zhang Sun, but he could think of a way to start with Xia Xinyu. In the past 2 days, in order to prevent Xia Xinyu from marrying to the Jinji nation, he had put in so much effort that he did not get a single penny. Now, he might even lose his life. This 9th princess had to pay some interest. Xia and the Jinji nation had won 1 round each. The last round tomorrow would determine the 9th princess's fate. The first 2 rounds of the 3 rounds were about courage and wisdom. In fact, it was a competition of scheming. Xia was ruled by Confucianism and was greatly influenced by Confucianism. In terms of shamelessness, Ning Chen was much worse than the envoy of the Jinji nation. Fortunately, Ning Chen was thick-skinned enough to block this big hole. As long as he could win, he could forget about his moral integrity. He did not believe that the envoy of the Jinji nation would compete in luck. His surname was Ning, not Sha. Such an obvious thing could only fool some of the rigid scholars in the imperial court. If Xia won, they would definitely send a woman from the imperial family to the Jinji nation. If he wanted to leave the palace, it would be the best time to sneak into the marriage team. His only chance was to make this a fact before Zhang Sun reacted. Of course, if Xia lost, the marriage partner would be the 9th princess, and the situation would be much more troublesome. However, no matter what, the 9th princess was the best candidate for negotiation. The reason was very simple. No matter if Xia lost or won, the 9th princess was the one who could influence Emperor Xia's decision the most. And Emperor Xia's imperial edict was the only key to getting him out of Weiyang Palace. Now, he needed to think about how to persuade Xia Xinyu to ask Emperor Xia for this imperial edict for him. Fortunately, the 9th princess would come to Weiyang Palace every morning and night to greet Zhang Sun. It was not difficult to meet her. Sure enough, when the sun was setting, Xia Xinyu came in spirals. She was wearing a dark green smoky gown, a green grass pleated skirt scattered with flowers and mist, and a thin veil draped over her body. Her shoulders were slender and her waist was slender. Her skin was like congealed fat, and her breath was like an orchid. Without a doubt, the 9th princess of Xia was the most beautiful woman in the world. She was loved by the heavens and earth. She was only 16 years old, but she had already shown a peerless beauty. Princess. Ning Chen was waiting on the road and accidentally bumped into her. Xia Xinyu recognized the person in front of her and deliberately stopped. Now, the whole imperial city knew that a little eunuch named Ning Chen was in the limelight in the imperial court. He repeatedly defeated the envoy of the Zhenji nation. However, she knew that Ning Chen was still under house arrest. However, other than the people in Weiyang Palace, she was the only one who knew what was going on. Mother hasn't lifted your house arrest? Xia Xinyu asked curiously. Logically speaking, with such a great contribution, the matter of being grounded should have been pardoned long ago. Ha! Ning Chen smiled awkwardly and did not answer. Not to mention lifting the house arrest, even the 100 taels of gold that Emperor Xia rewarded him was confiscated by Zhang Sun. Xia Xinyu's mind was clear. Naturally, she could see the meaning behind Ning Chen's smile. She could not help but wonder what her mother was thinking. Wait, Xia Xinyu suddenly looked at Ning Chen strangely. She almost forgot that the latter was under house arrest. Logically speaking, he should not be here. Little eunuch, since you are waiting here, you must have something to say. Xia Xinyu's eyes narrowed as she said softly. Ning Chen was shocked. This 9th princess was indeed not as gentle and innocent as she looked. Thinking about it, how could there be anyone in the imperial palace who was really simple? Since he had already spoken, Ning Chen did not beat around the bush. He said respectfully, "This little one wants to enter the wedding procession. I hope that the 9th princess can help me." Xia Xinyu frowned. After thinking about it briefly, she understood most of the situation. She could not help but ask curiously, "Why are you so persistent in leaving the palace and trying to escape again? Do you know that if you are caught again this time, even Mother will not be able to protect you?" "I hope that the 9th princess can help me." Ning Chen did not answer. Instead, he said respectfully again, "Why should I help you?" Xia Xinyu did not ask any more and said indifferently. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said seriously, "I can do my best to help Great Xia win the 3rd round. This way, not only can Great Xia defend Bairyuan, but the princess will also not have to go to a foreign country." Xia Xinyu's eyes flashed with a strange light. She asked, "How do you know that you will definitely win? And how do you know that the other officials of Great Xia will definitely not be able to do it?" "Everyone can see that this is the truth," Ning Chen said calmly. Although it was an understatement, it was still difficult to hide the pride in his tone. Ning Chen would not look down on everyone, but he would also not belittle himself. After living 2 lives, he had not only increased in age. Being old but not dying was considered a demon. Logically speaking, his current situation was not much different from a demon. "I really did not expect that there would be someone like you by Mother's side." Xia Xinyu looked at Ning Chen in front of her. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth curved into a smile as she said softly, "Princess is too kind." After Ning Chen put down his disguise, he no longer put on a respectful appearance and replied indifferently, "All right, I will go to Mother's place to pay my respects. As for your conditions, I will seriously consider them." Xia Xinyu smiled gently. Soon after, she walked lightly and continued to walk towards her former eldest grandson's bedroom. After Xia Xinyu left, Ning Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The women in the palace were indeed not easy to deal with. They would never make a promise with no certainty. However, he believed that Xia Xinyu would weigh the pros and cons. After all, the conditions he asked for were only a matter of a few words to her. Going against her promise and forcing him to stay was not a wise choice. Xia Xinyu had stayed in the palace for 16 years. Naturally, she understood this principle better than anyone else. He was also confident that if Xia Xinyu really did not keep her promise, he would make her pay a large enough price in the future. He respected his eldest grandson. In front of him, he did not even dare to speak loudly. That was because his eldest grandson had helped him and protected him. However, this did not mean that he could tolerate other people's discrimination and bullying. At the end of the day, he was never a person who could swallow humiliation. After doing what he had to do, Ning Chen remembered that Qing Ning had saved him last night. He still had not thanked her. Also, he still couldn't understand the paragraphs of text behind the golden paper. He was worried that if he continued to practice like this, he would one day become an idiot. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Ning Chen took out the golden paper and looked at it. Then, he walked towards Qing Ning's room. Compared to the princes and princesses, he still preferred to spend time with Qing Ning. Although she was a bit fierce, her fierceness was cute. Chapter 25. In the Beijing Plains, the night had arrived earlier than in the Central Plains. Under the stars, military tents lined the borders of the Beijing Plains. The horses panted, puffing white steam in the night wind. In the military advisor's tent, a series of light coughs could be heard. Fan Lingyue sat in front of the desk, wearing a thick mink fur cloak in this October night that wasn't too cold. Her delicate and beautiful face was sickly pale, making one's heart ache. "How is it?" Fan Lingyue asked softly. "We barely managed to turn the tables," the young general replied respectfully. "An unexpected variable." Fan Lingyue sighed softly. Grand Xia's destiny was already showing signs of decline, but unexpectedly, someone appeared, causing her arrangements to change again and again. "Did you find out if this person was among those who followed Zhang Sun Wuyo out of the palace that day?" Fan Lingyue continued to ask. "I've already found out that there was such a person," the young general replied. "Unbelievable." Fan Lingyue was silent. Such an exquisite person entering the palace to become a eunuch, it didn't make sense at all. Moreover, this couldn't be fake, and it couldn't be a scheme by Emperor Xia or Zhang Sun Wuyo. The reason was simple: no emperor would be so magnanimous to allow a fake eunuch into the harem. Although Fan Lingyue was as intelligent as a demon, she wasn't a god after all. Naturally, there were things that she couldn't guess. Moreover, Ning Chen's background couldn't be any clearer, and there were no secrets. However, it was also because of this that Fan Lingyue couldn't figure out the problem. On the table, there was a piece of green cloth spread out. On it was clearly written all the information about Ning Chen's identity that the Northern Meng's spies had found. Ordinary background, ordinary experience, parents died early, no relatives, studied for a few years, but didn't have any outstanding performance. Half a month ago, he was forced to sign up to become a eunuch in the palace due to living conditions. Fan Lingyue closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then said to the general beside her, "Force him out of the palace." "Yes," the general bowed and replied. Ning Chen didn't know that he had already been targeted by the scariest military advisor in the world. Otherwise, he would definitely reconsider the issue of leaving the palace. At this moment, Ning Chen was standing in front of Qing Ning's room. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. He knocked again, but still no one answered. This shouldn't have happened, Ning Chen muttered. As long as Zhang Sun Shijing was in Weiyang Palace, she didn't need Qing Ning to stay by her side. Therefore, Qing Ning would stay in her room most of the time. After waiting for a long time and not receiving a response, Ning Chen returned to his residence in low spirit. Since he had come at the wrong time, he might as well make do with the practice first. He wouldn't die anyway, so he could just treat it as strengthening his body. Ning Chen had just left when Qing Ning suddenly opened her eyes in the room. Soon after, she vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, causing her old injuries to flare up once again. "I was too impatient." Qing Ning sighed and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Too many things had happened recently, and she increasingly felt the need to recover her strength. However, the injuries she had sustained last time were too severe, and more than half of her body had been damaged. If she wanted to recover, it would take more than a day or two. There were many useful people around Zhang Sun, but not many people she could trust wholeheartedly. After she was injured, she spent most of her time healing, so Zhang Xuan's burden was even heavier. If only he could be used. A trace of tiredness flashed through Qing Ning's eyes. Actually, she and Zhang Sun had talked about Ning Chen more than once. Apart from his usual messy behavior, Ning Chen's tolerance was indeed shocking. Unfortunately, this guy always wanted to run away, which gave them a headache. He didn't desire glory, wealth, power, or women. He was neither evil nor perfect. He had a bunch of problems, but they couldn't really find a place to start. She knew that Zhang Sun was a person who cherished talents and valued relationship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forgiven Ning Chen again and again in a fit of rage. This time, the most important reason for grounding him was to make him calm down and completely give up on the idea of leaving the palace. However, what she and Zhang Sun didn't expect was that Ning Chen's performance in fighting against the envoy of the Kingdom of True Extreme shocked the world. Such intelligence, such amazing talent. Thinking about it, the calmest place in the entire imperial city, right now, was probably the Weiyang Palace. Ning Chen's sudden rise had already caused a huge commotion outside, but in the Weiyang Palace, it didn't even cause a small ripple. She could see that Ning Chen didn't take it seriously. Except for a little heartache when the Empress confiscated 100 taels of gold from him, he didn't take it seriously at all. In the Qingyue Pavilion in the middle of Weiyang Palace, the 9th princess left after greeting. However, Zhang Xuan's bedroom was still lit all night. In the east, Qing Ning's room was also lit all night. Only Ning Chen's room, which was the furthest away, had its light turned off early. No one knew whether he was asleep or not. At dawn, the court meeting was about to start. Ning Chen was called by a little eunuch. For the first time, Zhang Sun took the initiative to take him to the hall together. Unfortunately, it was a little early. Someone looked sleepy and seemed to be very reluctant. Compared with the previous 2 times, Zhang Sun had high expectations for Ning Chen this time. However, he couldn't bear to see this guy's indifferent and lazy appearance. He wanted to scold him, but he swallowed it. Not far away, the envoy of the Kingdom of True Extreme came with 5 white-robed Confucians. They were not old, at most 20 years old. However, they didn't have a strong scholarly air. They didn't look like Confucians, but like fortune-tellers. Ning Chen was suddenly energized. Speaking of Confucians, the great Xia dynasty's Confucianism was prosperous. There were many great Confucians in the imperial court. The grand sage of the 3 chancellors was the head of the Confucianism in the imperial court. It could be said that the great Xia dynasty didn't lack Confucians. If the envoy of the Kingdom of True Extreme wanted to seriously compete with him, it was no different from asking for a beating. Moreover, this round wasn't about luck or fate. Were these 4 guys really fortune-tellers? He wasn't familiar with fortune-tellers, but he had seen a great one. He met the one when he went out to buy shoes with Lier. At that time, he didn't think much of it. Later, he thought that the man was really something. That charlatan said that he couldn't escape, and he was indeed caught by Qing Ning. It was true that every profession had its own master. Since they knew about the existence of Zhenqi, fortune-tellers weren't something unacceptable. Emperor Xia was still sitting on the highest dragon throne in the Heavenly Mandate Palace. His majestic face didn't have a trace of a smile. As the emperor of the most powerful dynasty in the world, every move of his would shake the world. The emperor of the great Xia dynasty, no matter which generation, would never lose the title of emperor. After Ning Chen followed Zhang Sun into the palace, several people took the initiative to look at him. All the officials knew that this little eunuch was really extraordinary. If it weren't for his status, he would have been roped in by all parties. Unfortunately, he was a eunuch. Because the eunuchs of the previous dynasty once rebelled, the current dynasty severely suppressed the eunuch. It was almost impossible for a eunuch to be in power. Therefore, Emperor Xia only rewarded Ning Chen with 100 taels of gold for his great service. At the current dynasty, Ning Chen didn't care about this. He really cared about the 100 taels of gold. The court meeting was as boring as ever, especially with the annoying face of the envoy of the Kingdom of True Extreme. However, the third question was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. A maze. There was a maze in the palace of the great Xia dynasty. It was built by the craftsmen of the previous dynasty. Why such a maze was built in the palace was unknown. However, everyone knew that the structure of the maze was extremely complicated. After entering, it was basically impossible to come out without 3 to 5 days. The third question of the envoy of the Kingdom of True Extreme was very simple. The Great Xia dynasty and the Kingdom of True Extreme would each send one person in. Whoever came out first would win. Logically speaking, the Great Xia dynasty had the advantage. After all, it was a maze in the palace of the Great Xia dynasty. They were more or less familiar with the terrain. It was much better than the Kingdom of True Extreme. However, even a fool would know that things were not so simple. Moreover, there was no fool present. The problem was the 5 white-robed Confucians that the envoy of the Kingdom of True Extreme had brought. They looked like charlatans. No one would believe that there was nothing wrong with them. It really is a test of luck. A Confucian official in the palace sighed. This maze, if one was lucky, could be out in 3 to 5 days. If one was unlucky, it was normal to starve to death inside. The remaining matter was very simple. They just had to choose someone to enter. However, this person had to be very careful. All the officials subconsciously looked at Ningchen. They were not really expecting anything. It was just that this little eunuch had already given them too many surprises. If he did it again, they would not be surprised. Seeing everyone look at him, Ning Chen smiled shyly and lowered his head, not saying a word. If there was someone who could pass this test, then there was no need to look for him. After all, his agreement with the 9th princess was that he would win. As for who would go and fight the monsters, it was not that important. Looking at the performance of his officials, the Xia emperor unconsciously frowned. He said indifferently, "Is there anyone who wants to recommend themselves?" In the palace, a great Confucian official wanted to step forward but was stopped by another Confucian official. He lightly shook his head. This was not the time to be righteous. No matter what, they could not lose this round. Otherwise, the great Xia dynasty would suffer great losses. At the front, one of the 3 dukes, Duke Xiu, who was dressed in luxurious robes, swept his gaze over the 5 people behind the True Extreme Kingdom's emissary. He softly laughed and transmitted, "Grand Sage, these 5 people are not simple. The 5 bodies as one heart technique is just a minor Tao that should not be used in public." The Grand Sage's expression did not change as he calmly replied, "The great Xia dynasty will lose this round." Duke Jingwu honestly interjected. After a simple conversation, the 3 dukes did not fall silent again. They calmly watched the situation develop. They would not interfere in this matter. "Do you have any ideas?" The inaction of the officials caused Zhang Sun to feel dissatisfied. He helplessly glanced at Ningchen and asked, "That will depend on whether or not the Empress and His Majesty are willing." Ningchen smiled somewhat embarrassedly. His method was a bit violent and shameless, but it was useful. "What do you mean?" Zhang Sun curiously asked. Ningchen leaned forward and whispered a few words. Immediately, Zhang Suan's expression changed again and again. It was so gloomy that it could almost rain. "Are you confident?" Zhang Sun clenched his teeth and asked. "More or less." Ning Chen's modesty was back. Zhang Suan's eyes narrowed. A dangerous light inadvertently flashed through them. 100%. Ning Chen's heart tightened and he immediately changed his tone. "Approved. Go and prepare. I will speak with His Majesty about the rest," Zhang Sun calmly said. "Yes," Ning Chen replied and immediately left the palace. After leaving the palace, Ning Chen moved to the side of a general dressed in dark green armor and said a few words. Immediately after, the 2 of them looked at each other and smiled cunningly. Together, they rushed toward the Imperial Academy of Medicine. Chapter 26. In the Imperial Academy of Medicine, Ling Xiao was looking for something in the mountain of medicinal stones while complaining, "Ning Chen, can you do it or not?" "Of course I can. Why would I look for you if I can't?" In another pile of medicinal stones, Ning Chen poked his head out and replied, "Cough cough, I'm choking to death." Ling Xiao violently coughed a few times. The choking smell made him want to die. "Don't look for me next time. It's too painful. I might as well find someone to fight." Vulgar. Ning Chen did not even raise his head. He raised a finger behind the small mountain and said disdainfully, "General Ling, when will you enter the Xiantian realm?" Cough cough. Ling Xiao coughed again. This time, it was not because of the smell of the medicinal stones, but because of Ning Chen's words. "My ass. Do you think Xiantian is a cabbage that can be easily entered? From what I know, other than the Dean of Tiantsang Academy, no one else has entered the Xiantian realm." "Then what realm are you at?" Ning Chen pulled out a saltpeter and casually asked. "8th grade natal realm." Ling Xiao proudly replied. "I despise you." Ning Chen raised a finger again. Only 8th grade, he was not even enough for Qing Ning to beat. "What do you know?" Ling Xiao disdained to argue with him. In Xia, 8th grade experts could already be the general of an army. He was in the imperial palace, where experts gathered, so he did not reveal himself. "I'm already at 1st grade. I just trained 2 days ago." Ling Xiao was speechless. He really could not refute this. The heavens took pity on him. Back then, he had suffered a lot to enter the martial path. Who would have thought that this guy who did not know anything would be able to enter the martial path? "That's because you're lucky." Ling Xiao was not convinced, but he could not help but retort. "Luck is also a skill. Look, isn't this round of the envoy from Flatbread Country just a competition of luck?" Ning Chen straightened his body and massaged his aching waist. "That's true. Why do you call them Flatbread Country?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "You can't even tell. Didn't you notice that their people all have big flat faces?" Ning Chen replied matter-of-factly. "Brother, you're really a talent." Ling Xiao gave him a thumbs up. "I'm just famous." Ning Chen modestly replied. "That's right, I also wanted to ask you why you're looking for these things." Ling Xiao covered his nose. "You will know in a while. General Ling, I have a favor to ask of you. Don't let anyone else know about what we're looking for today. Even if it's the eldest grandson, no, even if the Empress asks, just say that you don't know and push the responsibility to me." Ning Chen raised his head and said seriously. "Ask what?" Ling Xiao asked with a strange expression. "You know about pestilence, but you don't?" "I know. If this thing were to spread, the consequences would be even more terrifying than the plague. People are greedy. Sometimes they will stop at nothing to achieve their goals," sighed Ning Chen. Ling Xiao was shocked. After struggling for a while, he nodded. He roughly understood the meaning behind Ning Chen's word. If that was the case, then this thing really couldn't be spread out. "Many thanks," Ning Chen thanked him. He believed in Ling Xiao's character. However, even if they took a step back, even if Zhang Sun and Emperor Xia were to find out what they were looking for today, finding the correct formula would not be so simple. For this reason, he had purposely taken a lot of things. Most of the medicines he had asked Ling Xiao to find were useless. His goal was to confuse the spies in the palace. There was nothing definite in this world. In order to guard against the possibility of something happening, he had no choice but to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Of course, the only and most important reason was that he didn't want to die, and this formula was a life-saving talisman. As long as it wasn't leaked, his head would be saved. The two of them worked for half a day, almost turning the entire imperial hospital upside down. However, with Zhang Xuan's verbal order and token, the imperial physicians of the imperial hospital didn't dare to go forward and ask questions. They could only let the two of them do as they pleased. Zhang Sun didn't have any intention of asking for the jade pendant back, so Ning Chen kept it for himself. This thing was very useful. It could kill whoever it saw. It probably had the same effect as the death exemption medallion. In reality, Zhang Sun had given a lot of thought. It wasn't that she had forgotten, but that she knew that Ning Chen was a troublemaker. If there came a day when she couldn't save him in time, this jade pendant could temporarily save his life. Cough, cough. It's about time. Let's go. Ning Chen found the last thing and casually rummaged through the pile a few more times before standing up. Okay. Ling Xiao couldn't stand it any longer. Hearing Ning Chen's voice, he didn't say anything else, grabbed the things and left. Where are we going? After taking 2 steps, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. Seeing Ning Chen's contemptuous gaze, he scratched his head and asked. The workshop, Ning Chen said contemptuously. So far. Ling Xiao said reluctantly. You can choose not to go. I'm not forcing you, Ning Chen said indifferently. If you have the ability, then don't go. Haha, I'm just saying. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. How could he dare not go? Ning Chen was easy to deal with, but the key was that this guy had someone above him. Time was tight. The two of them didn't dare to delay and hurried to the workshop. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, when a palace maid came up to pour wine, Zhang Sun, accidentally, knocked over the wine cup and reprimanded the maid. She dipped her finger in the wine and secretly wrote the word, drag, on the back of the wine pot. Due to the angle, the Kingdom of True Extreme couldn't see anything. However, Emperor Xia, sitting high on the dragon throne, saw everything clearly. Emissary, how about we raise the stakes by 50%? I can use 4.5 years of by Ruyuan's rights to use the Kingdom of True Extreme's 30,000 warhorses. Emperor Xia said calmly, shocking all the officials present. At this moment, even the 3 dukes had a look of surprise in their eyes. Under such unfavorable conditions, increasing the stakes was deliberately letting the Kingdom of True Extreme take advantage of them. Hearing Emperor Xia's words, the Kingdom of True Extreme's emissary frowned slightly. He thought about it, but he couldn't figure out what Emperor Xia was thinking. Logically speaking, for Emperor Xia to raise the stakes at this moment, he was either bluffing to force him to back down, or he truly had absolute confidence in winning. The Kingdom of True Extreme had less than 40,000 warhorses in reserve. This was after years of accumulation through various channels. Taking out 20,000 to bet was already the limit. They couldn't go any higher. Although he had absolute confidence in the 5 people behind him, he couldn't raise the stakes recklessly. Emperor Xia, please allow me to think for a moment, the emissary said with a serious expression. He couldn't figure out where the problem was. Fine. Emperor Xia nodded. Below him, Zhang Sun sneered. One's position determined one's perspective. The Kingdom of True Extreme was a tiny place. No matter how smart the emissary was, he couldn't walk out of this limit. The Kingdom of True Extreme was vast. They could afford to gamble, but they could also afford to lose. While the emissary was thinking, the officials of the Kingdom of True Extreme were also trying to figure out Emperor Xia's intentions. For the first time, they realized that they really couldn't understand their emperor. Time slowly passed. Emperor Xia didn't rush him from his throne. The emissary's expression kept changing. It had to be said that Emperor Xia's proposal was very tempting. It was difficult for him to refuse by Ruyuan's rights to use the Kingdom of True Extreme's territory for 5 years. However, when he thought of the price he had to pay, he couldn't bear it either. War horses were different from ordinary horses. The Kingdom of True Extreme was the same as the Kingdom of True Extreme. They didn't have Fergana horses like the northern Meng court, which could produce large amounts of war horses. 10,000 warhorses required more than 100,000 horses to cultivate. The production rate of warhorses had always been less than 1 in 10. Otherwise, the Kingdom of True Extreme wouldn't have used such an important place like the Kingdom of True Extreme to gamble. After waiting for a long time, the emissary finally sighed. He admitted that he still couldn't convince himself to gamble. After all, the kingdom of True Extreme couldn't compare to the kingdom of True Extreme. They couldn't bear such a huge price. Your Highness, it's ready. At this moment, Ning Chen quietly walked back and indicated. Zhang Sun nodded and then nodded at Emperor Xia, indicating that he was ready. Emissary, do you have a conclusion? Emperor Xia asked. The emissary stepped out and said in a low voice, Emperor Xia's proposal is very tempting. However, I have been ordered to come here. I can't change your mind. I hope you can forgive me. Since that's the case, I won't force you. The wager remains the same. Men, prepare a carriage for Jingqi Palace. Yes, Your Highness. All the officials knelt and then left the Heavenly Mandate Palace. They walked majestically toward Jingqi Palace. Jingqi Palace was a strange palace built by the craftsmen of the previous dynasty. There were 4 gates in the north, south, east, and west. It seemed ordinary, but only those who had entered knew that unless they made a mark and went back the way they came, it was almost impossible to come out. The gamble was very simple. After each of them chose a gate to enter, they just had to walk out of the other gate. The emissary of the kingdom of True Extreme sent one of the 5 white-robed Confucians into the palace. When it came to the kingdom of True Extreme, it was Ning Chen again. Ning Chen carried a large bag with rations, water, and jerky on it. He had borrowed it from the imperial kitchen. The emissary of the kingdom of True Extreme sneered. He didn't care. So what if you prepared 10 days' worth of rations? The 5 skies Will had already calculated. If everything went well, an hour would be enough. If you lose, you don't have to come out. Zhang Sun frowned and said angrily when he saw Ning Chen carrying such a large bag. If I win, you'll let me out of the palace? Ning Chen smiled shyly and asked in the end. We'll talk about it when the time comes, Zhang Sun said indifferently. Ning Chen wasn't disappointed. He snorted in his heart. He knew this would be the result. In any case, he had already found another way out. When the time came, it would be too late for Zhang Sun to stop him. The 2 of them entered the palace at the same time. Behind the emissary of the kingdom of True Extreme, the 4 skies wills each stood in front of a gate. Their palms were clasped together, and spiritual light flashed around them. The 4 symbols telepathy connected with the souls of the white-robed Confucians who had entered Jingqi Palace. Relying on the changes in distance between the 5 of them, they quickly guided them to find the most correct path. 5 bodies as one. In the kingdom of True Extreme, a general finally saw through it and shouted in shock. In front, Emperor Xia and Zhang Xuan's hearts tightened. It seemed that they had underestimated the emissary of the kingdom of True Extreme. With these 5 people, the kingdom of True Extreme had a very small chance of winning. Empress, are you confident? Emperor Xia's expression was serious as he asked. Zhang Xuan's eyes narrowed. He hesitated for a moment, but he saw Qing Ning nodding seriously. In the end, she sighed and said, I believe in him. Hearing this, Emperor Xia nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. At this moment, suddenly, in front of them in Jingqi Palace, there was an earth-shaking explosion. Heaven and earth shook. Then, there was another explosion. Boom! 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 In less than a quarter of an hour, one explosion after another sounded in the Hall of Righteous Mystery. Before anyone could react, a disheveled figure covered in dust ran out from the west gate. Cough, cough, cough. It wasn't easy to get out of the palace. Ning Chen didn't have the time to care about other things. He coughed and patted the dust off his body. How could the power of this black powder be so terrifying? Luckily, he ran fast enough. Outside the palace, everyone was stunned. Not only the officials of Great Xia, but even the emissary of the kingdom of True Extreme had yet to recover from the shock. Your Majesty, we won. At this moment, a smile finally appeared on Zhang Xuan's face as he spoke softly. Good. Emperor Xia suppressed the shock in his heart and said in a deep voice. As long as there were war horses, the men of Great Xia had nothing to fear. At the side, the emissary of the kingdom of true extreme turned pale. His body trembled, unable to believe this fact. How could a sure-win situation turn out like this? What was the explosion just now? Such earth-shaking movements, other than innate experts, no one else could do it. However, that little eunuch was definitely not an innate expert. Moreover, he didn't feel any terrifying pressure from an innate expert in Jingqi Palace. Why? Chapter 27. The kingdom of true extreme had lost. Not only had they lost 20,000 horses, but they had also lost the ability to mobilize their army within 10 years. The agreement was written in black and white. Together with the official seal of the Kingdom of True Extreme, the Kingdom of True Extreme could not go back on their word. Most importantly, the Xia Kingdom was the most powerful country in the world. If anyone dared to go back on their word, the 200,000 Black Feather army of the Marquis would not be as simple as just guarding the place. What was left was the work of the various officials of the Xia Kingdom. The Marquis of the Xia Kingdom was guarding the outside. The only people left in the palace were the civil officers and officials. However, this was enough to deal with these matters. Ning Chen had completed his task. Other than training, he waited for Emperor Xia's decree. Finally, on the third day, Emperor Xia's decree was issued. He conferred the title of Princess Miaoyu to Prince Hua's daughter. She would enter the kingdom of true extreme through marriage. Ning Chen's name was on the list. When Zhang Sun and Qing Ning heard the decree, they were stunned. Especially Zhang Sun. She was furious and shocked at the same time. Having stayed in the palace for such a long time, how could she not have guessed the reason behind this? Ning Chen's name was obviously added at the last minute and was dispensable. Emperor Xia's addition was obviously because someone had pleaded for leniency. In the palace, there was only one person that Ning Chen could interact with and influence Emperor Xia. That person was the 9th princess. Very good, very good. Zhang Sun stood in the main hall of the Weiyang Palace. Her face was green with anger. She said sternly, "Someone bring Ning Chen here." "I'll go." Qing Ning was worried and begged. "You stay here." Zhang Sun was furious. Even her tone towards Qing Ning was much harsher. She knew that Ning Chen and Qing Ning were close. She could not let him go. Not long after, Ning Chen slowly walked over. He looked calm. He did not smile shyly like before. He also did not look afraid. "Your Majesty!" Ning Chen knelt down for the first time. He respectfully kowtowed. Zhang Sun was even angrier when she saw Ning Chen. She slammed the table and said angrily, "Are you so eager to leave?" Ning Chen looked up and said calmly, "Your Majesty, you must know that my personality is not suitable for the palace. If I stay here, I will get into trouble sooner or later. I'm the Empress of the Great Xia dynasty. How could I not protect you? What are you afraid of?" The more Zhang Sun thought about it, the angrier he got. He wanted to throw the teacup on the table at the former's face. "I'm afraid that if I cause a huge disaster one day, the first person to chop off my head will be you, Your Highness." Ning Chen sighed softly. Boom. Zhang Sun was infuriated. He grabbed the teacup and fiercely threw it at Ning Chen. With a bang, the teacup hit Ning Chen's forehead and blood splattered out. "You've disappointed me too much." Seeing that Ning Chen's face was covered in blood yet still refused to lower his head, Zhang Sun was so angry that his entire body trembled. He closed his eyes and spoke in disappointment. "The 9th princess is here." At this moment, Xia Xinyu walked over. The moment she entered the hall, she saw this scene and was shocked once again. She knew that her mother would get angry, but she didn't expect her mother to be so angry. "Kneel." Zhang Sun suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Xia Xinyu and said harshly. Xia Xinyu's expression changed slightly and she obediently knelt down. She was shocked. This was the first time she had seen her mother so angry. In this imperial palace, everyone put on a disguise for themselves and rarely showed their true emotions. Her mother's emotions represented that she was truly angry. You've got guts. Mother raised you for so many years. I didn't think you'd even try to scheme against me. Zhang Sun looked at Xia Xinyu, burning with anger. The people by her side were all great. Zhang Sun hated the two of them. She also hated herself. She hated them for not fighting, and she hated her own ignorance even more. However, what was done could not be undone. The imperial edict had already been issued. Even if she appeared, Emperor Xia would not be able to take back the imperial edict. A monarch's words could not be changed for anyone. The wedding was set at the end of the month. There were less than 20 days until now. This meant that Ning Chen had left the palace in less than 20 days. A trace of exhaustion flashed through Zhang Xuan's heart. She didn't want to pursue the matter any further. She sat on the main seat and waved her hand. Since you've chosen to help him leave the palace, then the remaining 5 months of confinement will be borne by you. You may leave. Mother! Xia Xinyu was shocked. Her face paled. Leave. Zhang Sun slammed the table and said sternly, Yes. Xia Xinyu unwillingly bowed, then stood up and left. This time, she had miscalculated. After Xia Xinyu left, only Ning Chen remained kneeling. Qing Ning stood to the side, but she didn't dare to plead. She knew the Empress was disappointed. Even she didn't understand Ning Chen's actions. Even if he wanted to leave the palace with the Empress' grace, he might succeed if he begged many times. There was no need for him to leave the palace in such a hurry. Seeing Ning Chen kneeling in front of her with blood flowing down his face, Zhang Sun thought of everything that had happened since he entered the palace. She forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart and said in a low voice, This consort will give you one last chance. If you admit your wrongs and come back obediently after the wedding, this consort can pretend that nothing happened. Ning Chen sighed heavily and didn't say a word. Things had already reached this point. How could he turn back? If he didn't want to die in the palace, he had to leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell Zhang Sun this. He could only keep hiding it. Good, very good. Zhang Sun angrily stood up and walked out of the hall with an ashen face. Qing Ning looked at the kneeling Ning Chen with a complicated expression. She didn't say a word and left with Zhang Sun. Ning Chen knelt on the ground and didn't say a word. He just knelt like this. His heart was filled with bitterness, guilt, and sadness. The sun set and the moon rose. Zhang Xuan's palace was still lit. In Weiyang Main Hall, Ning Chen still hadn't stood up. The palace maids came several times to change the candles and then left in a hurry. No one dared to stay for even a moment. Neither of them was willing to back down. Zhang Sun was waiting for Ning Chen to admit his wrongs. However, what she got in return was disappointment after disappointment. It wasn't that Ning Chen didn't want to admit his wrongs, but that he couldn't admit his wrongs because he really couldn't come back. He could lie to the world, but he didn't want to lie to Zhang Sun. In front of the back garden, Qing Ning stood in her room. Looking at the brightly lit main hall and Zhang Xuan's palace, she felt very complicated. She knew that both the Empress and Ning Chen were stubborn people. This time, there was really no turning back. She didn't understand why Ning Chen would choose this path with his personality. Not only Qing Ning didn't understand, but also Zhang Sun in the palace was wondering why. Ning Chen had just entered the palace, but he was still a person easy to understand. He was smart, proud, and grateful. Sometimes, he was even stubborn to the point of foolishness. But what was it that made him so impatient to leave the palace? Time passed little by little. Zhang Sun and Qing Ning didn't sleep for the whole night. Ning Chen knelt in Weiyang Main Hall for the whole night. Those who didn't understand couldn't figure it out, while those who understood would never be able to say it. At dawn, Zhang Sun had something to deal with. Qing Ning followed him out of Weiyang Palace. When they passed by Weiyang Main Hall, Zhang Sun obviously paused, but he didn't stop. What happened in Weiyang Palace quickly spread out. Everyone in the palace knew that the Empress was furious yesterday. The little eunuch who had been in the limelight recently knelt in the main hall of Weiyang Palace for a whole night, but no one knew the reason. In addition, another matter had also attracted a lot of attention. It was said that this time, the marriage was not personally arranged by Emperor Xia, but by the daughter of Prince Hua, Xia Miaoyu. Prince Hua could not dissuade her and had no choice but to agree. Xia Miaoyu had been crowned as a princess. The marriage had to be carried out according to the standards of a royal princess. Zhang Sun, as the empress of Xia dynasty and the master of the harem, had to check all the dowry in person. She was too busy to care about Ningchen. Ningchen knelt in Wei Yang main hall. It seemed that he was gradually forgotten. Even the imperial palace didn't care about it. When it was mentioned, they just sighed secretly and felt pity for the little eunuch. It was said that the royal family was ruthless. This was the best example. No matter how amazing you were, once you made a mistake, you would be beaten to the ground. 3 days later, Ningchen, who hadn't drunk a drop of water, fainted in the hall. Zhang Xuan's hands trembled when she heard it, but she didn't show any emotion on her face. She said lightly, "Take good care of him." Then she didn't say anything else. However, from this day on, Zhang Sun didn't let Qing Ning follow her, no matter if she went out or was busy in Wei Yang Palace. Not long after Ningchen fainted, he woke up. After drinking some water and applying some medicine, he was fine. Qing Ning came soon after. Seeing the former's pale face and cracked lips, a trace of pity flashed across her face. She reprimanded, "Why did you do this?" Ningchen grinned and said weakly, "I had no choice. I'm sorry. The one you should apologize to is not me, but her ladyship." Qing Ning couldn't help but belittle him. Ningchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Must you go?" Seeing this, Qing Ning didn't say anything more. She sighed softly and asked, "Must go?" Ningchen nodded and answered. This was his only chance. If he guessed correctly, after the marriage, the group of eunuchs who had just entered the palace would be investigated again. At that time, no one would be able to protect him. Even Zhang Xuan's reputation would be affected. 2 days later, Ningchen's body had almost recovered. Qing Ning left the palace once and came back with a strangely shaped herb. When he opened the box, he could feel a faint chill. "Eat it," Qing Ning said seriously. "What is it?" Ningchen didn't suspect anything and ate it. It was extremely bitter and cold. "Heavenly frost grass," Qing Ning calmly explained, "the true qi in your body is cold. This heavenly frost grass will help you temper your foundation and increase your cultivation speed." Ningchen didn't understand half of it and asked curiously, "Is it expensive?" "I don't want silver," Qing Ning calmly replied. She didn't want silver, she wanted spiritual jades. However, there was no need to tell him. "From today onwards, I will teach you movement technique. You better prepare yourself." As she spoke, Qing Ning turned and walked towards the door. "Follow me." Ningchen followed her all the way to the back garden. October had arrived and the garden was full of fallen flowers. When the autumn wind blew, the flowers drifted across the sky. "Watch carefully." As soon as she finished speaking, Qing Ning's body moved. In an instant, her figure flew like snow and turned into a small boat among the falling flowers. She danced in the wind and not a single leaf touched her body. Ningchen was dumbfounded as he watched from the side. What an awesome person! They were about the same age. How could there be such a big gap between them? After a while, Qing Ning stopped and looked at Ningchen. She calmly asked, "Did you see the steps clearly?" Ningchen shook his head. It would be strange if he could see clearly. Qing Ning didn't mind and continued to ask, "How much did you see clearly?" Ningchen scratched his head in embarrassment. He took 2 steps forward and drew a big circle on the ground. "I only saw this step clearly." Qing Ning's face turned cold. She suppressed her anger and didn't go up to hit him. This was where she had been standing at the beginning. She walked forward and kicked his right leg away. She angrily said, "Stand on one leg. Don't let me see you switch to the other leg for 2 hours." Ningchen's mouth twitched in pain, but he didn't dare to make a sound. He sucked in a breath of cold air and stood on his left leg. His body kept swaying left and right. 15 minutes later, Ning Chen felt his left leg go numb and his body swayed even more. However, when he saw Qing Ning's cold face, his heart trembled. He clenched his teeth and stood still. Half an hour later, Ning Chen seemed to be unable to feel his left leg. However, there was a burning pain in his knee. This was an old injury from kneeling earlier. It hadn't healed yet. Qing Ning stood there indifferently. She could see that Ning Chen's knee injury didn't hurt his muscles or bones. Even if it hurt, this guy asked for it. Chapter 28. Half an hour later, Ning Chen had reached his limit. His back was wet, and he had no choice but to try to channel the Jinqi in his dantian, gathering it in his left leg bit by bit. It was very little, but the burning pain and emptiness in his left leg were greatly reduced. Seeing that Ning Chen was standing steadily again, Qing Ning nodded silently. The use of Jinqi needed to be experienced by oneself. No matter what others said, it was their opinion. She didn't want to teach him moves mainly because she didn't want him to embark on the path of martial arts. People in Jianghu had no choice. Once he embarked on this path, there was no turning back. The body movement she wanted to teach him was the easiest to learn. It was different from lightness skill. This body movement focused on shifting and dodging in a small area. To put it bluntly, it was used to save his life. Ning Chen more or less guessed Qing Ning's intentions, so he didn't complain about the pain. He just tried his best to persevere. After an hour, the Jinqi in his dantian was almost depleted. Ning Chen once again felt the piercing pain in his left leg, and it was getting more and more intense. Beside him, Qing Ning remained silent. Even though she knew Ning Chen was at his limit, she didn't say anything. However, Ning Chen persevered in the end. Everyone's potential was limitless, especially when it came to life. He knew that every drop of sweat he shed today would increase his chances of survival in the future. He was afraid of death, so he had to endure the pain. At the same time, in the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Emperor Xia sat on the dragon throne, deep in thought. The next moment, a figure appeared in the palace without a sound, as if he had walked out of thin air. Emperor Xia was not surprised. He asked indifferently, "How is it?" "No progress," the Shadow Dragon Guard respectfully replied. Emperor Xia frowned. "How could this be?" "Your Majesty, the Department of Heavenly Works and the Ministry of Works have repeatedly confirmed that no matter how the 17 types of medicinal stones were mixed, it was impossible to produce the explosive effect that day," the Shadow Dragon Guard said in a low voice. The situation that day shocked the court. The entire interior of the Jinqi Palace was blown up, creating a passageway that could be seen through at a glance. If the Xia Kingdom could master this gift, they would be invincible in the world. Emperor Xia narrowed his eyes, carefully weighing the pros and cons. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of this little eunuch as soon as possible. It wasn't wrong to have talent, but having talent that shouldn't be had meant that he shouldn't exist in this world. There were too many eyes in the palace, and with the protection of the Empress, regardless of whether it was in the open or in the dark, it would be inconvenient for him to make a move. It just so happened that Xian was here to request for an imperial decree, so he took the opportunity to send this little eunuch out of the palace. However, what he didn't expect was that the heavenly bestowal would be so difficult to find. After thinking for a while, the Xia Emperor made up his mind. He calmly said, "Have the Department of Heavenly Works and Works Workshop continue to try. In addition, on the road to the marriage alliance, follow them in secret. Don't let anything happen to Ning Chen." "Yes." The Dark Dragon Guard bowed and was about to leave when he paused and asked, "Your Majesty, if there is a change, what should we do?" Killing intent flashed in Emperor Xia's eyes as he coldly spat out a single word, "Kill!" For such a divine item, Grand Xia could choose not to obtain it, but they absolutely couldn't allow others to obtain it. If they had no other choice, they would make this heaven-bestowed item disappear completely. No one would need it anymore. The dark dragon guard understood and left silently. Far away in the west, the space shook like a mirage. A desolate shrine flickered, appearing and disappearing from time to time. All of a sudden, a tyrannical aura descended, spreading out from the shrine. The terrifying pressure was almost materialized. The earth cracked continuously, and the cracks extended out for hundreds of meters. "Welcome, Martial Lord. Welcome, Martial Lord." Amidst the heaven-shaking and earth-shaking greetings, the shrine was cast on the earth. The void was still, and the heavy and simple shrine doors slowly opened. Looking out, 2 rows of soldiers were neatly kneeling on the ground, their heads bowed. In the next moment, a mighty figure like a fiend god walked step by step onto the throne. The moment he turned and sat down, the world changed color. Long live the Martial Lord! Long live the Martial Lord! The Martial Lord came out of seclusion, the generals returned to their positions, and the first shrine was officially opened. After 1,000 years, it once again appeared in the world. Tian Huang. On the throne, Yi Wujuan opened his mouth. Immediately, in the void, a bloody and threatening halberd appeared. With a clang, it stabbed into the ground. The divine halberd Tian Huang had once again appeared in the world. At the same time, in an ordinary room in the Sky Academy, the principal's body trembled and he stopped writing. His aged eyes looked towards the west, revealing a trace of worry. In the north, in the northern Meng Imperial Court's Imperial Palace, the Imperial tutor woke up from his meditation and calmly said, "Inform the military advisor that Yi Wujuan has come out of seclusion." Yes. In the south, in the Du-Yi Temple, a withered old monk was chanting scriptures. The prayer beads in his hand paused for a moment, but after a moment, he continued. In the east, in a desolate city not far from the Grand Xia, a sword lightly moved, and then there was no more movement. Not long after, a beautiful figure walked over and quietly took away the sword in the city. Her beauty added color to the desolate city. "This shadow-bearing sword belongs to you from now on." A calm voice came from the desolate city. "Many thanks, uncle," Mu Qingxue respectfully said. The changes in the world were shocking and calm. Only the top few Xiantian experts in the world sensed the arrival of this moment. The Eternal Night's judgment was beginning to show signs of sin. The first palace of the Eternal Night cult had appeared, and the most powerful martial lord had once again appeared in the world in an invincible manner. The legendary master with the immortal demonic body would once again ignite the flames of war in the world. The Grand Xia that occupied most of the land of the Divine Prefecture was the first to bear the brunt. It was inevitable that they would face the strongest challenge. The First Temple in the west and the Northern Meng Imperial Court in the north were like tigers and wolves. However, Ningchen, who was in the Weiyang Palace, didn't know anything about this, nor did he need to know. Whether it was the martial monarch or the Eternal Night cult, they were far beyond his ability and knowledge. He wasn't high enough, so even if the sky fell, it wouldn't be his turn to hold it up. The movement technique that Qing Ning taught him wasn't simple at all, because he had to learn it in 15 days. What made him even more unable to accept was that he really wasn't a genius. Qing Ning was very patient. Although she could be very fierce and violent at times, she was still very patient. 10 days were indeed very short. After 15 days, Ning Chen indeed hadn't been reborn. He was still a first-rank martial artist rookie, and his movement technique was also very clumsy. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. As a rookie who had just come into contact with martial arts, he couldn't ask for too much. The wedding procession of the Grand Xia was ready to go. The mighty imperial army consisted of 500 cavalrymen, heroic and imposing. Ning Chen knelt at the door of the Zhangsun Palace, silently kowtowed 3 times, then got up and left. He was appointed as the personal attendant of Princess Miao Yu by Emperor Xia, so he had to report half a day in advance. "Your Highness, he's gone." In the palace, Qing Ning sighed softly. After knowing Ning Chen for so many days, she finally understood what it meant to be arrogant and daring. In this palace, Ning Chen was the only one who had never knelt before Emperor Xia. He didn't even kneel when he first met the Empress. The Zhangsun Palace quietly looked at the door without saying a word. After a long silence, she calmly got up and said, "Let's go. Come with me to send Miao Yu off." "Yes." Qing Ning nodded and followed. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, in front of the stone steps paved with white marble, Emperor Xia looked down at the mighty wedding procession. His eyes were deep and calm, and the oppressive aura around him made it hard for people to believe that this was the most mediocre emperor of the Grand Xia in 1,000 years. Behind Emperor Xia, the Zhangsun Palace and concubine Wan sat under the imperial canopy. One was incomparably noble, and the other was stunningly beautiful. All the officials below didn't dare to look directly at them. The three most noble people of the Grand Xia sent them off. At the bottom of the stone steps, 500 imperial army soldiers knelt together, their armor clanging, forming a black mass. "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" The deafening cheers broke through the sky. Emperor Xia raised his hand and the cheers stopped. The entire Heavenly Mandate Palace was terrifyingly quiet. Emperor Xia said indifferently, "Let's go. Let's go." At the front of the wedding procession, a general wrapped in black armor shouted. Immediately, war horses neighed, and the 500 Imperial Army soldiers escorted the wedding procession forward. In the procession, beside an extremely luxurious carriage, Ning Chen looked back at Zhang Sun and Qing Ning in front of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. A trace of sadness flashed through his heart. This time it might really be goodbye forever. He was lucky to have met Zhang Sun after entering the palace. Unfortunately, he had to leave. The wedding procession went east. Behind the 500 Imperial Army soldiers, there were palace maids and eunuchs, carriages and small carriages. The entire procession was more than 5 miles long, and one couldn't see the end of it. Ning Chen's position was at the very center of the procession, and beside him was Princess Miao Yu's carriage. Everyone in the world was unfamiliar with this woman. The current Emperor Xia was quite generous to his own brothers. Of course, this was on the premise that the princes had enough self-awareness. When the current Emperor Xia ascended the throne, Prince Hua had relieved himself of all his official duties and was content to be a happy prince. He rarely appeared in front of people, so very few people knew that Prince Hua had such a daughter. Ning Chen didn't care about this at all. He only cared about how to escape without being noticed. As for the wedding procession, so many people had already done it, and he wouldn't make a difference. However, when he saw the indistinct old figure in the black carriage behind him, he had to temporarily suppress the idea of escaping. The figure in the carriage was very quiet and didn't say a word along the way. Through the curtain blown by the wind, Ning Chen saw an old man, dressed in green, sitting cross-legged in the carriage. There was a sword across his leg. The sword was not out of its scabbard, so it didn't look out of place. Ning Chen sighed inwardly. Anyone who was so good at pretending was either a swordsman or a bastard. Obviously, this one belonged to the former. It seemed that Emperor Xia cared a lot about this marriage. Not only did he send 500 Imperial Army soldiers to escort the wedding procession, but he also arranged for such a master to accompany the princess. It was impossible for him to escape in a short period of time. Ning Chen thought about it and decided to infiltrate the enemy's base first, then look for an opportunity to take advantage of it. "Senior, are you thirsty? Senior, are you hungry? Senior, have some fruit." Senior, this. In the next 3 days, Ning Chen shamelessly tried to curry favor with the old man every few days. The old man was silent at first, then continued to be silent. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and directly shook Ning Chen out of the carriage. Unfortunately, he'd still underestimated Ning Chen's patience. He'd never imagined that a person's face could actually be thick to the point of being so unbridled and insane. Therefore, 5 days later, the old man gave in and allowed Ning Chen to ramble on in the carriage, spouting endless nonsense. Ning Chen didn't care that the old man ignored him. It was good enough that he was sitting in a carriage. It was better than walking. As for the princess, he wasn't summoned at all. "Senior, your sword is not bad. Can you let me take a look?" Tired of talking, Ning Chen looked at the sword in front of the old man. Out of curiosity, seeing that the old man didn't object, he stretched out his hand to take a look. Swoosh! At this moment, the sword flashed, instantly illuminating the entire carriage. Chapter 29. Ning Chen's body stiffened. With a ripping sound, his sleeve turned into fragments that filled the air. In a flash, more than half of his sleeve was gone. $% and Ning Chen jumped up at once. He pointed at the old man and almost cursed out loud, but he forcefully swallowed his words. He didn't dare. Ning Chen sat down indignantly and gulped down half a pot of tea. Only then did he suppress his surging anger. One must respect the old and love the young. This old man didn't know how to love the young, so he didn't bicker with him. Endure, he must endure. However, he wasn't completely without gains. At the very least, he had proven that he really couldn't defeat this old man. The road to escape was still far away, and cultivation still required hard work. As a result, in the following days, Ning Chen didn't bicker with the old man anymore. He spent most of his time in the carriage, cultivating the mental cultivation method on the golden paper. He circulated the true qi in his qi sea over and over again. The carriage finally regained its peace with great difficulty. The old man naturally wouldn't care about what Ning Chen was doing. Moreover, a rank 1 martial arts rookie really wasn't worthy of his attention. On the 10th day, the bridal procession had already traveled more than 700 li. They were far away from Dexia's imperial city and entered a wasteland that stretched as far as the eye could see. Now that it was close to late autumn, the quiet wasteland appeared even more desolate. The arrival of the cold night made people feel an indescribable chill. "Awoo! Awoo!" The wolves in the wasteland howled at the moon, causing the camping troops to become nervous. Everyone knew that the most terrifying creatures in the wasteland weren't tigers or leopards, but rather wolves. Wild wolves were cunning and ruthless by nature. They were best at hunting at night and were the fiends of the wasteland. As long as one encountered one, it would be extremely difficult to survive. In this world, there were many things that couldn't be provoked. One of them was the pack of wolves in the wasteland. These kinds of vengeful and ruthless animals, once provoked, would follow like maggots attached to bones. They wouldn't give up until they achieved their goal. Fortunately, the bridal procession was large enough. With more than 1,000 people and 500 imperial guardsmen, ordinary packs of wolves wouldn't dare to carelessly provoke them. As it turned out, that night was peaceful and nothing happened. The Great Xia Imperial Army wasn't an ordinary army. Even from a few miles away, one could feel a different kind of oppressive aura. Even martial arts experts weren't willing to rashly come into contact with them. The escort party had the protection of the Imperial Army. In the past, this would have been impossible. However, this also showed how much importance Emperor Xia placed on the marriage between the Great Xia Kingdom and the true extreme nation. The Great Xia Kingdom needed the stability of the northeast border. Only then could they focus on the northern Meng imperial court in the north and the Eternal Night cult in the west. Grand Xia had the strongest martial prowess in the world and would have sufficient advantages against any faction. However, this didn't mean that Grand Xia feared no one. Grand Xia had been invincible for 1,000 years. However, they had never been able to win the hearts of the people because Grand Xia didn't believe in gods. Great Xia did not believe in gods. For 1,000 years, they used martial prowess to conquer. They used Confucianism to rule the country and built a prosperous dynasty. 1,000 years had passed. The people of Grand Xia had somewhat forgotten that 1,000 years ago, the strongest power in the divine prefecture wasn't the nobles who ruled over each other, nor was it the great Yin dynasty that was overthrown by Grand Xia. It was the eternal night cult that had believers all over the world. The ancestors of Grand Xia rose like a comet. Their extremely powerful edge forced the eternal night cult into a desperate situation. They had no choice but to hide in the dark for 1,000 years, waiting for the day to come again. During the 1,000 years of Grand Xia's rule, the influence of the eternal night cult within Grand Xia had been reduced to the lowest point. However, outside of Grand Xia, the influence of the eternal night cult was still deeply rooted. Grand Xia feared no one, but they couldn't sit back and watch the world attack Grand Xia. The true extreme nation was the best breakthrough point. Compared to the northern Meng imperial court and the eternal night cult, the true extreme nation was the most arrogant. However, their national strength and courage were the weakest. As the saying goes, a barking dog doesn't bite, let alone a toothless dog. The true extreme nation sent 20,000 warhorses in such a timely manner. Not only did it solve Grand Xia's urgent problem, but it also cut off half of Grand Xia's military strength. Grand Xia sacrificed a princess in exchange for 20,000 warhorses. It was worth it. Ning Chen had never met Princess Miaoyu, but when he heard that the latter had personally requested to be a chess piece for the peace marriage, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. If it weren't for the great sages and virtuous people in the world, this princess's thoughts were worth thinking about. Thinking about it carefully, this matter wasn't completely untraceable. Everyone was ordinary, and it was nothing more than the word benefit. Thinking about it, there were some clues. Grand Xia had a total of 19 princes and princesses, but only 5 of them had real power. The 4 princes and the 9th princess. However, behind the 4 princes, there was the shadow of the royal family. Now that he thought about it, this Princess Miaoyu and Prince Hua weren't as aloof from worldly affairs as they seemed. Xia Miaoyu going to the true extreme nation for peace marriage had a huge impact. Emperor Xia would definitely compensate Prince Hua. At this time, obtaining Prince Hua's support would be a great help to the 4 princes. For an idle prince to suddenly become a popular figure, even a fool wouldn't believe it was a coincidence. What was more interesting was that all the nobles in the imperial city knew that the 9th princess and Xia Miaoyu had a good relationship. Compared to many of the so-called direct siblings in the palace, their relationship was considered close. The 9th princess's brother was the eldest prince, who was the son of the late imperial noble consort. His status was noble, and he had the support of the eldest grandson. He could be said to be the most legitimate successor to the throne. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, this peace marriage was inextricably linked to the eldest prince. However, this was the most unreasonable part. Everyone knew that the eldest prince, Xia Zi, was the successor of the Confucian sect. He was full of righteousness and disliked fighting and scheming. If he wasn't born into the royal family, he would be the most likely candidate to succeed the Duke of Grand Wisdom as the head of the Confucian sect. Ning Chen wasn't the only one who couldn't figure out this matter. The entire world couldn't figure it out either. And the person who knew the truth the best was sitting in a luxurious carriage, never showing his face. Because of this, Ning Chen became the most idle person in the entire procession. The wilderness was vast. The bridal procession walked for an entire day, and still couldn't see the end. Ning Chen spent most of his time cultivating in the old man's carriage. Everyone had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid calamity. They would subconsciously choose the place they thought was the safest. It was obvious that in Ning Chen's mind, the old man was the most powerful person in the procession, and beside the old man was the safest place. Ning Chen didn't think that the bridal procession would be smooth sailing. There were too many people in the world who didn't want the peace marriage between the great Xia and the true extreme nation. There were so many that he couldn't even count them with his hands and feet. Emperor Xia sent 500 imperial guards and secretly added a master of martial arts. It was obvious that he wanted to guard against people with ulterior motive. Within the borders of the Great Xia, it was absolutely impossible to mobilize a large number of troops to attack the bridal procession openly. The only way to do so was to ambush and assassinate by a master of martial art. Ning Chen still couldn't understand the extent of a master of martial arts, but he had seen Qing Ning fight when she was seriously injured. The power displayed by her every move was not something ordinary people could resist. He didn't know how powerful the old man in front of him was, but his intuition told him that the old man's strength was definitely not weaker than Qing Ning's. A few days ago, he clearly felt how fast that sword was. If it weren't for the old man's lack of murderous intent, he would have been buried in a foreign land. "Awoo! Awoo! Awoo!" Suddenly, the howls of wolves resounded through the wilderness. The bridal procession was suddenly in a panic. At the front, the general in heavy armor reined in his horse. The 500 imperial guards stopped and observed quietly. In the procession, the eyes of the emissary of the true extreme nation, who had been silent for more than 10 days, shone brightly. His expression was extremely strange. If Princess Miao Yu died within the borders of the Great Xia, the responsibility would be placed on the Great Xia. There would be another change in the peace marriage between the two dynasties. Furthermore, the true extreme nation could even use the matter of the 20,000 warhorses as an excuse. "Be on guard," the heavily armored general shouted in a deep voice. The situation was not normal. The wild wolves were intelligent creatures. They would not throw away their lives for no reason. With the deterrence of 500 imperial guardsmen here, the wolf pack still dared to appear. There must be something secretly controlling them. Rustle, rustle. In the silent atmosphere, the sound of the wolves trampling on the withered grass resounded in everyone's ears. Gradually, it became more and more obvious. 1, 2, 10, 100 in a short span of a few breaths, hundreds and thousands of wild wolves gathered from all directions. There were so many of them that they couldn't be counted. Awoo! The deep sound of a flute was heard. The formation of the wolf pack suddenly changed. All of their attention was focused on the magnificent carriage in the middle of the procession. Awoo! Another deep sound of a flute was heard. The wolves howled at the sky. Their sinister eyes lost their bloodthirsty demonic look. Soon after, they ran toward the carriage like crazy. "Protect the princess!" At the front of the procession, the general in heavy armor shouted. With a wave of his hand, 500 imperial guards moved quickly. Their blades connected and blocked the attack of the wolf pack. The imperial guards of the Great Xia were the elites among the elite. One of them could hold the pass against 10,000. Between the blades, wolf blood rained down. However, there were too many wolves. They were like a black mass that surged forward like a tide. When there was a limit to manpower, a gap began to appear. Ning Chen got off the carriage and stood guard beside Princess Miao Yu's carriage. At this moment, the most important person was the girl in the carriage. If something happened to her, no one present would be able to live. The old man was still calm. The sword on his knee was even more silent and ice-cold. It was indifferent. Ning Chen knew how terrifying this sword was. He was the only person in the procession who had come into close contact with this sword. Therefore, whether or not they could overcome this crisis depended on this sword. Awoo! The madness of the wolf pack was beyond everyone's imagination. Under the situation where the imperial guards were close to being massacred, they still charged forward fearlessly. Finally, the first wild wolf broke through the blockade and arrived in front of the carriage with injuries. The imperial guards were held back and the old man didn't have any intention of making a move. Facing the only wild wolf that broke through the encirclement, there was actually no one who could step forward to stop it. This strange situation caused the atmosphere to immediately tighten. Ning Chen was the person closest to the carriage. He stood beside the carriage and faced the wild wolf directly, becoming the final barrier. However, anyone with discerning eyes could see that Ning Chen wasn't some martial arts expert. He wasn't even comparable to an ordinary Imperial Guard. However, Ning Chen was the only one left between the injured wild wolf and the carriage. If the wild wolf wanted to attack Princess Miao Yu in the carriage, it had to get rid of this human blocking the road. Ning Chen was stupefied. He didn't expect that the old man really wouldn't help. Looking at the ferocious wild wolf, his entire body broke out in a cold sweat. It was already too late to run at such a close distance. Moreover, Princess Miao Yu's carriage was right behind him. If he dared to run, he probably wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Coo! The wild wolf's pair of dark green eyes stared at Ning Chen. Its throat continuously emitted a low and deep gurgling sound. Its front claws slightly bent, and soon after, it suddenly pounced. Ning Chen's scalp went numb. His brain couldn't react in time. He subconsciously fell to the ground and rolled to avoid the pouncing wild wolf. However, he heard a ripping sound. Most of his shoulder was scratched open by the wolf's claws. At the moment of life and death, Ning Chen stood up and pounced. He hugged the wolf's head and stared at its neck. Then, he bit down. Awooh! The wild wolf howled in pain. Its body fiercely struggled. However, Ning Chen held the wolf's head in a death grip. Even if he died, he wouldn't let go. Human strength was limited, but human strength was limitless. At this moment of life and death, a human's potential for survival was immeasurable. Ning Chen was more afraid of death than anyone else. Therefore, he bit the wolf's neck, rode the wolf's body, and hugged the wolf's head. No matter what, he didn't let go from beginning to end. The wild wolf struggled because of pain, because of anger, and even more because of fear. Any wild beast's neck had a large artery. If there was too much blood, it would be hard to not die. Of course, Ning Chen also knew this. Therefore, he bit down even harder. Then, the wolf died. Chapter 30. The wild wolf's death was very unjust. There were many experts present. Even if it died under the blade of an ordinary Imperial Guardsman, it would not have lived in vain. However, it died under the hands of the weakest Ning Chen. The wild wolf's death could not be considered unjust. No matter what was said, Ning Chen was still a rank 1 martial path expert. Although he did not know any moves, did not know how to fight, and his combat strength was extremely trash, of course, the most important thing was that the wild wolf had already been hit by a blade and was heavily injured. The movement technique that Qing Ning taught could be considered to have been taught in vain. Because at the crucial moment, Ning Chen simply did not think of using it. The facts proved that when a person was in danger, they would still choose the method they were most proficient in. There was not much difference between not learning and not learning at all. After the wild wolf died, Ning Chen's complexion was deathly pale as he stood there in a daze. His entire face was covered in wolf blood. A fishy and salty taste continuously drilled into his nose, mouth, and stomach. Ugh! Ning Chen still could not hold back. He bent over and retched. His pale complexion became even more unsightly. In a short period of less than half an incense stick's worth of time, Ning Chen felt as if half a year had passed. The blades in the hands of the 500 Imperial Guardsmen never stopped. The bones of the pack of wolves also piled up in the wilderness. Blood dyed the earth crimson red. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils and was extremely unpleasant. Whoa! The deep and low sound of the flute played the prelude to death. The unending pack of wolves became even more berserk. It was as if all the wolves in the wilderness had come at this moment and unceasingly attacked the defensive line of the 500 Imperial Guardsmen. Slash! Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing sound echoed in everyone's ears. It was like the sound of a sharp blade scraping through pig iron. Immediately after, fresh blood sprinkled. With a long and painful groan, an Imperial Guardsman fell to the ground with a thud. Roar! Under the pool of fresh blood, the torn armor pierced people's minds. To the side, a wild wolf the size of a small mountain let out a low howl. Its sturdy body and sharp claws all indicated that this wild wolf was not ordinary. Bang, bang, bang! Almost at the same time, several more figures fell from the Imperial Guardsmen. The Grim Reaper hiding the pack of wolves began to show its edge. One by one, they walked out and stepped on the corpses on the ground. Their sinister and greedy eyes flickered, causing people to tremble in fear. Wild Wolf King! Several dozen desolate Wolf Kings appeared. The expressions of the Imperial Guard soldiers changed greatly, and the sabers in their hands also became blunt. Great Xia's iron-smelting technology was very advanced. Correspondingly, the armor worn by Great Xia's soldiers was practically indestructible. This was also one of the key reasons why Great Xia had been undefeatable for 1,000 years. However, the desolate Wolf King's sharp claws broke this law. As the desolate Wolf King entered the battle, the casualties of the Imperial army increased. At this moment, the sword on the old man's legs finally moved. One sword strike. With a casual sword strike, the sword light tore through space. The 3 desolate Wolf Kings and several dozen desolate wolves instantly sprayed blood, and their heads flew. The indescribable sword might shocked countless wild wolves, and at the same time, it also shocked Ningchen, who was closest to the old man. He didn't expect that human strength could reach such a level. This was no longer a category that ordinary people could understand. Zing! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out as a meteor arrow shot through the sky, heading straight for the old man who had just drawn his sword. It was a familiar arrow. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. That day, Zhang Sun had been assassinated. It was this arrow that had seriously injured Qing Ning. With the might of the divine arrow, the old man's expression also turned grave. The ancient sword was held horizontally in front of him, blocking the world-shocking arrow. Bang! The sword and the arrow collided, raising a gale and raging mist. Under the old man, the carriage was split into pieces with a bang. When it fell to the ground, another arrow came to meet him head-on. The old man had no choice but to retreat to avoid the tip of the arrow. However, this retreat fell into the arrangement of the person who shot the arrow. The old man's sword was the final barrier to protect Princess Miaoyu. Within 20 steps, no one could break through it. However, the old man retreated beyond 20 steps. This represented that the old man's sword was already unable to block in front of Princess Miaoyu. In the next moment, the sky-piercing arrow broke through the fetters of space and arrived in front of Princess Miaoyu's carriage in a flash. Unable to dodge, unable to block. Just as Princess Miaoyu was about to perish, a silhouette stood between the arrow and the carriage. Screech! The arrow entered the body, bringing forth a large amount of blood. Ning Chen's body crashed into the carriage with a bang, yet he was still unable to block the madly galloping arrow. Ugh! Ning Chen vomited blood from his mouth, and knelt down powerlessly. Just at this moment, a pair of slender hands appeared. One hand grasped the arrow, the other supported Ning Chen. Nobody saw clearly when Princess Miaoyu came out. They only saw that her slender and beautiful hand was quietly holding the arrow that made everyone feel powerless. Retreat! In the distance, a deep and low voice sounded. Soon after, the sound of the flute changed rapidly. The wild wolves howled and roared, retreating in all directions like a tide. Princess! All the soldiers and the old man kneeled down and said respectfully, "Rise, let's continue on our way." Xia Miaoyu said softly. Her calm expression seemed as if nothing had happened. Yes. Everyone stood up. The heavily armored general in the lead mounted his horse. With a wave of his hand, he led the troops forward slowly. The old man also changed his carriage, and continued to follow behind Princess Miaoyu's carriage. However, this time, his state of mind was no longer as calm as before. Who would have thought that Princess Miaoyu in the carriage in front was actually a 9th-grade martial artist? He didn't expect it, and the assassin didn't expect it. Therefore, this seemingly perfect assassination seemed so laughable. In the carriage in front of the old man, Ning Chen was brought in by Princess Miao Yu. The arrow just now was nothing to Xia Miao Yu, but to Ning Chen it was fatal. The body movement that Qing Ning taught him before leaving was originally for him to use to save his life. However, he didn't expect that it would almost cost him his life. He arrived in time to block the arrow, although it was completely useless. Ning Chen fainted, so he didn't know how stupid he was. He only knew that if Xia Miao Yu died, none of them would be able to survive. Xia Miao Yu sealed the acupoints around Ning Chen's wound to stop the bleeding. Fortunately, the arrow wound was near his left shoulder. After all, it was far from his heart. Otherwise, this arrow would have really killed him. The person who shot the arrow was too unusual. They couldn't detect his real body even after several attacks. Even though there were 2 ninth-grade martial artists present, they still couldn't stop this strong person. Suddenly, Xia Miao Yu's expression changed. A look of disbelief flashed across her beautiful face. Her delicate hand moved quickly and grabbed Ning Chen's arm. A vast amount of genuine qi poured into the latter's body. Fake eunuch. Xia Miao Yu giggled. It was a big discovery. The little eunuch who ruined the plot of the Jinji kingdom and caused a storm in the city was actually a fake eunuch. She thought she had hidden it well enough. She didn't expect that there was someone who could endure it better than her. It was hard to believe that the great Xia dynasty's imperial palace would allow a fake eunuch to stay in the palace for so long. Moreover, this guy was with the empress. She could even imagine how big a storm it would cause in the dynasty if this matter was exposed. Unfortunately, she couldn't see it. When night fell, the team camped in the wilderness. Ning Chen woke up slowly. He saw Princess Miao Yu's charming face under the candlelight. "You're awake." Xia Miao Yu smiled and said softly, "Princess Miao Yu." Ning Chen thought for a moment and guessed the identity of the person in front of him. Although he had never seen Xia Miao Yu, it was not difficult to guess the identity of someone with such temperament and appearance in this team. His left chest near his shoulder still hurt, but it was bearable. Qing Ning blocked an arrow for Zhang Sun that day, and today he blocked an arrow for Xia Miao Yu. Thinking about it now, it was so boring. When Ning Chen was distracted, Xia Miao Yu showed a strange smile and said, "Can you explain to me how you got into the palace?" Hearing this, Ning Chen came to himself and was shocked. He immediately looked up at Xia Miao Yu and suppressed his panic. He pretended to be confused and said, "What do you mean, princess? I don't understand. Didn't Qing Ning tell you that we are from the same school?" Xia Miao Yu said with a faint smile. Ning Chen was shocked again. He really didn't know this. Besides, he had never heard Qing Ning mention Xia Miao Yu. If what Xia Miao Yu said was true, his identity as a fake eunuch must have been exposed. The yang qi in his body was still there, so it could be easily found out. Seeing Ning Chen's change of expression, the smile on Xia Miao Yu's face faded away. She said coldly, "How dare you sneak into the palace with a dirty body?" If she hadn't checked the boy's breath and found that he had just reached the first class of martial arts, she would have suspected that he was the one who had tried to assassinate Emperor Xia. Hearing Xia Miao Yu expose his biggest secret, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Princess, I have no choice but to tell you the truth about entering the palace. I hope you can forgive me." He knew that Xia Miao Yu wouldn't expose his secret because it wouldn't do her any good. She might even offend Zhang Sun. His identity could not be exposed, unless he wanted to use it to bring down Zhang Sunday. However, Zhang Sun's branch held a high position and power, and the 2 Marquis held a large number of troops with illustrious military achievements. Merely relying on a stain that could be secretly erased at any time was not enough to threaten Zhang Sun's position. He didn't know what would happen to him if he offended Zhang Sun, but it wouldn't be good. Besides, he had learned a lot about the relationship between the princes and the ministers in the court during his stay in the palace. He knew that Prince Hua would probably choose the first prince's family. In this way, Xia Miao Yu had even less reason to expose his identity. "You're not afraid?" Xia Miao Yu looked at Ning Chen for a long time and said. "I am," Ning Chen answered. "But I don't see any fear in your eyes," Xia Miao Yu said lightly. "Princess, you think I should be afraid, so I'm really afraid," Ning Chen said weakly. "You're smart." Xia Miao Yu knew what Ning Chen meant. It was very simple. Ning Chen was saying that his life was now in her hands. If he died, he should be afraid. If he lived, why should he be afraid? Under the candlelight, Xia Miao Yu thought quietly for a while. A few days before they left, Zhang Sun and Qing Ning both came to her and mentioned Ning Chen. She understood what they meant. They wanted her to secretly take care of this boy. Qing Ning was fine, but Zhang Sun also personally asked. This was really worth paying attention to. A mere eunuch could receive such a great favor. It was too unbelievable. So, she didn't summon Ning Chen along the way. She wanted to see how this boy would deal with it. Or, she wanted to see what was so special about this guy. Even though she was mentally prepared, the result still surprised her. From beginning to end, this boy didn't take the initiative to look for her. He even mingled with the most difficult person in the palace, the sword consecrator. However, after today's events, she more or less understood why Zhang Sun and Qing Ning valued Ning Chen so much. Although he wasn't a great sage, he was a kind person. Unfortunately, if Ning Chen knew what Xia Miao Yu was thinking, he would definitely spit in her face. He just wanted to save his life before he ran away. As for whether she lived or died after he ran away, it was none of his business. Normally, even if Xia Miao Yu was stabbed in the heart, he wouldn't even blink. She wasn't Zhang Sun and Qing Ning. In his eyes, she wasn't as important as the money Zhang Sun stole from him. The two people, each with their own ulterior motives, were thinking about something in the tent. The candlelight flickered, illuminating beautiful, delicate, charming, shy, but in fact, equally cold and ruthless faces. Chapter 31. Late at night, Xia Miao Yu had already left. Ning Chen sat in the tent and started to cultivate. Suddenly, a blood-stained golden paper flew out from his chest, emitting a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, the golden paper turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the qi sea in his lower abdomen. It stopped moving in the vortex formed by his real qi. This sudden change shocked Ning Chen. He tried his best to urge his real qi, but he couldn't force the golden paper out. He had no choice but to check his body and find nothing wrong with it. He could only suppress his worries for now. Just as Ning Chen was about to urge his real qi to continue his cultivation, he found that many silver words flew out from the golden paper, followed by his real qi running in his meridians. After one cycle, they quietly disappeared. In the next moment, many illusory images appeared in Ning Chen's mind. He looked at them carefully and found that they were the cultivation methods of the remaining half of the golden paper. This is... Ning Chen's face suddenly became very ugly. This cultivation method was too strict, and it was not even necessary to cultivate it. Half of the paper only recorded one move. After using it, his body would be destroyed and he would die. This is indeed only one step of the cultivation method to strengthen the body. Ning Chen smiled bitterly. The first half of the paper only recorded the cultivation methods of real qi. It was not easy to understand the rest of the words, but he still couldn't use it. When Mu Qingxue gave him this cultivation method, he didn't expect it to be like this either. To cultivate or not to cultivate, this was the only question in front of him. In fact, he didn't have anything to think about, because he didn't know any other cultivation methods except for this. No matter what kind of cultivation method it was, the cultivation method and the moves were complementary. Cultivating real qi was useless except for increasing the quality of real qi. Moves needed the real qi to support them. During cultivation, the improvement of real qi couldn't be ignored. Most of the time, warriors would only cultivate the moves and not pay much attention to the cultivation of the cultivation method, because most of the movement methods would help them condense real qi. There weren't many pure cultivation methods like the one on the golden paper in the world. Let's do it. Ning Chen sighed softly, then closed his eyes and started to cultivate the move according to the illusory images in his mind. He knew very well that if he was forced to use this move one day, his life and death would no longer be the most important thing. A moment later, a faint silver light appeared in the tent. Frost condensed around Ning Chen's body and floated down from the air. When it landed on the ground, it quietly disappeared. At the same time, Sword Consecrator and Xia Miaoyu both sensed something. They opened their eyes and looked at Ning Chen's tent. Xia Miaoyu's eyes narrowed as she softly said, "It seems that there's still something I don't know." This kind of qi fluctuation definitely didn't belong to a first-rank martial artist. Although it wasn't a threat to her, it was beyond the range of ordinary second-rank or third-rank martial artists. "I'm about to break through." After a short moment, a wisp of bright light flashed in Jian Consecrator's aged eyes as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy madly gathered outside Ning Chen's tent and poured into it like a tide. What a huge commotion! At this moment, many experts in the Imperial Army also sensed it and looked in the direction of the surging spirit qi. Judging from the movement, it was almost equivalent to the fluctuations of a third-rank expert breaking through. "Fine, I'll help him this time." Xia Miaoyu's expression became serious. She waved her delicate hand and a vast stream of genuine energy flew out, heading straight to Ning Chen's tent. Almost at the same time, a stream of sword qi flew out from Jian Consecrator's direction and also entered Ning Chen's tent. Two masters at the peak of the acquired realm took action. Their genuine energy was as vast as the sea, turning the chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a clear stream and flowing into Ning Chen's body. A moment later, the chaos stopped and everything returned to normal. The painful expression on Ning Chen's face gradually faded away. His cultivation finally stabilized at the second rank of the acquired realm. After stabilizing his realm, Ning Chen was about to calm down his breath. At this moment, a sound of steady footsteps came slowly from afar. Jian Consecrator and Xia Miaoyu both became serious. They stepped out of the tent and looked at the figure walking slowly from afar. The Imperial Army also sensed the unparalleled warrior's breath and looked at the newcomer with a serious expression. In the night, a purple robe fluttered in the wind. His indifferent breath and steady footsteps made him look young, but he had the demeanor of a grandmaster. Everyone felt a strong pressure. A member of the divine sect. Jian Consecrator's face turned ugly. He didn't hide his breath at all. When he was young, he had met a person whose breath was almost the same as the one in front of him. The newcomer stopped and released his breath. He looked indifferent. "I'm Jun Shaoqing." He said the most amazing name in a casual tone. The son of God of the Eternal Night Divine Sect, the number one of the young generation, almost invincible under the acquired realm. Jian Consecrator's expression changed slightly. This was the worst-case scenario. They were both at the peak of the acquired realm, but he didn't have the confidence to stop the person in front of him. "Hand over the birth scroll and I'll let you go." Jun Shaoqing glanced around and finally fixed his eyes on Xia Miaoyu. He had sensed the breath of the life scroll for a moment. If he hadn't been so close to her, he would have missed it. "I don't have the life scroll. You've got the wrong person." Xia Miaoyu's eyes turned cold. "Then I'll offend you." Jun Shaoqing didn't argue anymore. His feet moved and his body disappeared. His right hand reached out to the girl in front of him. Swoosh! In the nick of time, a sword light appeared in front of the two. Jian Consecrator unsheathed his ancient sword and drew a beam of light, blocking the Son of God. Jun Shaoqing frowned. His body flashed a few afterimages and avoided the sword light. He waved his left sleeve casually and sent out a palm attack towards Jian Consecrator. At the same time, his right hand continued to reach out to Xia Miaoyu. Humph! Xia Miaoyu wasn't afraid. She waved her hand and sent out a palm attack towards Jun Shaoqing. Bang! As the two palms collided, a violent gust of wind swept out. The ground beneath the two of them cracked and gravel flew everywhere. The shocking might shocked the hearts of everyone present. On the other side, Jian Consecrator raised his sword to block the other palm attack. He took half a step back. His qi and blood were churning. The serious look in his eyes became more intense. In the distance, Ning Chen had already withdrawn his qi. He was the only one present who knew what the life scroll Jun Shaoqing had mentioned was. However, his identity was too inconspicuous, so no one would suspect him. However, he hadn't expected that the cultivation scroll Mu Qingxue had given him would attract the attention of others. He also hadn't expected that someone would be able to sense the qi of this cultivation scroll. Eternal Night God Sect. Ning Chen's expression was grave. He had heard of Jun Shaoqing's name. This person wasn't a stranger in the entire Grand Xia. He was the son of Eternal Night God, the strongest son of God in the past 1,000 years. He was only 20 years old, but he had already touched the barrier to the Xiantian realm. He was hailed as the person most likely to enter the Xiantian realm. For this trip, he had asked Qing Ning about many experts in the world. Jun Shaoqing was one of them. Qing Ning had specifically told him that if he encountered Jun Shaoqing, there was only one word to use: run. Even if he knew he couldn't escape, he had to run. The strongest person under the Xiantian realm wasn't just a title. God's sons rarely left the shrine, but every time they did, they would leave behind shocking results. Experts who had never been defeated were always respected. Even the members of the Eternal Night God sect were regarded as lifelong goals by many young people in the Grand Xia. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 moves had been exchanged on the battlefield. Jun Shaoqing was fighting 1 against 2, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. Every move he made, his vast qi suppressed everything. Xia Miaoyu and Jian Consecrator weren't ordinary people either. Xia Miaoyu's slender hands were ruthless and merciless. Every move she made was aimed at the vital point. Around the three of them, the ground was broken, and the scene was devastated. The powerful destructive power engulfed everything around them. Seeing that the princess was about to make a move, the leader of the Imperial Guards was worried that something might happen. He and the other 7 experts rushed forward, wanting to interfere in the battle. Don't! Jian Consecrator's expression changed. He shouted to stop them, but it was already too late. Stupid! Jun Shaoqing snorted coldly and raised his hand in anger. Heaven and earth changed. Lightning flashed in all directions. Amidst the raging wind, the 7 experts and the leader of the Imperial Army were sent flying with a few muffled groans. Dark lightning! It was an earth-shattering move. The earth-shattering power broke the limits of human knowledge. Thunder rumbled in God's Son's hand, shaking the sky and earth. The power was so terrifying that it was about to tear the space apart. Flying feather, one sword of heaven and earth. Facing the destructive move, Jian Consecrator focused all his attention on it. His sword moved and thousands of sword shadows merged into one move. A merciless feather swept towards God's Son. Morning snow wave. On the other side, Xia Miaoyu focused. Her qi surged and the temperature in the air dropped. Snowflakes drifted in the air, as if winter had arrived. Boom! The three's ultimate moves collided. Everything seemed to explode. The space twisted crazily, the sand rolled, and the waves shook the sky. One couldn't see anything. The terrifying scene was like the end of the world. In the distance, Ning Chen was shocked by this unparalleled scene. Everything he knew was destroyed in an instant. Human strength can reach such a level. The indescribable shock made him completely change his view of cultivation. It turned out that the martial arts that he had always thought was nothing was so powerful. It was so dazzling that he couldn't take his eyes off it. The sand dispersed. The three on the battlefield stood on one side. After a while, Jian Consecrator vomited a mouthful of red blood. His blood stained the barren land. Xia Miaoyu's qi was vibrating. Blood spilled out of the corner of her mouth. Apparently, she had been seriously injured. In front of the two, Jun Shaoqing's clothes were slightly messy, but the energy around him was still powerful enough to make people despair. The name of God's Son was terrifying. Hand in the birth scroll. Jun Shaoqing took half a step forward and said lightly. His calm words still didn't carry any threat. However, the powerful pressure was like a heavy hammer pounding on people's hearts. Not far away, the leader of the royal guards and 7 powerful warriors fell into a pool of blood. Their last bit of energy was dissipating. Can't do it. Xia Miaoyu was also irritated. She said coldly. What a pity. Jun Shaoqing sighed softly. No one knew what he was thinking about. Then he activated his qi, wanting to end this meaningless battle. At this moment, an extremely evil and cold energy flashed in the distance. Jun Shaoqing's expression changed. He withdrew his qi and turned into a flowing light. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the distance. The sudden change stunned Xia Miaoyu and Jian Consecrator. The next moment, Xia Miaoyu came back to her senses and said in a low voice, "Break camp and set off immediately." Yes. Everyone came back to their senses and started to pack up. In the tent, a hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the envoy of the true extreme nation. However, he didn't dare to show it on his face. He lowered his head and packed up. It was such a pity. If Princess Miaoyu died in the hands of the Eternal Night Sect's Son of God, it would be the best result for the true extreme nation. In this way, not only would the conflict between the Xia dynasty and the Eternal Night Sect be intensified, but it would also give the true extreme nation a reason to go back on their word. That envoy had predicted that the Eternal Night Sect's Son of God would come, but he didn't expect that the Son of God would leave at the last moment. Everyone in the world knew that the Xia dynasty's luck was so good that it made people jealous. However, they didn't expect that even the princess, who wasn't related to the Xia dynasty, could be tainted with such great luck. Everyone in the world had their own luck. The Xia dynasty was the most prosperous, followed by the Eternal Night Sect and the Northern Meng Imperial Court. However, except for the Northern Meng Imperial Court's military advisor, who was as intelligent as a demon, almost no one in the world could do it. The luck of the Xia dynasty had always been the biggest problem for all the forces in the world. Chapter 32. The carriage continued its journey under the cover of the night, the wheels squeaking. The Imperial Guards were temporarily replaced by the deputy commander, and only 400 of them remained. More than half of the eunuchs and maids had been lost. No one had expected so many things to happen in just one day. The most unacceptable thing was that they still didn't know who was behind the assassination. Even the reason why the Eternal Night Cult's Son of God would appear here was something that no one could understand. In the carriage, Sir Jian was healing with his eyes closed. Next to him, Ning Chen was leaning against the carriage, quietly digesting everything that had happened today. Compared to the assassination attempt during the day, the Son of God's appearance tonight had shocked him the most. He had experienced the terror of a martial arts master up close. It seemed that human strength was not just a legend. How is it? Sir Jian opened his eyes and looked at Ning Chen, who had been silent all this time. Unbelievable, Ning Chen said honestly. He had underestimated martial arts too much in the past. Whether it was because he was ignorant or because he was a frog in a well, he had never thought that martial arts could bring him such a huge impact. Jun Shaoqing, the Son of God, was worthy of the title. Sir Jian nodded. In his opinion, Ning Chen's performance was good enough. When he first encountered real martial arts, he was not as calm as Ning Chen. He is the Son of God, worthy of any praise. Sir Jian said, then closed his eyes and continued to operate his jinqi to heal himself. The path of martial arts needed to be walked by oneself. He could give some advice, but there was no need to say it too clearly. Ning Chen thought about the old man's words carefully. It was not difficult to understand what Sir Jian meant. The greatest glory of the Son of God was not his status, but his amazing strength. In other words, Jun Shaoqing's reputation was built on battles. He had stood on the bones of countless masters. Now, it was normal for him to look up to Jun Shaoqing, because the Son of God was standing too high. Thinking of this, Ning Chen closed his eyes and began to cultivate silently. If he did not want to look up to Jun Shaoqing, he would have to work harder from now on. Otherwise, he would have to look up to Jun Shaoqing for the rest of his life. The change in his state of mind made Ning Chen put away his casual attitude and focus on cultivating the Heart Sutras in the Life Scroll. Since Jun Shaoqing had sensed the existence of the Life Scroll, he would not give up. Although he had concealed his aura in time after breaking through this time, he might not be so lucky next time. In front of someone as strong as Jun Shaoqing, even an army of thousands would not be able to stop him. If he really wanted to keep the secret of the Life Scroll, he had to become stronger. Feeling the change in the young man in front of him, Jian Consecrator's eyes flashed with a strange light. If Ning Chen was still a piece of unpolished jade before, at this moment, the unpolished jade had begun to reveal a beautiful brilliance. It was true that the most important factor on the path of martial arts was talent, but the most important thing after embarking on this path was determination and perseverance. When he was young, he wasn't very talented, but he had persevered to get to where he was today. The 5 high and mighty Xiantians in the world indeed had extraordinary talent. But then again, there were only 5 known Xiantians in the world. Most of the warriors were mediocre in talent. Ning Chen didn't know that Qing Ning, Mu Qingxue, and even Xia Miaoyu, whom he had met earlier, were all rare martial arts geniuses. At the age of 20, they had already cultivated to the peak of the 9th level that others could only dream of in their lifetime. Compared to them, his ordinary aptitude was naturally nothing. However, compared with geniuses, he was very eye-catching in the category of normal people. After all, not everyone was lucky enough to be taught by more than one peak of 9th level. If he was in the army, he would be a master of the 2nd level of martial arts. The only drawback was that he was not good at martial arts. Of course, this also had something to do with Qing Ning and Mu Qingxue's unwillingness to teach him movement. Aside from these reasons, Ning Chen could barely be considered a martial artist by now. Under the night sky, the bridal procession moved forward slowly. Who would have thought that nearly 1,000 people were hurrying at night just because of one person? In a procession, there were 2 peak 9th level experts, who stood at the peak of martial arts, but they still couldn't resist the sharpness of the Son of God. When the cold wind blew, it was bone-chilling. The procession didn't stop until noon of the 2nd day. When they came out of the wilderness and arrived at a mountain ridge, the temporary deputy leader of the Imperial Guards ordered them to stop and rest. Xia Miaoyu had been adjusting her breath in the carriage, and no one dared to disturb her. After last night's battle, everyone knew how powerful this seemingly weak princess was. The procession rested for about an hour, and the deputy leader in heavy armor had to ask for instructions. Because the road ahead was rugged, if they hurried now, they might have to camp in the mountain ridge at night. "Keep going." A pleasant voice came out from the gorgeous carriage. It was calm but unquestionable. The deputy leader cupped his hands to accept the order, and then walked to the front of the procession and ordered them to continue. Half a day later, the sky gradually darkened. The procession, tired from the journey, finally got a night's rest. Even though they were in the wilderness, no one cared. Xia Miaoyu returned to her tent early in the morning and ordered that no one could enter without her permission. Ning Chen naturally wouldn't provoke the former. He didn't have the cheap habit of serving others as a servant. As long as Xia Miaoyu didn't summon him, he was more than happy to be idle along the way. When setting up the tent, Ning Chen deliberately put his tent closer to Jian Gongfeng's. After a bonfire rose and a simple meal of dry rations, the imperial guards, eunuchs, and palace maids who had been tired all day mostly returned to their tents to rest. Only a portion of the imperial guards who were on night watch were left to patrol to prevent attacks from assassins and wild beasts. Jian Gongfeng sat by the bonfire and didn't return to his tent to rest. The assassination and the Son of God that happened yesterday made him pay more attention. Everyone knew that this trip wouldn't be easy, but he didn't think that each person who came would be more difficult than the last. After crossing this mountain, they wouldn't be far from the city where the Marquis was stationed. Before that, he didn't want any more accidents to happen. Jian Gongfeng didn't rest, and Ning Chen didn't return to his tent either. Instead, he stayed by the old man's side and silently cultivated until midnight. Only then did he open his eyes. "Senior, can you teach me how to cultivate?" Ning Chen asked abruptly. The cultivation he spoke of naturally referred to move. He had his own cultivation method, and it was no worse than anyone else's. Jian Gongfeng was silent. He didn't refuse, but he didn't agree. "The princess is more suitable than me." After a long time, Jian Gongfeng said hoarsely. Ning Chen understood what the old man meant. Qing Ning had said that the zhenqi in his body was of the cold attribute, and Xia Miaoyu's previous moves had also made people feel a bone-piercing chill. If he wanted to guide cultivation, Xia Miaoyu was indeed the best choice. "She is the princess," Ning Chen said calmly and didn't say anything else. The old man was silent again. No one knew what he was thinking. Ning Chen wasn't in a hurry. He waited quietly on the side. Although he had only cultivated for a short time, he also knew how conservative the views of sex were on the path of martial art. This request was somewhat rude. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no one to ask, he wouldn't have asked the old man. "One move. If you don't fall, I'll teach you one move." After about 10 breaths, Jian Gongfeng said calmly, "Thank you." There was no joy in Ning Chen's eyes. After thanking him solemnly, he immediately stood up. He knew how powerful the old man was, so there was nothing to be happy about. The old man had only given him a chance to teach him, but also a chance to refuse him. After Ning Chen stood up, the old man also stood up. Then, Ning Chen's expression became even more serious. The old man's behavior showed that he wouldn't go easy on him. One move for another. It was fair and just, but it wasn't fair at all. The night wind was very cold. Even though there was a bonfire below them, the crackling sound of the dead branches burning was very clear in this silent night. The imperial guards on night watch nearby seemed to have sensed something and looked over. In the moment of this watch, Jian Gongfeng's sword moved. No one could see how he unsheathed it. When everyone came to their senses, the sword had already left the sheath. A sword without competition and without desire. It came without warning. It didn't carry a trace of genuine qi, and it didn't require any genuine qi. This was the only chance he gave Ning Chen. If the genuine qi of a peak rank 9 powerhouse moved, everything within a radius of 10 feet would be cut open. This was no longer a chance. Therefore, this unfair battle appeared to be very fair. The true meaning of the sword was only fast, accurate, and focused. Jian Gongfeng's sword was fast, accurate, and focused. Originally, Ning Chen didn't have a chance to dodge. However, after Ning Chen came to this world, he developed a fearful and cautious personality. Especially when facing his eldest grandson, he would subconsciously take half a step back every time. Today, when facing Jian Gongfeng, he also subconsciously took half a step back. However, he wasn't Jian Gongfeng. His half step back wasn't accurate enough. Therefore, Jian Gongfeng's sword wasn't accurate enough. The sword entered his body and he took a few steps back. Ning Chen endured the pain and used the movement technique that Qing Ning taught him to take another 3 steps back. The sword still pierced his body. Ning Chen still didn't dodge. However, he didn't need to dodge. He didn't faint. Every time he fell, it was a victory. From tonight onwards, I'll teach you how to use the sword. The sword consecrator pulled out his sword and sealed Ning Chen's wound with a finger. Soon after, he said indifferently, "Thank you, senior." Ning Chen covered his chest and coughed lightly. "No need to thank me. You won this yourself." As he spoke, Jian Gongfeng sat cross-legged beside the bonfire. He placed the sword on his knees again and closed his eyes to rest. Ning Chen also sat aside and began to adjust his breath. The old man's sword didn't have any killing intent. The wound wasn't deep. Compared to the sword wound, the arrow yesterday was more serious. After another 2 hours, the old man opened his eyes. Ning Chen also woke up at the same time. "Go and swing the sword. Practice until I tell you to stop." Jian Gongfeng moved his hand and a black iron sword flew from the carriage, not far away. It landed in front of Ning Chen with a clang. "Yes." Ning Chen picked up the sword and walked to the side. He swung it again and again. Jian Gongfeng's expression didn't change. He closed his eyes again. Ning Chen didn't ask. He focused on swinging the sword in his hand. Once, twice, it was a simple swing. It was so simple that anyone could do it. However, after Ning Chen swung the sword for a long time, he realized that swinging the sword was really difficult. No 2 swings of the sword could reach the same trajectory. No 2 swings of the sword could reach the same strength. Ning Chen swung the sword for an entire night. He almost couldn't feel his arm, but he still stubbornly persisted. After dawn, the group hurried on their journey. Ning Chen practiced swinging the sword while walking. The Zhen Qi in his body came into effect at this time. At least, it could relieve the soreness in his arm. Tonight, practice thrusting the sword. When night fell, Jian Gongfeng spoke again. He still didn't teach Ning Chen any moves. Instead, he changed the way he practiced from swinging to thrusting. Ning Chen nodded and then silently practiced. He didn't ask for the reason or the result. The mountain road was much more difficult to travel than everyone imagined. The wedding group carried too many things. It was difficult for carriages to travel, but it was also impossible to travel without carriages. Therefore, the speed of the journey slowed down. It took them 3 days to complete what should have been a day's journey. In these 3 days, Ning Chen didn't learn any moves. He only learned swinging and thrusting. Chapter 33. In the monotonous and boring 3 days, Ning Chen had gained more than all the other days combined. He didn't notice that since his cultivation had reached level 2, his injuries had healed much faster than before. After the treatment of the magical golden sore medicine from the palace, the arrow wound on his left chest near his shoulder was no longer so painful. The sword wound from the old man was no longer a big deal. In fact, he had always been curious about what the golden sore medicine from the palace was made of, but he had never had the chance to ask. Of course, besides the golden sore medicine from the palace of Great Xia, the main reason was that he used the right hand to wield the sword and his wounds were all on the left. Otherwise, even the best medicine wouldn't be able to withstand his torment. Xia Miaoyu, Sir Jian, and even the 400 imperial guards all saw Ning Chen's method and progress, but no one disturbed him. Diligent, stupid, this was Xia Miaoyu's evaluation. Diligent, barely. Sir Jian had a slightly different opinion. Diligent, very diligent, this was what most of the imperial guards thought. Xia Miaoyu was a martial arts genius, so she naturally didn't think highly of Ning Chen's progress. Sir Jian wasn't a genius. He believed that diligence could make up for his lack of talent, so he could barely accept Ning Chen's progress. Most of the imperial guards couldn't see it, so they were basically just watching. However, no one could deny that Ning Chen was diligent, very diligent, very diligent. On the 3rd night, Sir Jian picked up the ancient sword and took Ning Chen far away from the team's tent. When they came back, it was already midnight. Ning Chen sat on the ground to regulate his breathing. His face was frighteningly pale. For the first time, Sir Jian went back to his tent to rest. His old face couldn't hide the tiredness. Fortunately, nothing happened that night. No one knew where Sir Jian and Ning Chen went or what they did. The only two people who knew went back to regulate their breathing after they came back that night. Their faces were terrible. On the fourth day, they finally saw hope after an endless journey. Standing on the mountain road and looking into the distance, they saw a city sitting on the vast land. Everyone's spirits were immediately lifted. That was the Mountain Gate Pass, the city guarded by Marquis Bai, one of the 10 Marquises of Great Xia. Bai Marquis, a legendary title. He had guarded the mountain gate for 16 years and had never returned to the imperial city. When he became famous, most of the soldiers in the army had just been born, so they did not know much about this Marquis. However, everyone knew that the cotton cloth Marquis was not a martial Marquis that was passed down through the generations. Instead, he had climbed up step by step from a commoner. The two words commoner were an encouragement and praise for his origins. The 10 martial marquises of Xia were all legendary figures. Regardless of whether it was the art of war or martial arts, they were all extremely powerful. There were many marquises in Xia, but there had never been more than 10 martial marquises in thousands of years. They were the strongest fighters in Great Xia, and they were the people who could stabilize the country's fate. Every single one of them made the surrounding countries feel heavy pressure. The biggest reason why the Zhangsun bloodline was able to produce an empress was because the Zhangsun bloodline had 2 martial marquis. Among the 10 marquises, Marquis Clear River was a marquis who had been conferred the title of marquis during the reign of the previous Xia emperor. He sat in the northwest. Marquis North Marshal guarded the northern border, resisting the northern Meng imperial court. Marquis Cloth guarded the northeast, threatening the true extreme country. And in the west, which was the most difficult place to deal with, the Marquis of the Bloody Robe stood alone, preventing the Eternal Night cult from easily invading. In the southwest, due to the existence of the Du-Yi Temple and the terrifying abbot of the Du-Yi Temple, Xia also had a martial marquis in charge. In the south, the barbarians ran amok, occasionally invading. 7 years ago, Xia sent Marquis Jiyu to suppress them, causing the barbarians in the south to disappear without a trace. In the southeast, a martial marquis of Xia was also in charge. He wanted to intimidate a country that was even more shameless than the true extreme country. As for why Xia also sent a martial marquis in charge in the relatively peaceful east, very few people knew. 8 of Xia's 10 martial marquises had been in charge for a long time, except for 2. One was Marquis Taiping, who had been conferred the title of Marquis for a short time, and the other was Xia's war god, Marquis Triumphant Return. The 2 words Triumphant Return only represented the simplest 4 words, invincible. The 10 martial marquises were the symbol of Xia's invincibility, and were the hope of Xia's subjects. Therefore, when the wedding procession saw the mountain gate pass in the distance, their depressed mood immediately relaxed. However, they seemed to have forgotten that they were still on the mountain path. The mountain gate pass seemed very close, but it was actually very far away. The rising sun was always very bright and gentle, causing people to unconsciously relax and even lower their vigilance. They had forgotten that they had been hurrying day and night because they were actually hiding from one person. Under the rising sun, when the crowd returned to the mountain gate pass, they discovered that the demon in their eyes, the Son of God, was slowly walking towards them. It had to be said that Jun Shaoqing was very worthy of the name Son of God. Especially at this time, when the morning sun behind him was emitting a dazzling light, step by step, it was as if the King of Gods had descended, causing everyone present to feel suffocated. What was despair? Despair was when you were about to see hope, only to find that hope was so far away. After more than 10 days of rushing, the wedding procession was originally about to reach the safest place, but at the closest place, they encountered an obstacle that they could not cross. The emissary of the true extreme kingdom smiled brightly, but there was a trace of perverted cruelty in his smile. He hoped that the Son of God would kill everyone, even if he had to be killed as well. In fact, the world did not know much about the Son of God. They only knew that he was an unreasonably powerful young man. Facts had proven that the rumors were not exaggerated at all. The battle a few days ago had fully proved this point. A person who had not reached the natural realm could actually cause changes in the world and use the power of heaven and earth to a very terrifying extent. There were even rumors in the world that the Son of God of this generation might have the legendary divine body of eternal night. This was a terrifying possibility. But no matter whether it was true or not, the Son of God of this generation was undeniably powerful. An expert at the peak of the 9th level could only be dealt with by someone at the peak of the 9th level. Xia Miaoyu and Jian Gongfeng were the only ones in the wedding procession who were qualified to contend with him. However, the most unfortunate thing was that after last night, the sword in Jian Gongfeng's hand was not in peak condition. The mountain path was rugged. The procession came from the north and the south. Not far from the west was a cliff, so there was no chance for them to run. If they fell, maybe Xia Miaoyu and Jian Gongfeng could survive, but the others would definitely die. On the mountain path that was not very wide, the most powerful enemy had come. Jun Shaoqing's calm and indifferent eyes were fixed on Xia Miaoyu. He was only here for the life scroll and had no interest in the others. Xia Miaoyu's eyes met his without backing down. No matter whether she was the princess or the princess of the Xia kingdom, she had no reason to back down. The Xia kingdom had been invincible for thousands of years. Therefore, the people of the Xia kingdom were proud, from the civilians to the ministers. The three of them were speechless. They confronted each other for a moment and no one said anything. Perhaps this was what it meant to not say anything when there was no agreement. In the end, Jian Gongfeng's sword moved first. Among the three of them, he was now the weakest. Therefore, he had to create an opportunity for the princess. The sword of innocence was extremely fast. Even the space did not have time to react before it was cut open by this extremely fast sword. Ning Chen's pupil shrank. He had once taken a sword attack from the elder. Compared to this, the one he took was too insignificant. However, this seemingly invincible sword attack was caught by 2 fingers. At the moment of contact, the ground under their feet suddenly cracked. Dust and sand flew up and the airflow spread more than 10 feet away. Jian Gongfeng's expression did not change when his sword attack was blocked. He turned the sword in his hand and the blade moved forward another 3 inches. Jun Shaoqing's fingers loosened and he leaned slightly to one side. He flicked his 2 fingers and the blade was deflected. Then his right hand condensed into a finger and broke toward Jian Gongfeng's ocean of qi. At this moment, Xia Miaoyu's figure had already arrived. In the frost all over the sky, a slender hand pressed toward Jun Shaoqing's heart mercilessly. Oh! With a sigh of appreciation, Jun Shaoqing's eyes flashed with a strange color. He stepped back and avoided Xia Miaoyu's attack. He did not choose to take it head-on. The next moment the blade came again. Jian Gongfeng's every move was not defensive at all. He left no way back. He tried his best to leave an opportunity for Xia Miaoyu. Xia Miaoyu understood his moves indifferently. She did not try to break the siege. Every move was aimed at the opportunity Jian Gongfeng was desperately fighting for. She wanted to hurt God's son with one blow. The two of them worked together. One was ruthless to herself and the other was ruthless to others. They actually forced God's son to retreat again and again. Not bad. Jun Shaoqing grabbed the incoming sword with one hand and used the other hand to meet Xia Miaoyu's attack head-on. Experts of the Grand Xia, you have made me see you in a new light. With a turn of his hand, Jun Shaoqing's body was surrounded by a raging mist. His vast and mighty genuine qi spread out and pushed the two of them back. Patter! A drop of blood dripped from Jun Shaoqing's hand. It was the first time he saw blood since the battle started. Dark thunder. Jun Shaoqing raised his right hand. The surrounding heaven and earth suddenly changed. Thunder rumbled and streaks of black thunderbolts sounded like thousands of birds chirping. Its power was earth-shattering. Seeing God's Son's ultimate move, Jian Gongfeng's figure disappeared instantly. His sword pierced toward God's Son's chest. Jun Shaoqing frowned and pinched the blade of the sword with 2 fingers on his left hand. However, he did not expect Xia Miaoyu to appear behind Jian Gongfeng. She pressed her palm on Jian Gongfeng's back. With the 2 of them working together, the ancient sword broke through Jian Gongfeng's fingers and pierced into his chest. Ugh! With a muffled groan, Jun Shaoqing endured the pain and fought back. The thunder in his right hand pressed down. The 2 of them suddenly, their mouths were stained with blood, and they were thrown dozens of feet away. Jian Gongfeng was half kneeling on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he was severely injured. On the other side, Xia Miaoyu also spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, but her condition was better than Jian Gongfeng's. Strong, unsurprisingly strong. He was terrifyingly strong. He was so strong that no one could see a glimmer of hope. In the next moment, Jun Shaoqing's figure was already in front of Jian Gongfeng. He pressed down his palm with murderous intent. Xia Miaoyu wanted to save him, but it was too late. She could only watch the palm fall. At this moment, a black iron sword appeared. It was so weak and immature. However, it did not hesitate and stabbed toward God's Son. Qing Ning once said that one's physical body could not transform before reaching the innate stage. No matter how strong one was, he could not ignore the sword. Jun Shaoqing was strong, but he had not reached the innate stage. Therefore, no matter how weak the sword was, he could not ignore it. You don't know what's good for you. Coldness flashed through Jun Shaoqing's eyes. He turned his palm and pressed it toward the owner of the iron sword. Bang! In the midst of blood, the iron sword was shattered. The owner of the iron sword was thrown dozens of feet away. However, it was a cliff 10 feet away. At this moment, Xia Miaoyu had already reached Jian Gongfeng's side. In a flash, she retreated 10 steps away. Ning Chen, who was still in the air, saw this scene. He smiled with satisfaction. His smile was bright and stained with blood, like a blooming peony. He had repaid the old man's kindness. Jian Gongfeng, who was saved by Xia Miaoyu, saw the figure falling from the sky like a kite with a broken string. His old eyes shrunk. He felt as if his heart was being squeezed by something. He felt so depressed that he could not breathe. No. Jian Gongfeng reached out his hand to grab it. Under the shock of his mind, he spat out another mouthful of blood. However, he was powerless to stop it. Chapter 34. Ning Chen, who had fallen off the cliff, had shocked everyone. However, after the shock, they had no choice but to face reality again. The Son of God was still standing there unscathed. Of course, it could not be said that he was unscathed. Jun Shaoqing had more or less suffered some injuries, but these injuries did not seem to be of much use. Suddenly, the void trembled slightly, and a figure covered in black clothes appeared beside Jun Shaoqing, along with a green longsword. The Dark Dragon Guard, who had been hiding in the dark under the orders of Emperor Xia, could no longer remain silent. He unsheathed his sword and rushed towards the Son of God. A person who hides his head and shows his tail. How shameless! Jun Shaoqing's eyes flashed with coldness. He took 10 steps forward, and with a single step, his afterimages moved continuously. He pointed his finger with the power to break through 1,000 soldiers. The Dark Dragon Guard's sneak attack failed. He raised his sword to block, but he felt a huge force coming from it. The sword in his hand cracked, and with a bang, the force penetrated the sword and pointed at his dantian. Pooh! The violent force instantly heavily injured the Dark Dragon Guard's dantian. The rotating dantian also collapsed. It was difficult to raise his cultivation for a while. The three of them were heavily injured and could not block the Son of God's attack. Everyone was in despair. At this moment, a tyrannical saber-chi swept over from the horizon, cutting through the 9 heavens and slashing between the Son of God and everyone else. With a boom, a huge crack appeared between the broken cliff, separating the Son of God from everyone else. Son of God, this is not a place where you should appear. Please leave. A calm voice came from the horizon. The Marquis of Dessia. Jun Shaoqing's eyes narrowed. In this place, only the legendary Marquis of Cotton could have such strength. The powerful saber-chi emitted a shocking pressure. Even the 4 experts above the 9th rank felt an irresistible might. The Marquis of Desia's saber-chi had already surpassed the postnatal realm, leaving everyone else in the dust. Half-step Xiantian. Jun Shaoqing softly spat out 4 words. His heart sank and he could not help but be shocked. Without a doubt, the Marquis of Cotton had already taken half a step into the Xiantian realm. What a terrifying fact! The Marquis of Dessia, who had guarded the mountain gate for 16 years, had actually reached such a terrifying realm. Retreat. Jun Shaoqing knew that it was impossible for this trip to have any result. Although he was not afraid, he would not choose to fight with a martial Marquis of the half-step Xiantian realm at this time. Jun Shaoqing calmly glanced at the princess of the great Xia dynasty not far away and frowned again. Then, his figure flashed a few times and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seemed like he had to return to the temple once more. According to the Yongye scripture, the scroll of life was hidden deep within the Xin Empire 1,000 years ago. After the Xin Empire was destroyed by the great Xia, the scroll of life was nowhere to be found. He originally thought that the scroll of life had been taken away by the surviving descendants of the Xin Empire, but it seemed like that was not the case. This trip was not in vain. The heavenly tomes of the divine sect had been wandering outside for too long. It was time to take them back one by one. The letter from the northern Meng royal court was too coincidental. She shouldn't have known about the scroll of life, but why was it so coincidental? No matter what, that woman's wisdom was too frightening. She single-handedly controlled the farce between the true extreme nation and the great Xia. Unfortunately, man's calculations were not as good as God's. There was a person who stirred up the situation. But no matter what, the northern Meng royal court did not suffer any losses. The foolish king of the true extreme nation could not resist the temptation of benefits and chose to believe that woman's words. In the end, he lost everything. It was impossible to deliver 20,000 war horses in a short period of time. No matter how fast it would take nearly half a year. Half a year was not long, but many things could happen. After Jun Shaoqing left, the powerful aura of the Bai Marquis also retreated. He did not say another word. At the edge of the cliff, the 3 experts above the 9th rank were in a sorry state. The Dark Dragon Guard who appeared later was the most seriously injured. His Dantian and Sea of Qi were almost destroyed by the Son of God. It was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Xia Miaoyu was better. Although the princess of the great Xia dynasty was still young, there was still a difference between a martial arts genius and an ordinary person. In terms of foundation, she was the strongest of the 3. The sword consecrator had vomited blood many times. He should have needed to rest and recuperate, but this stubborn old man said goodbye to Xia Miaoyu. Xia Miaoyu knew what the sword consecrator was going to do and did not stop him. She just took out 2 elixirs and handed them to the latter. They were very precious elixirs. One was to heal his injuries. As for the other, she hoped it could still be used. The sword consecrator took one of the elixirs and immediately jumped down the cliff in front of the shocked eyes of the crowd. Lunatic! The Dark Dragon Guard coughed up a mouthful of blood and said sarcastically. Xia Miaoyu glanced at the Dark Dragon Guard, and a faint sneer flashed through her eyes. She knew better than anyone why there was a Dark Dragon Guard following them. Emperor Xia of the Heavenly Mandate Palace of the Great Xia dynasty, was far from being as mediocre as the world thought. In fact, it was not difficult to understand. How could a mediocre person sit on the most powerful dragon throne in the world in the Heavenly Mandate Palace? The group continued on their way. The tired crowd knew that the road was safe. After all, in the distant pass, there was a Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty watching over here. There should not be any more blind people coming to seek death. In the middle of the group, the envoy of the true extreme country lowered his head even more. His expression changed again and again. He had never thought that the Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty, who had been blocking the way south of the true extreme country, would be so powerful. It was ridiculous that they had sent people to constantly spy on the Marquis. It was hard to imagine what price the true extreme country would have to pay if the Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty was really angry. The group of people each had their own ulterior motive. Without saying a word, they slowly walked toward the distant mountain gate. Only the side of the cliff, the devastated land and the blood that could be seen everywhere showed the horror of the previous battle. Between the cliffs, the cold wind whistled, and an old figure fell quickly. After jumping off the cliff, the sword in the hand of the sword consecrator became the only thing that could save his life. On the ground, he was a warrior at the peak of the 9th level. But in this cliff, he was a mortal struggling to survive. In the world, other than the existence above the Xiantian realm, no one could safely face this cliff. The sword in his hand was given to him by a marquis. Most people in the palace only knew that he was the sword consecrator. But his real surname was Bai, and his name was Wu. Very few people knew that the surname Bai was actually a servant surname of the Zhangsun family a long time ago. He had been in the palace for more than 30 years. At that time, the previous Emperor Xia had just succeeded the throne. So, very few people knew about his relationship with the Zhangsun family. The sword in his hand was given to him by the head of the Zhangsun family, Marquis Qinghe, when he was conferred the title of Marquis. This sword was very important to him. But now, he could not care less about it. The body of the sword collided with the protruding rocks of the cliff again and again, bursting out large amounts of gravel and sparks. This ancient sword that had accompanied him for more than 30 years had gradually collapsed due to the intense friction. The ancient sword seemed to have a spirit. It began to tremble violently. The cliff was so high that even if the ancient sword was sturdy, it could not withstand the violent impact. Sure enough, when the sword consecrator was close to the ground, there was a crisp bang, and the sword shattered into pieces that scattered in all directions. A wisp of sorrow flashed through the sword consecrator's eyes. He stomped his feet and landed safely on the ground. The sword consecrator buried the ancient sword's hilt into the yellow soil at the bottom of the cliff. He said with a hoarse voice, "If you have a spirit, please protect him so that he is still alive." The Son of God's palm strike sent Ning Chen flying more than 300 feet. The place where he landed was definitely not where he was. According to the trajectory of Ning Chen's fall, he still had to walk a long distance. The bottom of the cliff was a very lush place. The ancient trees reached into the clouds. There were wild beasts everywhere. The sword consecrator walked for a long time, but he still could not find any trace of Ning Chen. Chirp! But he heard a deep whistle from the 9th heaven. A huge black shadow flew across the sky and headed towards the west. The sword consecrator raised his head and took a look. He did not pay much attention to it. About half an hour later, the sword consecrator looked around the place where Ning Chen was most likely to land, but he still could not find any trace of the latter. The inconceivable situation caused the sword consecrator to feel extremely uneasy. Suddenly, his heart flashed, and his expression changed drastically. He stomped his feet and flew towards the west. How fast was a 9th-grade peak-stage martial artist traveling at all costs? Perhaps not many people in the world knew. But in the lush ancient forest, a green figure turned into a stream of light and flashed past. It was so fast that even the naked eye could not follow it. Chirp! A quarter of an hour later, the deep whistle sounded again. The sword consecrator stomped his feet and leaped up. He was like a huge green sword that cut through the void. He slashed the huge shadow that covered the sky. Crash! In the midst of a mournful long whistle, the sky was filled with blood like rain. The black shadow was split into two and fell down with a loud bang. The sword consecrator moved his body and caught Ning Chen in the rain of blood. After a careful examination, he could not help but feel sad. His meridians were shattered, his leg bones were all broken, and his breath was so weak that it was on the last breath. He could fall asleep forever at any time. The sword consecrator took out the elixir that Princess Miao Yu gave him and fed it to Ning Chen. Then he stomped his feet and hurried towards the southwest. It was not impossible for a ninth-grade master to survive 1,000 miles of river tomb in one day. The wedding procession traveled for nearly half a month. The sword consecrator rushed back in one day. A day later, he appeared outside the palace of the Xia dynasty covered in dust. After entering the palace, the sword consecrator did not report to Emperor Xia. Instead, he rushed directly to the Weiyang Palace. In this world, if there was anyone who could save Ning Chen, the Empress would definitely be one of them. In the main hall of the Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun heard the sword consecrator's request for an audience. At first, he was stunned. Then a trace of uneasiness arose in his heart. He immediately ordered someone to summon the sword consecrator. Qing Ning stood to one side, looking uneasy as well. Shouldn't the sword consecrator be on the way to the wedding? Why did he suddenly come back? And why did he come to the Weiyang Palace? The next moment, seeing the sword consecrator's clothes stained with blood and covered in dust, both Qing Ning and Zhang Xuan's expressions changed. Empress! The sword consecrator knelt down and put Ning Chen down. He lowered his head and said, "Please save him, Empress?" Before Zhang Sun could say anything, Qing Ning's figure flashed and she arrived at the hall. Her delicate hand trembled as she felt Ning Chen's pulse. Then, her face turned pale. How could this be? Zhang Sun gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, suppressing the shock in his heart. The sword consecrator knelt on the ground and explained the matter briefly. What a eternal night cult! What a god's son! Zhang Sun slammed the table and stood up, looking furious. They actually dared to kill the princess of the Xia dynasty without any concealment. They were truly audacious. Go get an imperial physician. Zhang Sun came back to his senses and immediately said, "No! No!" The sword consecrator and Qing Ning's expressions changed and they spoke out to stop him. Zhang Sun looked at the two of them and frowned, not understanding what was going on. Qing Ning walked forward and whispered a few words in his ear. Then, Zhang Xuan's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Good, very good. Zhang Sun clenched his fists so hard that his veins popped out. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. No wonder this brat had always wanted to run away. No wonder this brat seemed so afraid of her. He was actually hiding a huge secret in his heart. Those old eunuchs in the cleansing room should be dragged out and fed to the dogs. Zhang Xuan's viciousness could not be dispelled. Empress. Seeing Zhang Xuan's rage, Qing Ning's expression changed and she also knelt in front of the hall. Now was not the time to investigate who was responsible. Ning Chen was already on the verge of death. If they didn't think of something now, it really would be too late. With a bang, the sword consecrator's old body knelt down and he kowtowed. Empress, please save him. Zhang Xuan's breathing paused. Looking at the unconscious Ning Chen covered in blood, his anger gradually subsided. Let me think. Chapter 35. Zhang Sun had been thinking for a long time. Qing Ning and Jian Consecrator had also been kneeling for a long time. Qing Ning, prepare the brush and ink. After a long time, Zhang Sun sighed softly and said, "Yes." Qing Ning got up and quickly took the brush and ink, placing it on the table beside Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun quickly wrote 2 letters, folded them, and handed them to Qing Ning. Send one to the Marquis of Victorious Return's residence, and one to Ningchen. Pass him to the Dean of the Tiantsang Academy. Qing Ning took the letters and immediately went out to make the arrangements. Jian Consecrator kowtowed in thanks, relief flashing across his tired face. If that person was willing to help, Ningchen would be saved. After the 2 of them left, Zhang Sun looked at Ningchen, who was in front of her with a complicated look in her eyes. No matter what, you have won 20,000 war horses for Great Xia. Since you have done well, I will help you once more. After a while, Qing Ning walked back and took Ningchen away before leaving the palace. Not long after Qing Ning left, an urgent order came from the north, causing Zhang Sun's expression to change drastically. The northern Meng imperial court had sent out their troops. This was a huge matter. The peace that had been maintained for close to 20 years was finally broken. However, the person leading the troops this time was no longer the marshal of northern Meng, but a woman called Fan Lingyue. Why would the northern Meng imperial court, which worshipped the strong, let a woman lead the troops? This made many people in Great Xia confused. However, Zhang Sun, who had been paying attention to the recent changes in the northern Meng imperial court, was very clear about how terrifying this woman called Fan Lingyue was. This time, Great Xia had really met their strongest opponent. The Beiwu Marquis was overseeing the north, so it shouldn't be a problem for a short period of time. However, this time, the northern Meng imperial court had come with great ferocity and would definitely be difficult to resist. In the distant Beijiang plains, Fan Lingyue was overseeing the troops, looking at the war machines slowly moving forward. A faint sadness flashed across her beautiful and pale face. Cough, cough. As the cold wind blew, Fan Lingyue covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Looking at the slight blood in her palm, she quickly covered it up. Military advisor, please take care of your body. Beside Fan Lingyue, the young general who always followed her revealed a worried expression and said, "N." Fan Lingyue nodded. He glanced in the direction of the Grand Xia dynasty's imperial city and sighed softly. After which, he turned and walked towards the commander's tent. Unfortunately, the fate of the Great Xia had yet to reach its worst. However, the martial monarch of the Eternal Night Cult's first hall had already come out of seclusion. The matter of dispatching troops could no longer be delayed. Most importantly, she didn't have much time left. The country she was born in had very few resources, and most of the people lived in poverty all year round. If they wanted to solve this problem, they could only invade everything. The marshal of the northern Meng imperial court was already old, and the current king was still young and weak. She could only personally lead the troops and help the northern Meng imperial court conquer a huge empire. Great Xia was the biggest obstacle in front of her, and she had no other choice. The only unfortunate thing was that the few hidden pawns she had set up earlier had been disrupted. Otherwise, the current situation would be more advantageous for the northern Meng royal court. That little eunuch called Ningchen had appeared too suddenly and too strangely. No matter what, he had to be eliminated. The thing she hated the most in her life was variables. How's the discussion between Qing Huo and the Eternal Night Cult going? In front of the tent, Fan Lingyue paused and asked softly. Martial Monarchy has agreed to send 10,000 Divine Hall heavy armor, but the condition is to increase the original 20,000 war horses to 30,000, the young general replied respectfully. Tell Qing Huo not to waste any more time and send the heavy armor back as soon as possible, Fan Lingyue said softly. Fan Lingyue narrowed her eyes and said softly. What the northern Meng imperial court lacked the least was horses. In comparison, the 10,000 Divine Hall heavy armor was much more useful in her hands. She didn't want the Eternal Night Cult to become bigger. If you want to ask a tiger for its skin, you must have the courage to pull the teeth out of the tiger's mouth. Now that both sides' biggest enemy was the Great Xia, the northern Meng imperial court and the Eternal Night Cult were far from having a conflict in the near future. Yes, The young general nodded and watched Fan Lingwei walk into the tent. As long as there was no summons or extremely important matter, no one was allowed to enter the military advisor's tent. This was a rule set by the military advisor. Inside the tent, coughs could be heard from time to time. It was light but so clear. While the northern Meng imperial court was mobilizing their troops, the number 1 shrine of Evernight Continent was situated on a stone staircase to the west of Grand Xia. The desolation from before had long since disappeared, and in its place were several majestic side halls. After the restriction was lifted, the number 1 divine hall of Evernight, which had once shocked the world, reappeared in the world. Without a doubt, it would bring about the most drastic change in the world. In the number 1 divine hall, which was guarded by many divine halls, a tall figure sat on the throne, looking into the distance with a disdainful gaze. His aura was so powerful that it distorted the surrounding space. This was the number 1 expert in the world, the head of the number 1 divine hall of the eternal night cult, a tyrannical existence that surpassed the Hotian realm. In an ancient city not far from here, a man dressed in blood-red clothes, whose age was difficult to determine, opened his eyes at the same time. He looked toward the west, and his expression gradually became serious. He knew that the martial monarch of the Eternal Night Cult was about to go to war. The martial monarchs of the Eternal Night Cult were all brave and battle-hungry people. Once they came out of seclusion, the flames of war would definitely rise. The Marquis in the blood robe stood up and summoned his deputy. After giving a few instructions, he walked to the front of the city alone and quietly waited for the flames of war to ignite. The Marquis of the Great Xia existed precisely for the sake of war. In the palace of the Great Xia dynasty, one secret report after another was sent to the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Sitting on the dragon throne, Emperor Xia's expression was as calm as still water. As he read these secret reports, his eyes constantly flashed with a cold light. The war had not officially begun yet, but the atmosphere of war was rapidly spreading in the imperial city of the Great Xia dynasty. In just 3 days, one sentry horse after another came from the west and the north. Coupled with other secret means of communication, they reported the situation at the front line in detail. The people of the imperial city were not too alarmed. The Great Xia dynasty had prospered for 1,000 years, and had been invincible for 1,000 years. This had also caused the people of the Great Xia dynasty to develop an indescribable confidence. In their hearts, they did not hesitate to believe that the Great Xia dynasty would not lose. Whether this confidence was good or bad, at least it allowed the soldiers who maintained the order of the imperial city to breathe a sigh of relief. The people still lived their lives as usual. At most, they had more things to talk about after dinner. Of course, the wonderful rumors of the courageous little eunuch in the palace fighting against the emissary of the true extreme nation still occupied most of the stories of the storytellers and the waiters in the tavern. Because of this legend, he was popular. This was a truth that would never change. No one knew that the main character in their stories had already taken a trip to the Yellow Springs, and in the end, he was saved by the even more legendary principal of the Tiantsong Academy. However, although his life was saved, the meridians in his legs were severely injured. Moreover, the bones in his legs were completely shattered. Ning Chen was crippled. Regardless of whether he could accept it or not, this had already become a fact. Thus, in the academy, there was a young man who often sat in a wheelchair in a daze. The academy did not raise idle people. Ning Chen had also reluctantly entered the academy through the back door under the identity of a distant relative of the Marquis of Victorious Returns estate. Thus, he had even less privileges. Thus, the academy arranged for him to do the only job he could do, chop firewood. Most of the students in the academy were sons of aristocratic families. Even the worst of them were geniuses rarely seen in 10 years. It could be said that the academy was filled with talent. Geniuses could be found all over the street. Ning Chen was naturally the least conspicuous in this group. The Marquis of Victorious Returns estate was famous, But Ning Chen, who was obviously a distant relative, was destined to not be able to bask in too much of the glory of the war god. Zhang Sun originally thought the same, so he did not plan to arrange a dazzling identity for Ning Chen. As for the dean who treated Ning Chen's injuries, when he woke up, he had already disappeared. The rest of the arrangements were made by a middle-aged man. It was obvious that this middle-aged man looked down on Ning Chen, but he did not deliberately make things difficult for him. After arranging the work, he left. After a long time, Ning Chen became a very special existence in the academy. A student was no longer a student and a teacher was no longer a teacher. Simply put, he was a handyman who could freely enter and leave the academy. Ever since his legs were crippled, Ning Chen became silent. The smile he used to have was no longer there. Many times he would sit there in a daze for 2 hours. During his days in the academy, other than chopping firewood, he would cultivate. He rarely spoke. After a long time, the students of the academy even thought that he was a mute. Chopping firewood was a very monotonous job. Ning Chen had a foundation in martial arts, so it was easier for him to chop firewood than the average person. As he chopped, he could chop 2 pieces of firewood that were almost the same size with each chop. As the days passed, the chopping knife became blunt one after another. He did not speak and was silent. The people of the academy were also used to having such a strange person, so they were not surprised. The academy was actually very big. Ning Chen's place was the quietest corner. There were not many students, so it was less troublesome. There were several teachers and a teacher in the academy. The teacher was old and rarely taught classes, so few people attended. However, Ning Chen liked the teacher's classes. He attended every class and listened very seriously. The teacher was an old man who was even quieter than him. He had white hair and a white beard. He was really old. It took a long time for him to finish a class, so the young students did not have the patience to listen. The teacher was very knowledgeable. He was proficient in poetry, calligraphy, and etiquette. In the teacher's words, the longer one lived, the more he would know. Since Ning Chen's legs were crippled, he slowed down. He walked slowly and learned slowly. Therefore, he liked the teacher who was also slow. Sometimes, the teacher would take a whole day to finish a lesson. When everyone had left, Ning Chen would be the only one left in the simple hall. The teacher would also slowly finish the lesson. At night, Ning Chen went back to chop the firewood that he did not chop during the day. The rest of the time, he would either cultivate or sleep. It was very simple. There was nothing else to do. In the autumn of this year, Great Xia announced a new calendar to record the start of the war. In the autumn of the first year of the new calendar, the northern Meng imperial court mobilized their troop. They sent 300,000 soldiers to the northern plains, preparing to launch a large-scale attack on Great Xia. However, a heavy snowfall that was brought forward by more than a month changed everything. It delayed the war for 4 months. This was a sudden heavy snowfall. No one expected it. The imperial astronomer of Great Xia did not expect it. Fan Lingwei of the northern Meng imperial court did not expect it either. It came so suddenly that it disrupted everyone's plans. It was snowing in the academy. To others, it might not be a big deal. However, to Ning Chen, it was a big problem. It was difficult for the wheelchair to move in the snow. Therefore, he was even slower. Later, he realized that the teacher was also slower. Because of the heavy snow and the teacher's age, the teacher was also very old. Regardless of whether it was class or class, he would be late. Coincidentally, the two of them were walking at the same pace. The only thing that Ning Chen did not expect was that after his legs were crippled, his cultivation had improved faster than before. In just 2 months, his cultivation had advanced to the 4th grade of the natal stage. Of course, this was not the price he wanted. Moreover, when it snowed, his legs would be very painful. It was a heart-wrenching pain that penetrated into the bone marrow. It was a pain that made one hover between life and death. From this day onwards, Ning Chen started to dislike the snow. However, things did not go as he wished. The snow had no intention of stopping. It continued to fall intermittently for more than a month and still did not clear up. The annual end-of-year assessment of the academy arrived in the midst of the snowstorm. Ning Chen was not a student and did not need to take the examination. However, he was forced to work by a teacher. The teacher was old. Naturally, he could not invigilate the examination. Therefore, Ning Chen was forced to invigilate the teacher's classes. Moreover, this was the teacher's request. Ning Chen thus became the first teacher to invigilate the examination since the establishment of the academy. Fortunately, there were not many students who chose to attend the teacher's classes. Invigilating the examination did not seem difficult. Chapter 36. Ning Chen thought too simply. Not only did he think things were simple, but he also thought the students of the academy were simple. He did not expect that there would be people who cheated in this era. There were 4 people who cheated, and one of them was a cute and petite female student. If it was in the past, Ning Chen might have turned a blind eye to it. However, it was snowing today and he was in a bad mood. He was tired of the piercing pain in his leg. He turned his head to look at the snow outside. In the end, he could not convince himself to pretend that he did not see it. The wheelchair creaked. The students who were still answering the questions looked up and saw Ning Chen walk to the nearest female student. Ning Chen did not say anything. He stretched his hand in front of the female student, hoping that she would hand it over herself. Lin Wanna frowned and looked at the hand. She raised her head and smiled brightly. However, she had no intention of handing it over. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Ning Chen still stretched out his hand calmly and stubbornly. He had no intention of backing down. Here. Lin Wanner's face changed again and again. Finally, she chose to give in temporarily and put the note in Ning Chen's hand. Ning Chen nodded slightly and took the note. He squeezed it gently and the note turned into scraps of paper. He then threw them into the wooden bucket beside him. In the same process, Ning Chen took away the cheating tools of the other 3 people. There was a writing brush with words, an inkstone with a hidden compartment, and another with the answers sewn on their clothes. Ning Chen did not show any mercy. He even watched as the last person tore the answers off their clothes. The academy's punishment for cheating was very severe. Therefore, the 3 people did not dare to resist. Ning Chen did not intend to leave the evidence behind. He squeezed the writing brush, inkstone, and cloth into scraps and threw them into the wooden bucket. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they saw this. They realized that this seemingly lukewarm Mr. Acting principal was not as easy to deal with as they thought. Although there were people who practiced martial arts among them, they could not crush the hard inkstone and soft cloth into scraps like the Mr. Acting principal in front of them. For the rest of the time, everyone was calm. Just when Ning Chen thought that nothing would happen and closed his eyes to rest, the petite and cute female student surprised him again. Ning Chen opened his eyes quietly and looked at Lin Wanner. He then squeezed his hand and the note in the latter's hand flew to him. "There will be no next time," Ning Chen said calmly. Lin Wanner's small face was filled with anger. Everyone else in the hall was also shocked. This was the first time in 2 months that they had seen Ning Chen speak. "My grandfather is the dean." Lin Wanner slammed the table like an enraged little lion. The students in the hall were scared, but Ning Chen smiled. What a familiar phrase. Who would have thought that the same thing would happen in every era? "I am the invigilator." Ning Chen pointed at the wooden token on his chest and said, "You're just acting." Lin Wanner was unconvinced. "Then, I'm also your invigilator," Ning Chen said calmly. "You!" Lin Wanner was not convinced, but she did not refute. In the examination hall, the invigilator had the highest authority. This was the rule of the academy. Seeing Lin Wanner sitting there sulking, Ning Chen didn't want to provoke her any further. During the exam, he was their invigilator. After the exam, no one would know each other, so there was no need for them to interact too much. This exam tested the Confucian poetry, calligraphy, and etiquette. It was not easy. The teacher gave few questions, but they were all very difficult. Not many people present could answer all of them. Every year, the most difficult class in the academy was the teacher's class. The teacher was very upright and would not be biased in his grading. After the exam, Ning Chun collected the papers and left. The snow outside was still very heavy. It seemed that it would not stop anytime soon. It was very cold, so cold that it made people feel uncomfortable. The wind blew from the north. Ning Chun subconsciously shrank his body, then turned his wheelchair and walked forward. Suddenly, he felt his hand become lighter. He turned his head and saw a young man in blue pushing the wheelchair behind him. Ning Chun recognized this young man. He was one of the students who cheated just now. The one who sewed the answers on his shirt was not smart, but he was very careful. "Thank you, sir." Eni Fei was slightly embarrassed. After all, cheating was not something to be proud of. He only wanted to get a good ranking in the teacher's class and fight for a good future for himself. He did not expect to be found out by the teacher. The academy was very strict with students who cheated. If the teacher left evidence, they would all end up in a miserable state. It was not impossible for them to be expelled from the academy. There were examples in the past few years. However, everyone wanted to be lucky. Cheating would not disappear completely. After leaving this hall, I am no longer the invigilator. You don't have to call me teacher. Ning Chun shook his head and said, "In my heart, you will always be teacher," Eni Fei said stubbornly. Hearing this, Ning Chun did not argue anymore. He let Eni Fei push the wheelchair forward. From this day onwards, there was always a young man pushing the wheelchair beside Ning Chun. However, when Ning Chun chopped firewood, he never asked Eni Fei to help him. In his opinion, the Yin family sent him to the academy to study and learn martial arts, not to chop firewood. Ning Chun did not know much about the Yin family. He only knew that it was a very powerful family. In fact, it was not strange. Any random student in the academy would have a powerful background. The Xia dynasty had been established for more than 1,000 years. The most common people were the aristocrats and families. In this prosperous territory, there were countless families, big and small like the stars in the sky. If the academy did not have a dean in charge, it would have been overturned by this group of ancestors. The terrifying deterrence of a Xiantian expert could be seen from the fact that the academy could suppress so many arrogant children of the aristocratic families. Ning Chun raised his head and looked through the obstacles at the inconspicuous house in the academy. He knew that the most powerful dean in the academy was inside. He was like a god who was respected by everyone in the Xia dynasty. It was said that the 3 dukes of the Xia dynasty were once students in the academy. After 10 years of hard work, they entered the academy and finally became the head of Confucianism, the head of general and the head of eunuch. Therefore, the academy was really a good place to learn, whether it was literature or martial arts. Boom! 2 days later, on a normal morning, in the Far East, a dazzling beam of light shot into the sky like a white rainbow. The terrifying power made the whole world tremble. At this moment, all the warriors in the world were shocked. They looked to the east, their eyes full of disbelief. The 6th Xiantian expert. It was a real and terrifying fact. After almost 100 years, someone finally broke through the shackles of heaven and earth. He surpassed everyone behind him and reached the Xiantian realm. Who could it be? This was the question in everyone's heart. Every Xiantian expert was a deterrent, and the power of this new Xiantian expert would have an undeniable impact on the world. Especially now that the world situation was extremely complicated, no one knew what kind of changes would occur if a Xiantian expert suddenly appeared. "Is it you?" Ning Chun looked at the white rainbow in the east and whispered softly. The white rainbow had an aura that he was familiar with but also unfamiliar. He did not know why, but his mood gradually worsened. The unfamiliar feeling in the familiar aura disgusted him. He always felt uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. That unfamiliar aura was too cold. It was the kind of coldness that was high and mighty. It was the kind of coldness that gave up everything. Mu Qingshui used to be very cold, but not this kind of coldness. Are you going to become an immortal? Ning Chen was upset. He scolded the light beam unhappily. Then he turned his wheelchair around and left with a sullen face. On this day, the firewood in the academy was chopped in a mess. The size of the firewood was different, which showed that the young man chopping firewood was in an extremely bad mood. 2 days later, all the exams in the academy were over. The students left one after another. Most of the students and teachers had to go home after visiting their families for more than a month. Why most of them? Because there was still one person in the academy who did not leave. That was Ning Chen. It was not that Ning Chen did not want to go home, but that he had no home to go to. After the students left, the firewood did not need to be chopped anymore. However, Ning Chen still chopped the firewood every day as usual. On the 5th day, when the night fell, Ning Chen finished chopping the firewood. Looking at the chopper in his hand, Ning Chen was in a daze, not knowing what to do. What are you thinking about? At some point in time, an extremely old white figure had arrived behind the wheelchair and asked slowly. I don't know. Ning Chen replied gloomily. He was in a daze because he did not know what to think and what to do. Headmaster, do you have a home? Ning Chen asked softly. I used to. The headmaster answered calmly and slowly. He had lived for so long that he had almost forgotten the word home. However, he really did have one. Headmaster, I don't know where to go. Ning Chen's eyes were full of confusion. He could not go back to the palace, and the academy had finished chopping the firewood. Where should he go? The world was too big. Where could he go in this wheelchair? Go back to where you came from. The headmaster's answer was very simple. This was also the simplest truth. I can't go back. Ning Chen's eyes were even more confused. He looked up at the falling snow in the night sky and wondered if someone was missing him in the distant starry sky. The headmaster did not speak. He quietly listened to Ning Chen. This night, Ning Chen and the headmaster talked a lot, including his origin. Some things had been hidden in his heart for so long that it almost drove him crazy. Therefore, he told the headmaster everything. The headmaster still looked calm. Even after hearing such incredible things, he did not change much. There were many kinds of life, and Ning Chen's experience was just outside of them. Anyway, this was life. The headmaster was a good listener. Although Ning Chen and the headmaster had not known each other for long, he trusted the headmaster more than anyone else. He was not worried that the headmaster would tell others what he had said tonight. The reason was very simple. He was the headmaster. Since you have nowhere to go, then go north. You don't have to have a goal to move forward in life. Sometimes being confused is not a bad thing. At daybreak, the headmaster said calmly. Then, he slowly walked away with his aged step. Then, Ning Chen also left and headed north. The headmaster randomly pointed in the direction without any intention. Chapter 37. In the wind and snow, the young man in the wheelchair walked alone. His lonely figure was so inconspicuous in the snow, but it was so clear. The wheelchair squeaked as it rolled on the snow. Ning Chen had taken the heavenly frost grass before, and the genuine qi in his body was of the cold attribute, so he was not afraid of the cold. However, the pain in his leg made his face pale. Unknowingly, he had been in this world for almost half a year. It was not a long time, but he had experienced a lot. The road to the north was aimless. Ning Chen went wherever he went. He had the money from the academy, which he got from chopping firewood. Sometimes he would spend the night in the wilderness. When he was hungry, he would eat some dry food or hunt a wild rabbit. When he was thirsty, he would eat some snow. On a snowy day, there was no lack of water. The snow had been falling for a long time, and people rarely went out. The caravans were also waiting for a sunny day. The whole world seemed so quiet that it was a little scary. Loneliness was the only thing that did not change. Gradually, Ning Chen got used to the loneliness and the pain in his leg. He did not feel lonely or in pain. Habit was sometimes a scary thing. It could make everything gradually become a matter of course. The path of Shu was difficult. Ning Chen did not walk the path of Shu, but to him, the snow road was no less difficult than the path of Shu. People only know how to cherish things when they lose them. The young and frivolous days of the past had become a memory. Every day, all Ning Chen could do was to keep walking, sitting in the wheelchair, and keep walking. The progress of his martial arts was much faster than before. The cold and snowy days seemed to be a great help to his cultivation. With a flip of his hand, frost condensed, as if it was a small snowfall. The cultivation of the 4th grade of the acquired realm was not bad in this world. Moreover, he had been cultivating for less than half a year. He was lucky. Since he started cultivating, he had been guided by rare strong people. He had even met the dean, although he was still in a coma at that time. After walking for 5 days, Ning Chen was finally no longer in the endless wilderness. He came to an ancient city, Luoyue City. The name of the ancient city was very special. It was said that there was a Luoyue stream outside the city. It was very steep, but it was the shortest road between the north and the south. Most caravans chose to pass through the stream, which saved them a lot of trouble. The snow gradually stopped, but the sky was still not clear. However, the people who had been holding it in for more than a month still came out of their houses to sweep the snow and go out to the street. The ancient city gradually became lively. There were the sounds of people hawking their wares, the haggling of passers-by, the quarreling of couples, and the crying of children being beaten. Ning Chen sat in his wheelchair, quietly watching the world. His mood was calm, as if he was a passerby. In fact, he was really just a passerby. Go! Suddenly, the sound of hurried horse hooves broke the silence. At the far corner of the street, a man and a horse galloped quickly on the street. In an instant, the passers-by panicked and chaos ensued. Ning Chen was in the middle of the street, so he could have dodged in time. However, just as he was about to turn his wheelchair, his hands stopped moving. Why was he hiding? Hadn't he been hiding enough in his life? On the main street, the crowd had already dispersed. Only the galloping horse and Ning Chen, who was still sitting in the middle of the road, remained. Some people cried out in alarm, some were worried, and some were gloating. In front of the crowd, there was a woman in light blue clothes. She was beautiful, but there was a hint of worry on her face. She also calmed down and curiously looked at the young man in the middle of the road. The black horse galloped over, and the young man on top of it had a mocking expression on his face. Bang! A terrifying sound was heard, and the black horse cried out in grief. In the middle of the snowflakes, the young man in the wheelchair sat there steadily, not moving an inch. The young man's hand was pressed on the black horse's face, so the black horse couldn't move an inch. The young man on the black horse fell down with a bang. He fell very miserably, and his face was covered in blood. "You're courting death." The young man immediately got up with a ferocious expression. He pulled out the sword on his waist and slashed at Ning Chen. Sigh. Ning Chen sighed softly, but no one knew what he was sighing about. In the next moment, an ordinary hatchet slashed down with perfect sharpness. Why was it perfect? It was because Ning Chen had been slashing with this hatchet for more than 2 months. Ding! With a crisp sound, the sword in the young man's hand broke. There was no suspense. The young man was stunned, and so were the passers-by. Only the young man quietly turned his wheelchair and slowly left. The curiosity in the elegant woman's eyes grew even stronger. What a strange young man! Ning Chen felt the curious gaze of the woman in the crowd. After glancing at her, he continued to leave. She was a very elegant woman, but she looked a bit weak. Although she hid it well, she couldn't hide the faint tiredness in her eyes. Meeting people on the road was fate, and it was also the will of the heavens. Ning Chen turned his wheelchair and brushed past the woman. They didn't look at each other, and he didn't look back. "Miss," an old woman beside the woman softly called out. "He's very similar to me," said the woman softly, tiredness flashing through her eyes. "Miss, you're the smartest person in the world. No one can compare to you," said the old woman with certainty. "He's very similar to me." The woman repeated herself. Her tone was calm, but there was an unquestionable majesty to it. Hearing this, the old woman fell silent, not daring to refute. "Let's go." The woman spoke and walked in the opposite direction of the young man. This short interlude couldn't change anything. One wanted to go north, the other wanted to go south. Brushing past each other was already fate from their previous lives. The scenery in the northern kingdom was the most beautiful. Ning Chen stayed in Moonfall City for a day. At night, looking at the different prosperity of the ancient city and the imperial city, his calm heart actually had a trace of nostalgia. "There's a ghost!" Outside the city, a mournful cry sounded. Soon, the city was filled with terror. From Moonfall Valley, a ghost palanquin appeared. The black and white impermanence opened the way, and the ox-head and horseface opened the way. The gloomy atmosphere shocked the entire Moonfall City. Many people witnessed this horrifying scene, and they all ran back as if they had gone mad. Originally, Ning Chen did not believe in ghosts and gods. However, he was now at a loss. If there were no ghosts in this world, then what was going on with his experience? To a large extent, denying the existence of ghosts and deities was the same as denying his existence. Ning Chen pushed his wheelchair towards Moonfall Valley. He really wanted to see if ghosts really existed in this world. There were obviously people in the city who had the same idea as him. When ordinary people couldn't escape, they curiously rushed over. The woman in light blue was one of them. She was about to leave the city, but she turned back. "Miss, your body is weak. You shouldn't go near these ghostly things." The old woman was worried and softly advised. "There shouldn't be ghosts in this world." The woman's beautiful face didn't change, much as she calmly replied. The old woman knew she couldn't persuade her, so she could only follow. She wasn't afraid of ghosts, but her body was too weak. A cold wind blew past, and the woman's face paled slightly. She coughed a few times, but she still didn't stop walking. At night, the mountain stream outside the city was very cold, especially after a month of intermittent heavy snow. Snow had sealed the mountain, and the path to the mountain stream was also blocked. The shallowest part of the snow was knee-deep, making it difficult to move forward. When they arrived at the mountain stream, the palanquin had already disappeared. The black and white impermanents were also nowhere to be seen. Only that extremely cold and evil aura lingered in the mountain stream, not dissipating for a long time. "Ghost woman." The woman looked for a long time before indifferently saying two words. "There shouldn't be ghosts in this world." At this moment, a bewildered voice replied. The woman's beautiful face flashed with a hint of sarcasm and said, "There are even monsters like Xiantian realm in this world. Why can't there be ghosts?" Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he replied, "Xiantian realm was also a human in the past." The woman snorted coldly and said, "How do you know ghosts weren't human in the past?" Ning Chen was silent again, not knowing how to answer. Since they didn't see what they wanted to see, most of the people in front of the mountain stream returned with disappointment. Ning Chen also turned his wheelchair around and walked towards the city. The woman walked forward and stood behind Ning Chen. Her pair of slender and beautiful hands pushed the wheelchair. She didn't say anything and just quietly pushed the wheelchair. The old woman's eyes flashed with surprise. It wasn't because of her identity. She was surprised because this scene was too natural, as if it was supposed to be like this. "Thank you," Ning Chen said softly. The woman accepted it calmly. The two of them walked one after another. Ning Chen sat in the wheelchair while the woman pushed the wheelchair. They didn't talk much and just walked quietly. In the night, the moon that was covered by dark clouds occasionally revealed a trace of moonlight. But in the blink of an eye, it shrunk back shyly. "May I know your name?" "Yu Ling, young master, what about you?" "Ning Fan." The two of them said their names. Ning Fan said it casually, while Yu Ling was also casually named by the woman. To the two of them, names were just a form of address. It didn't matter if it was real or fake. "Young Master Ning, where do you want to go?" Yu Ling asked. "The north." "Where is Lady Ling?" Ning Chen asked casually. "The south." Yu Ling answered. "What a coincidence." "Yes." The two of them walked casually in the city. The old woman followed behind them but didn't get too close. The night in Fallen Moon City was very beautiful. The riverside in the city was brightly lit. Even the cold weather couldn't stop scholars and beauties from composing by the riverside. It was very romantic. A place of fireworks would always be livelier. "Young master seems to like this kind of place very much." Yu Ling looked at Ning Chen and said. Her words were calm without any sarcasm. She was just stating a fact. "I just thought of some old friends," Ning Chen replied. This time, Yu Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Ning Chen didn't look like a person who was reluctant to part with fireworks. How could he have old friends in such a place? Ning Chen didn't explain. Today, he saw some places in the city selling soap. The price wasn't expensive and ordinary people could also afford it. It seemed like that woman Yuhani wasn't so bad that she couldn't be saved. He didn't know why, but he didn't have a good impression of Yuhani even though he knew that the Lingyan Pavilion treated the women there quite well. "I haven't been here for a long time. I didn't expect that there would be another thing called soap in the Central Plain." Yu Ling looked at the bustling scene in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. "You aren't from the Central Plain?" Ning Chen asked. "Heh." Yu Ling shook her head. She didn't want to talk about this anymore. "Young Master Ning, can you let Yu Ling check your pulse? You also know medical skills?" Ning Chen asked curiously. However, he still obediently stretched out his arm. "I've been sick for a long time," Yu Ling answered calmly. Then, she placed her finger on his wrist. A moment later, Yu Ling withdrew her right hand and said, "Young master seems to have suffered an extremely serious injury. Moreover, you fell from a high place, causing the meridians and bones in your legs to be seriously injured. You really are a genius, doctor," Ning Chen praised softly. "I wouldn't dare call myself a genius doctor. However, Yu Ling is curious. It's a miracle that young master was able to survive with his injuries. I wonder which genius doctor has such brilliant medical skills?" Moon Spirit asked curiously. In this world, she had never heard of anyone with such medical skills. Ning Chen was silent and didn't answer. Yu Ling didn't ask again. Instead, she slowly said, "Actually, young master's injuries aren't completely hopeless. According to Yu Ling's knowledge, there are at least 3 things in the world that can cure young master's leg injuries." "What things?" Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and asked. "The Eternal Night Sect's Heavenly Book, the Northern Meng Imperial Court's Heavenly Lake, and the Grand Xia Imperial Palace's Xiantian Pill," Yu Ling seriously said. "Eh." Ning Chen chuckled. "You must be joking." Chapter 38. Ning Chen didn't know what Tian Shu and Tian Qi were, but De Xia's Xiantian pellet was a divine medicine that every warrior in the world yearned for. It was said that each pellet could give a peak Hotian warrior a 30% chance of entering the Xiantian realm. De Xia only had 3 of these heaven-defying things left, and they hadn't been refined in the past 100 years. It could be said that these 3 Xiantian pellets were the treasures that attracted all the warriors in the world. Most of the consecrators in the palace were willing to stay in the palace for these Xiantian pellet. Ning Chen never had any extravagant hopes, so he wasn't disappointed. Cough cough. Suddenly, Moon Spirit covered her mouth and coughed. Not far away, the old woman's expression changed, and she immediately went forward to stuff a Xiantian pellet into her mouth. "Miss, it's windy outside. Let's find a place to stay for the night. Okay. Moon Spirit nodded, and a sickly pale expression flashed across her beautiful face. Miss Moon, what kind of illness do you have? Ning Chen asked with concern. It's a chronic illness that I've had since I was young. It's not a problem. Moon Spirit smiled tiredly and replied. If that's the case, then let's rest at Phoenix Perch Restaurant. Ning Chen glanced at the pavilion behind him and said. The old woman was unhappy and was about to speak, but Moon Spirit raised her hand to stop her. She said softly, Let's listen to young master. A moment later, the three of them asked for 2 rooms. Ning Chen took one, Moon Spirit and the old woman took the other. After returning to the room, the old woman finally couldn't hold it in and spoke her dissatisfaction. Miss, with your status, how can you spend the night in this brothel? If he can, why can't I? Moon Spirit asked back. He's a man. Besides, how can his status be compared to Mrs.? The old woman said unwillingly. Man, woman, hat. Moon Spirit smiled faintly. If she cared about these things, she wouldn't have done so many disgraceful things. As for status, although it was useful, it was also annoying. In this unfamiliar place, she didn't want to be bound by these boring things. Miss, you should rest. We still have to hurry after dawn. The old woman advised. Okay. Moon Spirit nodded and walked to the bed. She lay down with a tired face, covered herself with a blanket and clothes. The old woman blew out the lamp and sat quietly on another bed in the room, adjusting her breath and meditating. In another room, Ning Chen sat in a wheelchair, looking out of the window in a daze. Ding! Deep into the night, the bustling streets fell into silence. At this moment, a crisp sound of a bell rang out in the distance. It was so clear that it was as if a silver needle had fallen onto the ice. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Looking at the black shadow coming from afar, his heart jumped. Ding! Amidst the eerie ghost chi, a ghostly palanquin came from afar. The black and white deities led the way, while Oxhead and Horseface covered 30 meters with each step. It was extremely strange. Seeing such a strange scene, Ning Chen could not remain calm. He was shocked. Could there really be ghosts in this world? With a loud bang, Ning Chen slammed his hands on the table and flew out from the 2nd floor along with his wheelchair. After landing, Ning Chen grabbed Black Impermanence, who was in front of the ghost palanquin, but he passed through like passing through a shadow without any hindrance. How could this be? Ning Chen's pupils constricted. He activated his martial arts and swung his hatchet at the netherworld ghost palanquin. Bang! The hatchet landed on Oxhead's body, creating sparks. However, the netherworld ghost palanquin continued to move forward. In a blink of an eye, it was already 30 meters away. Seeing the ghost palanquin leaving, Ning Chen turned his hatchet into a sword. He slammed his wheelchair and his body turned into a silver light. A flying feather, heaven and earth one sword. The fast hatchet slashed at the ghost palanquin. However, Horseface was blocking the way. The moment he turned around, he gave Ning Chen a bewitching look. Ning Chen's mental state was immediately damaged. He fell to the ground and vomited. Lunatic! It was unknown when the old woman appeared beside Ning Chen and mocked him. Ning Chen did not bother with her. He slammed his hands on the ground and flew back to his wheelchair. He then slowly walked into the building. After this short encounter, Ning Chen was even more confused. The black and white deities, Oxhead and Horseface, were obviously not martial artists in disguise. If that was the case, then there really were ghosts. Cough, cough. Ning Chen's mental state was severely damaged. He coughed violently. His head was in pain, and there was an indescribable emptiness in his dizziness. Young Master Ning, you were too reckless this time. Moon Spirit was also awakened by the commotion outside the room. She came to Ning Chen's side and stuffed an elixir into his mouth. I had no choice. I just wanted to resolve the doubts in my heart. Ning Chen did not reject Moon Spirit's good intentions. As soon as the elixir entered his mouth, it melted into a clear stream. The pain in his head immediately subsided. Sorry for disturbing your rest. Ning Chen looked up and saw the fatigue on Moon Spirit's face. He apologized. Moon Spirit nodded. Ning Chen had indeed disturbed her rest. Hearing Moon Spirit's blunt reply, Ning Chen revealed a rare trace of embarrassment. It was real and not a habit that he always wore on his face. After a long time, the old woman brought Moon Spirit back to her room to rest. Ning Chen also returned to his room to meditate. At dawn, Ning Chen opened his eyes and pushed open the door. Seeing Moon Spirit and the old woman in front of the door, he knew that they were here to say goodbye. You are leaving? And see you again. See you again. The two of them said goodbye without any reluctance or sadness. The friendship between gentlemen was as clear as water. There was no need to feel sorry for each other. Last night, I saw that young master used a sword move. Today, I will leave this sword behind as a gift to you. Moon Spirit said as she took a black sword from the old woman's hand and gave it to Ning Chen. Ning Chen did not take it and said softly, I already have a hatchet. Moon Spirit still put the black sword in Ning Chen's hand and insisted, a hatchet is not for fighting. Ning Chen did not refuse again. He touched the black sword with both hands and sighed, thank you. No need. See you again. After saying that, Moon Spirit turned and left. She left so freely without a trace of reluctance. The old woman looked at the black sword in Ning Chen's hand. Her expression changed again and again. In the end, she did not say anything and turned to follow. The black sword had no scabbard. It was not a peerlessly sharp sword. It was also very heavy in the hand. It was not easy for an ordinary person to use it casually. However, Ning Chen liked it very much. There was no reason, it was just pure liking. He still had to go on the road to the north. Ning Chen found a blacksmith in the city to make a scabbard. It was also as black as ink. The hatchet and the black sword were placed side by side behind the wheelchair and tied with cow tendons. Ning Chen's face showed a trace of doubt. Now, could he be considered a fusion of the sword and the saber? No one would give him this kind of answer. Ning Chen went north from the falling moon stream. The snow was knee-deep, and it was very difficult to walk. Half of the wheels of the wheelchair were covered. Ning Chen turned the wheels with both hands. He was unusually persistent and did not want to stop. The wheels crushed the snow. 2 rows of footprints could be vaguely seen. Perhaps they were also left by people who were in a hurry. Ning Chen walked for 2 days and 1 night in the 30 miles falling moon stream. He finally walked out at sunset on the 2nd day. After leaving the stream, there was light at the end of the tunnel. Without the obstruction of the cliffs on both sides, his vision became much wider. Suddenly, Ning Chen's pupils shrank. In front of him, there were corpses everywhere. Blood dyed the snow red. Old people, women, children, there was no exception. Ning Chen rarely got angry. However, when he saw this scene, the anger in his heart burned through the 9 heavens. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The wheelchair crushed the blood-stained snow. It was stained with the blood of the dead. It was also stained with the resentment of the dead. The more Ning Chen walked, the colder his heart became. His eyes became colder, and the veins on his hands became more visible. The knife wounds on the corpses were uneven. Their belongings were also stolen. It was obvious that this was not done by martial artists, but by bandits. The Great Xia dynasty had been established for more than 1,000 years. They were very strict with the bandits. More than 100 years ago, they even sent a martial Marquis to personally lead an expedition. This caused the bandits in the Great Xia dynasty to disappear. No one would have thought that such a dehumanizing scene would occur on this snowy day. The horses' hoof prints were still there, indicating that the bandits had not gone too far. However, the bandits had horses. Not only did Ning Chen not have a horse, but his legs were also crippled. Ning Chen was a very stubborn person. He was in the past, and he was now. He did not change because his legs were crippled. The wheelchair moved forward on the snow, leaving behind a trail of blood. The further he walked, the lighter the blood trail became. The bandits needed to rest. In such heavy snow, the horses could not move quickly. Ning Chen did not rest. No matter how slow he walked, he would eventually catch up. Just like that, 1 day, 2 days passed. Ning Chen caught up with the bandits outside a desolate forest. The bandits were starting a fire outside the forest. There were not many of them, only 13 of them. There were both men and women. The men were valiant and the women were charming. There was something roasting on the bonfire. The aroma of the meat permeated the air and drifted far away. More than 10 horses were tied up in the forest, not far from the bandit. In the Great Xia, horses were very valuable goods. The bandits kept a close watch on them. Ning Chen's arrival attracted everyone's attention. A young man in a wheelchair appeared in this desolate forest. No matter how one looked at it, it was a strange thing. The leader of the bandits was a very alert person. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong. However, not everyone was discerning. The charming woman among the bandits stood up and walked to Ning Chen's side. "Little brother, why are you here? Where's your family?" The woman's arm wrapped around Ning Chen. Her whole body was almost pouncing on him. "Excuse me, did you kill the people in front of the Falling Moon Ravine?" Ning Chen did not break free. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the charming woman in front of him. He smiled shyly and asked. Seeing the shy smile of the young man in front of her, the woman did not know why she felt a chill all over her body. She unconsciously let go of her arm and took half a step back. "Excuse me, did you kill the people in front of the Falling Moon Ravine?" Ning Chen asked again. His voice was still shy and calm, without a trace of threat. "Yes, no, the woman nodded at first. Immediately, she felt that something was wrong and was about to deny it. However, she did not have the chance. She saw a flash of ink and the last 2 words were stuck in her throat. The ink sword was stained with blood. This was Ning Chen's first time killing someone. He did not feel anything and did not have the legendary nausea. It was very strange. It was as if he had done something insignificant. When the wheelchair passed by, the woman fell. The ink sword was not sharp, but Ning Chen's sword was very fast. He slit her throat in one strike and did not leave much pain. The remaining bandits finally reacted. They picked up the knives in their hands and wanted to resist. However, bandits were after all ordinary people. Even if they were ruthless and cruel, they could not be a match for a level 4 martial artist. The ink sword waved mercilessly. Soon, the 11 bandits fell one by one. The bandit leader wanted to escape, but his chest was pierced through by a flying hatchet. He fell into the snow. Ning Chen's coldness made people feel cold. None of the 13 bandits survived, including the charming woman. Ning Chen never thought of himself as a soft-hearted person. He once said that he believed that he would not go to hell, but let others go to hell. When he said this, he was serious. It was not a joke. Maybe Mu Qingshui and Qing Ning were right to not teach him martial art. However, he still chose this path in the end. The blood on the ink sword was still warm. Ning Chen used the cold snow to wipe off the blood on the sword. At the same time, he cooled the sword down. He knew that he did not regret it. Chapter 39. The money that the bandits stole was still tied to the horses. Ning Chen released all the horses, leaving only a small white horse behind. The white horse was still young, so it would be hard for it to survive after being released. The little white horse was obviously frightened. It stood trembling beside Ning Chen, not even daring to breathe loudly. Ning Chen tied the reins of the white horse to the back of his wheelchair. With every step he took, the white horse followed suit. The white horse carried its own food, and Ning Chen carried his own food. Neither of them affected the other. They were just companions traveling together. Other than that, there was no other relationship between them. He found a lot of things from the bandits and their horses. Other than gold, silver, cloth, poison, and knockout powder, there was also a letter, an unopened letter. Ning Chen looked at the seal on the letter and frowned. After reading the contents of the letter, his frown deepened. Such important information, in the hands of a normal person, was the writer too confident or too stupid? Ning Chen believed that it was the latter, because this letter ended up in his hands. The road to the north would not change because of a letter. Ning Chen continued to head north. With the white horse, his speed was much faster. The white horse didn't have much food. It seemed that the bandits didn't plan to commit crimes for long. He still had some food on him, but he wasn't sure if the white horse would eat it. After walking for half a day, the white horse was obviously less vigilant towards him. Sometimes it even took the initiative to touch his face with its mouth. At this time, Ning Chen would always push the white horse away. This guy was too unhygienic. Traveling with someone was always less lonely. Although the white horse wasn't human, it was smarter than most people. It knew that it would most likely have to follow the human in front of it in the future, so its attitude towards him became more and more intimate. Ning Chen was very troubled and angry. He simply untied the reins and let the white horse fend for itself. However, the smart little white horse always kept up with Ning Chen. Every step Ning Chen took, it followed. Who said that the thickest animals in the world were humans? Ning Chen felt that the white horse's skin was thicker than most humans. With no other choice, he could only let the white horse follow him. He didn't tie the reins and let it do whatever it wanted. The white horse also felt that Ning Chen was in a bad mood, so it didn't dare to approach him. As a result, the strange scene of a man and a horse ignoring each other appeared in the wilderness. Snow began to fall again, filling the sky with fluttering white feathers. It was very beautiful. Ning Chen didn't know that right after he left, 3 figures appeared outside the desolate forest. A man, a woman, and a eunuch. Seeing the bandit corpses all over the ground, they couldn't help but frown. The 3 types of men carefully searched the corpses of the 13 bandits. Soon after, they shook their heads and said, "The letter has been taken away." The woman checked the wounds on the bandit's body and said calmly, "The sword wounds are the same. It's the same person. Chase after him." The old eunuch glanced at the wheelchair and hoof prints on the ground, and said in a deep voice. Unfortunately, after chasing for a while, the tracks of the wheelchair and the horse's hoof prints were covered by the snow again, and he could no longer find the direction. Split up and chase. The old eunuch glanced at the 3 directions behind him, and made a prompt decision. The man and the woman nodded and each chose a direction. The old eunuch continued to chase north. However, it was easier said than done to find a person in the vast snowy sky. Moreover, Ning Chen didn't have a target in the first place. He was just walking casually. The north was very big, abnormally big. Ning Chen was tired from walking. When he saw a village nearby, he temporarily stayed there for the night. Actually, the main reason was that the little white horse didn't want to walk anymore. It bit Ning Chen's sleeve and didn't let him go. Although everything had a spirit, a horse that was so smart was indeed a headache. The old eunuch chased quickly but also went astray. He didn't expect Ning Chen's footsteps to be caught by a horse and stop. The village that Ning Chen stayed in couldn't be more ordinary. The villagers were simple and warm in nature. The person who greeted Ning Chen was a family of 3. In the family, there was an old mother and a pair of brother and sister who hadn't married yet. The brother was a straightforward man while the sister was a virtuous girl. She wasn't beautiful but was very delicate. The man's hospitality and the girl's shyness were a stark contrast. After Ning Chen entered the house, the man asked his sister to cook while he helped to take care of the chores in the house. As a guest, Ning Chen was placed by the man next to the warmest stove in the house. He wasn't allowed to interfere in anything. The father of the 2 had been bedridden for many years and couldn't even speak. The family was supported by the man. These years, not only did he delay the man's marriage, but the girl's marriage was also a problem. Poor children matured early. This was the best way to describe the man and the girl. Ning Chen didn't say anything. He quietly came to the old man's side and gently pressed his right hand on the old man's back. Immediately, a faint silver light lit up. Threads of true qi flowed into the old man's body through his right hand. After a while, Ning Chen withdrew his right hand and turned the wheelchair back to the stove. He had done everything he could. The old man was already at the end of his life. It was impossible for him to get better. All he could do was to make the old man feel better and less painful. As for whether he could recover a little, such as speaking a sentence or two, it was out of his control. Birth, aging, sickness, and death were the most difficult things in the world to go against. He couldn't, the emperor couldn't, and even the Xiantian couldn't. If someone could do it, it could only be a god. Unfortunately, he had only seen oxhead, horseface, and black and white impermanence. He had never seen a god. Thanks, on the bed, the old man trembled and moved his lips. He spoke very softly. Except for Ning Chen, no one could hear him clearly. Ning Chen grinned and nodded his head in response. He had said that good people would always be rewarded with good things. Not long after, the girl had finished cooking and put the food on the table. Ning Chen turned the wheelchair to the table. He had been hungry for a long time. These days, he had been eating dry food every day. His lips were almost worn out. The food was very simple. They were all dried vegetables prepared by their family for the winter. The girl was very good at cooking. Even these simple ingredients smelled good. Ning Chen was very full. He was so full that he couldn't eat anymore. The man's enthusiasm was a bit too much. He didn't want to refuse. In the end, he couldn't help but open his mouth to refuse the man's scary enthusiasm. The girl ate very little. Maybe because there were strangers around, the girl's face was red all the time. It made Ning Chen feel very uncomfortable. He had never seen such a shy girl. The women he had met before were all tough. For example, Mu Qingxue, Qing Ning, the 9th princess, and Xia Miaoyu. Forget it, let's eat. Ning Chen naturally couldn't get involved in the washing of the dishes after the meal. The girl's virtuousness was enough to make those in front of her die of shame. He even wondered if Mu Qingxue or Qing Ning knew what he Miao looked like. The little white horse's dinner was still its own rations. Ning Chen didn't want to help it change its diet. Besides, where could he find something to change its diet in this snowy weather? When it was time to rest at night, another troublesome thing happened. There were only 2 beds in the house, one big and one small. Usually, the old man and the girl squeezed on the bigger bed. It was also convenient for the girl to take care of her mother. In fact, Ning Chen didn't need to rest on the bed. Most of the time, he just sat in the wheelchair with his eyes closed. He treated it as a rest when he cultivated. However, the man didn't agree no matter what. He insisted that Ning Chen sleep on the bed. Ning Chen had no choice but to follow the arrangement. Only then did the man smile. He casually found a few pieces of wood and put them on 2 stools to make a simple bed. The wind was very strong at night. Ning Chen lay on the bed, quietly listening to the wind outside the house. He didn't feel sleepy at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep, but it was snowing outside. Ning Chen was used to the sharp pain in his leg. However, it didn't mean that he couldn't feel it. Suddenly, the sound of a dog barking came from outside the village. The next moment, the dog barking stopped and disappeared. Under the straw shed not far from the house, the little white horse was panting heavily. It seemed to be reminding someone inside the house. Ning Chen got up, sat on the wheelchair, and walked out softly. Someone came, and it was a martial artist. Ning Chen wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was smarter than many people. He knew that the person who came was the letter in his hand. When the old eunuch saw Ning Chen in the wheelchair, he was obviously stunned. Obviously, he recognized Ning Chen's appearance. In fact, many people in the palace had seen Ning Chen. At that time, he was a scholar, a hero, lightning and light. He was the only legend. Today, he became a cripple who was being hunted down. The old eunuch didn't understand. In his impression, Ning Chen should still be in the kingdom of truth. Why would he be here? Ning Chen didn't recognize the old eunuch. There were so many eunuchs in the palace. How could he recognize all of them? However, he was very familiar with this damn eunuch's clothes. This was the clothes of the West Palace. The clothes of the various palaces in the Xia Palace were mostly the same, but there were slight differences. He had been in the palace for a long time, so he naturally knew some things. After the old eunuch gave chase, he couldn't find Ning Chen and had to return. When he passed by the village, he heard that a young man had entered the village in the evening. He knew that he had found the right place. The old eunuch was a 6th-grade martial artist. He was much stronger than Ning Chen. Not to mention that one was a normal person and the other was a cripple. Oh no. Both of them were crippled. It was just that they were crippled in different places. However, no matter what, the difference in strength between the two was not small. The old eunuch wanted to kill everyone who had read the letter. Therefore, he didn't say anything and sent a palm strike towards Ning Chen. Ning Chen raised his knife to block. Suddenly, he felt a huge force. His body and his wheelchair flew 3 zhang away, knocking over the little white horse's straw hut. The little white horse was furious. This was where it hid from the snow. If it was destroyed, where would it sleep at night? The little white horse used both its mouth and hooves to dig Ning Chen out of the straw hut. However, the latter vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the snow in front of him red. Go away, don't get in the way. Ning Chen pushed the little white horse away. Why would a horse participate in a fight between crippled people? Even if you want to help a crippled person, you shouldn't be the only one doing it. Ning Chen lifted the wheelchair and sat on it. Fortunately, his hands were not crippled. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to get on the wheelchair. The chopper in his hand was already deformed. There was a large dent in it. The old eunuch's right hand was abnormally strong. Ning Chen felt disgusted for a long time. How could he fight? There was no way to fight. He tried to bend the chopper with both hands. He found that the chopper was basically broken. He couldn't straighten it anymore. The old eunuch was originally worried that Ning Chen had some tricks up his sleeve. However, after one move, he understood the latter's strength clearly. 4 words. Unable to withstand a single blow. His cultivation was no good, his moves were no good, and his experience was even worse. Other than his fast reaction, he had no other good point. Ning Chen didn't know what the old eunuch was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely explode from anger. He felt that the old eunuch was very strong. Stronger than him. In fact, the two's evaluation of each other already showed the difference in their strength. One was a martial arts newbie, while the other was a Jianghu veteran. There was really nothing to compare them. The snowstorm outside was getting heavier. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. This battle was going to be troublesome. Chapter 40. Amidst the falling snow, Ning Chen and the old eunuch faced each other 10 steps away. The difference in strength made this battle without much suspense. Above the 5th grade of martial arts was a completely different realm from below the 5th grade. After Ning Chen entered the 4th grade of martial arts, it was difficult for him to make any further progress. He was blocked by this natural barrier. Ning Chen pulled out the black sword from behind his back and focused all of his attention. In this battle, there was only life and death, nothing else. The old eunuch did not have a weapon in his hand. His withered hand slapped down with 1,000 jin of force. It was difficult to resist. With a bang, the palm and the sword collided. Ning Chen retreated again and again. The black sword turned and stabbed into the ground to stop his retreat. Then, he patted the wheelchair with his left hand. A dark shadow streaked across the night sky and silently swept toward the old eunuch. Insignificant skill. The old eunuch coldly snorted. His palm whistled and he casually waved it away. Ning Chen's wheelchair moved again. A silver light condensed on the body of the sword. Frost vibrated and a waterfall of snow was formed. Within the light of the sword, one black shadow after another appeared. The old eunuch raised his hand to catch the sword. After grabbing the sword, He leaned his body and dodged the flying arrow. Ha! Ning Chen coldly shouted. The true yuan in his body was activated and the sword pressed down. With a bang, the snow around the two was blown away. Impudent! The old eunuch's hand that was holding the sword began to bleed. His face was cold. His other hand condensed inner yuan, and he sent a palm towards Ning Chen's chest. Wah! Seeing Ning Chen spit out blood, the old eunuch frowned and retreated, avoiding this mouthful of blood. Compared to normal people, the old eunuch loved cleanliness. It could even be said that he had a serious obsession with cleanliness. However, as the old eunuch retreated, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Taking advantage of this short opportunity, he ignored his injuries and pulled out the hatchet with his left hand. Turning the hatchet into a sword, he took a step forward and used his ultimate move. Flying Swan, Heaven and Earth One Sword. The graceful sword strike was so close that even the old eunuch could not avoid it. He had no choice but to let go of the black ink sword in his right hand and put it in front of him to protect himself. Impossible! How can you know the moves of a sword consecrator? The old eunuch's pupils shrank and he anxiously shouted. Sing! The saber pierced through Zhang Xian's arm, but it was blocked by his zhenqi, unable to advance any further. Ha! Ning Chen didn't care about anything else now that he had succeeded in his attack. He activated the genuine qi in his body again. Using the ink sword as a support, he pushed the saber forward another 2 inches. Courting death. The old eunuch looked embarrassed. He couldn't care less about the relationship between Ning Chen and the sword consecrator. He condensed qi in his left palm and aimed it at Ning Chen's dantian sea of qi. Since we can't live, then let's die together. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. He didn't dodge or evade. Instead, the black sword swept out and stabbed towards the old eunuch's qi sea. Ning Chen's cultivation base was not as high as the old eunuch's, nor was he as experienced as the old eunuch. Even his disability was not as convenient as the old eunuch's, but he had one thing that the old eunuch could not catch up with. He was not afraid of death, nor did he care about his cultivation. Humans' greatest fear was the unknown. The reason why humans were afraid of death was precisely because of the unknown after death. However, Ning Chen knew that because he had died once, compared to most people, he was not afraid of death. As for cultivation, it didn't matter. You couldn't expect someone who had just cultivated for a few months to reach the 4th grade of the prenatal stage to care about his cultivation. Lunatic. The old eunuch was anxious. He couldn't be as crazy as Ning Chen, so he retreated. The hand that was slapping towards Ning Chen's qi si grabbed the black sword in an attempt to block this mutual destruction sword. Ning Chen coldly snorted. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. He raised his true qi to the peak and stabbed the old eunuch's dantian with all his strength. Whoosh! The sword and saber moved simultaneously. One stabbed towards the heart and the other towards the dantian. The old eunuch blocked the saber with one hand and grabbed the sword with the other. Blood flowed out and continuously fell into the snow. The sound of blood dripping was very soft in this snowy night. Ning Chen's performance was already quite impressive. With his 4th grade crippled body, he was able to injure a 6th grade expert to this extent, even if his injuries were more serious. The saber and sword could no longer advance. The old eunuch's true qi locked the saber and sword, causing Ning Chen's desperate battle to stop here. In the next moment, the old eunuch's face turned sinister. He angrily urged his true qi, wanting to completely cripple the young man in front of him with one palm. However, at this moment, the old eunuch's body staggered. His true qi stagnated, and he almost fell to the ground. How can this be? The old eunuch was shocked. In his panic, he wanted to urge his true qi again, but it was already too late. Ha! Ning Chen released the sword in his hand, and with a flip of his palm, he forcefully urged the last of his true qi. Soon after, he slapped the back of the black sword. With a soft sound, the black sword broke through the old eunuch's defense and stabbed into the latter's dantian. Ugh! With a long, painful groan, the old eunuch's chi was shattered by the power of the sword. His true chi was in a mess, and blood immediately flowed out of his mouth. Damn it! The old eunuch's face showed extreme pain. With a flip of his hand, he pressed his palm towards Ning Chen's chest. Bang! With a loud sound, Ning Chen was sent flying. He crashed into the snow and vomited blood. How can this be? How can I? His eyes were filled with disbelief, but it could not hide the cruel truth. The old eunuch kept retreating. The saber in his left arm and the black sword in his dantian were still there. Blood flowed out, continuously dyeing the ground red. Ugh! Ning Chen's chest tightened, and he vomited another mouthful of blood. He looked at the old eunuch. He knew that the old eunuch was finished. The black sword that pierced into his dantian was coated with poison. The old eunuch's chi was already destroyed, and his true chi was in a mess. This had accelerated the spread of the poison in his body. However, the old eunuch's previous pause was because of the knockout powder on the saber. After the old eunuch retreated a dozen steps, he finally fell into the snow with a thump. Before he left, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and regret. Ning Chen struggled to climb onto the wheelchair. Then, he looked at the little white horse not far away and shouted hoarsely, "Why are you still pretending to be dead? Hurry up and come over." Outside the house, there was already a scene of devastation from the battle between the two. Fortunately, the snowstorm tonight was very strong. Not only did it cover the sounds of the battle, but it also quickly covered the blood on the ground. The old eunuch's corpse could not be left here. Ning Chen called the little white horse to do the hard work. Otherwise, how could it let a disabled person carry it away? Although the little white horse was unwilling, it did not dare to resist. It could only let Ning Chen throw the dead eunuch on its back. After cleaning up the scene, Ning Chen and the little white horse walked out of the village. When they felt that they were far enough away from the village, they casually found a place and dug a big hole to bury the old eunuch. It was impossible to erect a monument. He believed that the old eunuch must have had accomplices, just like how he believed that someone would hunt him down because of the letter. The poison on the black ink sword and the knockout powder on the hatchet had been washed away by the old eunuch's blood, and that was all he had found from the bandits. How he was going to face the possible pursuit afterwards was a problem that gave him a headache. It was impossible to go back. Ever since he got the letter, he could only go north. Don't talk to him about the righteousness of the nation. If he lost his life, everything would be useless. He could only continue to go north until he killed all the people who were hunting him down. Going north would not change. The only difference was that in the past, he did it willingly and aimlessly. Now, he was forced. He had to go. Unfortunately, he did not know how many accomplices the old eunuch had. In other words, he did not know how many people the old eunuch sent to steal the letter. He hoped that in this group, the old eunuch was the strongest. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. It seemed that it would continue for the whole night. After burying the old eunuch, Ning Chen returned to the village. He needed to rest now. When he opened the door, the man and the girl were still sleeping. Only the old eunuch was awake. He looked at Ning Chen and opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Ning Chen smiled dryly and greeted the old eunuch. Soon after, he lay back on the bed in a very sorry state. The true qi in his body was almost exhausted. Ning Chen did not dare to sleep. He calmly guided the remaining true qi to heal the injuries in his body. He was still alive. It was great. The old eunuch's two palms injured most of his internal organs. Fortunately, the old eunuch was injured or under the influence of the knockout powder when he attacked. He could not gather all his strength in a hurry. Plus, the difference in their cultivation was not that great. Otherwise, it would have been the old eunuch burying him. His injuries were very serious. However, when dawn came, he still had to hurry. If he stayed here, it would be a disaster for the people in the village. He could not take this risk. The night passed quickly. When dawn came, Ning Chen packed up his things and said goodbye to the man's warm invitation to stay. He continued on his journey. There was a small bag of silver on the bed that he slept in. It was not much, but it was enough for the man to marry a wife. If he was frugal, it would be enough for the girl's dowry. This was the silver that the bandits robbed. He picked some pieces of silver that did not have any markings. This way, it would not bring any trouble to the man's family. The man had to repair the shed outside the house. He was in a hurry to leave and could not stay to help. Sometimes, Ning Chen felt very helpless. It seemed that ever since he came to this world, he had been on the run. When he was in the palace of Xia, he had to think of a way to get out of the palace to save his life. Now that he was out of the palace, he still had to continue on the run to save his life. The little white horse was still shamelessly following behind him. Ning Chen did not care about it. Although the horse was small, it was still meat when it was hungry. Of course, the little white horse did not know what the man in front of it was thinking. Otherwise, it would have given him a kick. The world outside was vast. A man and a horse were like two little ants in the vast expanse of snow. It wasn't that easy to track them down. Therefore, Ning Chen was not too worried. In the wind and snow, a crippled man and a snow-white horse were traveling together. They rarely spoke, and indeed, they couldn't talk. Boom! At this moment, in the north, a golden light shot up to the sky. A holy aura spread out and dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. It also dispersed the snow in the sky. This sudden phenomenon shocked the entire north. Countless people looked in the direction of the light. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Ning Chen frowned. Could it be that someone had entered the Xiantian realm? Since when did Xiantian masters become so common? The little white horse was shocked by this shocking scene. Its hooves almost gave out. After a while, Ning Chen shook his head. It should not be that someone had entered the Xiantian realm. This golden light lacked the aura of a person. It was just a dead object. On this windy and snowy day, there were few people in the wilderness. The only people closest to the light beam were Ning Chen and the little white horse. The wheelchair moved and the white horse set off, heading towards the light pillar. Everyone was curious, and Ning Chen was no exception. However, Ning Chen did not walk fast. The little white horse also did not walk fast. Although he was curious, he was not enthusiastic. However, other than Ning Chen, all the warriors in the north were crazily excited. Such a phenomenon must be the birth of an incredible ancient relic. 100 years ago, when the heavenly tomes emerged from underground, the phenomenon was very similar to today. Unfortunately, the phenomenon appeared in the west. In the end, the heavenly tomes fell into the hands of the eternal night cult. For 1,000 years, the great Xia dynasty had been so powerful, but they only had one heavenly tomes. Therefore, besides strength, the most important factor in the ownership of an ancient relic was luck. Ning Chen seemed to have such luck. The ancient relic was the closest to him. Unfortunately, other than his curiosity, he did not have much enthusiasm. In the snow, the man and the horse did not walk fast. However, because they were really close, no matter how slow they walked, they gradually approached the place where the phenomenon occurred. Chapter 41. When they arrived near the golden light pillar, the phenomenon had already disappeared. This was not strange at all. It was just a phenomenon, not the sun. It could not possibly shine for 10 days to half a month. Ning Chen looked at the big crack on the ground and frowned. He really had no interest in going down. He came here to look for treasures, not to seek death. With such a big crack, even if there were treasures, he would not be able to return alive. Ning Chen wanted to leave, but the little white horse held onto Ning Chen's sleeve and refused to let go. "You are just a horse, where did your curiosity come from?" Ning Chen frowned and scolded. This guy was becoming more and more human. "But, you are just a horse, what's the use of being human?" However, no matter how Ning Chen scolded, the little white horse refused to let go. It even dragged Ning Chen into the crack. Have you seen anyone bullying a handicapped person? Ning Chen had seen many, but this was his first time seeing a horse bullying a handicapped person. Do you really want to go? Ning Chen was furious and asked impatiently. Huchi, the little white horse, let out a huff from its throat, expressing its attitude. Then let's go. Ning Chen replied. It was not even afraid of a horse. What was there for him to be afraid of? The crack was very steep and looked very deep. Ning Chen pulled out his ink sword and stabbed it into the frozen soil. He then untied the reins on the little white horse's head and tied it to the wheelchair. Then, Ning Chen calmly jumped down the crack with the little white horse. What was the most terrifying person in the world? It was not the unreasonable, not the reckless, but the reckless. The current Ning Chen and the little white horse had obviously surpassed the unreasonable and reckless. They had directly risen to the level of reckless. After jumping down the crack, Ning Chen held his ink sword and waited until it was about 1 zhang down. Then, he suddenly stabbed the sword into the frozen soil of the crack. Walala, the ink sword drew a half-foot-long fan shape before it stabilized. For a moment, dust flew and scattered everywhere. Below, the little white horse hung under the wheelchair and swung around. There were bloodstains on its body because of the reins. You should lose weight, Ning Chen said in annoyance. He was actually fooling around with this beast. He must have too much time on his hands. The little white horse suffered a lot. It was tied around its waist by the reins, but it stubbornly refused to cry out in pain. It was very similar to a certain person. When it was stubborn, it was even more stubborn than a donkey. Ning Chen pulled out his black sword, and his body fell down again. Then, he stabbed a hatchet into the frozen ground. This time, Ning Chen miscalculated. The part that was bent by the old eunuch was twisted again. Soon after, the hatchet was bent into a strange arc like a fried dough twist. Then, the man and the horse couldn't stop themselves from falling and continued to fall. Truly, nothing good comes cheap. Ning Chen threw away the hatchet and complained about the academy. Then the ink sword followed up. Just like that, after an unknown amount of time, the man and the horse finally reached the bottom of the crevice. Ning Chen's body was covered in mud, and the little white horse's hair had fallen off quite a bit due to the rains. A featherless phoenix was no better than a chicken, a featherless white horse was no better than a donkey. The handsome little white horse now looked like it had just been cooked and plucked. What do you think we should do? In the pitch-black crevice, Ning Chen and the little white horse stared at each other. They were both in a bad mood. Huff! The little white horse answered unwillingly. It turned around and wanted to leave, but its head hit the stone wall. It was in so much pain that its mouth twitched. Serves you right. Ning Chen took out a fire starter and blew it. Following the light of the fire, he ignored the little white horse and walked towards the only path in front of him. The path was long, very long, and endless. Ning Chen was tired of walking, and his attitude towards the little white horse became even worse. The little white horse didn't dare to resist. Occasionally, it would whimper to show that it was unconvinced, but it was suppressed by the fierce wind and rain. After about an hour, when the fire starter was about to burn out, Ning Chen finally saw a glimmer of light in front of him. The man and the horse were excited. They sped up and came to the light. Ning Chen held his black sword and slashed open the cave that was blocked by the rocks. With a bang, the rock collapsed. The scene in front of them instantly shocked them. The scene in front of them was indescribable. It was like the meridians in a person's body. There were corridors everywhere. The blood-red soil was also very different from the rocks from before. It looked very gloomy and even scary. We can't be in hell, right? Ning Chen looked at the dark red world in front of him. He turned his head and asked with difficulty. Huff! The little white horse replied. It didn't understand, but from the horse's expression, it could be seen that the horse was also very shocked. Let's continue. Ning Chen clenched his teeth. Since they were already here, what was there to be afraid of? If a man died, his bird would face the sky. There were many paths in front of him. Ning Chen didn't care about anything and directly chose the biggest, widest, and brightest path. He didn't know what was in front of him anyway. It didn't matter to him which path he chose. The little white horse didn't have any objections at all. Wherever Ning Chen went, it would go along with him. After half an hour, the man and the horse returned. Thus, the path in front of them was a dead end. There was nothing. Which path do you want to choose? Ning Chen looked at the remaining paths and gritted his teeth. The little white horse hesitated. It paced back and forth in front of each path for a while. Finally, it chose the smallest, narrowest, and darkest path. Are you sure? Ning Chen asked unwillingly. Huff. The little white horse replied. I'll listen to you once. Ning Chen steeled his heart. He turned his wheelchair and walked towards the small corridor in front of him. After half an hour, the man and the horse returned. Ning Chen's face darkened. He wanted to roast the little white horse on the spot. There were 7 paths left. Ning Chen didn't know which path to choose. He looked at the ink sword in his hand and stood on the ground. Then, the ink sword fell. This one. Ning Chen pointed in the direction of the ink sword's hilt and decided without hesitation. At the side, the little white horse softly snorted. It was dissatisfied with Ning Chen's casual attitude. Don't follow me if you have the ability. Ning Chen glanced at the little white horse and said with disdain. The little white horse didn't say anything and followed obediently. Reality proved that Ning Chen's casual choice was correct. After walking for about an hour, the scene in front of them changed again. It was a river, a very wide river. The dark yellow river water was bubbling, and there was even a faint fishy smell. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. He remembered a legend from his previous life. There was a river that was very similar to this. It was said that in the underworld there was a river in front of the underworld. It was called the Weak River. The Weak River was 3,000 times more difficult than death. We are in trouble. Ning Chen casually pulled out a strand of hair and threw it into the water. The strand of hair drifted and slowly sank into the water without any ripples. Seeing this scene, the little white horse was obviously shocked. It unconsciously took 2 steps back and distanced itself from the Weak River. Ning Chen scoffed at this. He believed that they could definitely cross this river. It was just that he hadn't thought of a way yet. There was a rumor that there was a bottomless wooden boat in the Weak River. It was the only thing that could cross the Weak River. He just didn't know if this rumor was true or false. Many legends from his previous life had become reality in this world. Oxhead and Horseface, Black and White Impermanence, and even the Weak River had appeared. Ning Chen believed that even if there was a bottomless boat, it wouldn't be strange. Ning Chen turned his wheelchair and walked along the riverside. Suddenly, his body stopped. He saw another thing from the legends. Yellow Springs flower. Legends said that it was a strange flower that grew at the bottom of the Weak River. After consuming it, one would be immortal. However, after consuming this flower, one's body would gradually rot and become neither dead nor alive. Therefore, the Yellow Springs flower was also a kind of poisonous flower. Ning Chen looked at it for a long time but didn't dare to pick it. In this Weak River, no one could guarantee their survival. He wasn't afraid of death, but he also didn't want to court death. Huchi, at this moment, the little white horse walked to Ning Chen's side. The horse's mouth huffed and then bit the latter's clothes to make him look at a pile of trash not far from the riverside. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. He changed the direction of the wheelchair and walked towards the pile of trash. It was called a pile of trash because there were bones, broken wood, rotten clothes, and so on. In the middle of it, there was also a broken boat. More importantly, the boat was bottomless. Ning Chen silently pulled the boat out and then slowly dragged the boat into the Weak River. The next moment, Ning Chen became even more silent. The boat really floated. This was beyond his scope of understanding. As someone who came from an atheist world, It was really hard for him to believe the fact in front of him. Ning Chen silently took a few pieces of broken wood from the pile of trash and made a few places to stay on the boat. Then, he led the little white horse and walked up together. Since he didn't know why, he would continue to walk and see what was behind this weak river. Ning Chen used a broken wood as a paddle and slowly rowed towards the other side of the river. The little white horse stood on the bed, its body trembling. It looked very scared. Ning Chen frowned and scolded, "What's there to be scared of? I'm not asking you to jump." The little white horse whimpered softly and felt better. Its body stopped trembling, but its 4 hooves were still trembling. It was obvious that it was still scared. Ning Chen ignored it. As he rowed the boat, he quietly paid attention to the other side of the river to see if there was any danger. At this time, some cow spirits, snake spirits, ghosts and monsters should have appeared. He didn't believe that there would be no danger in such a strange place. He couldn't count on the little white horse. It would be good if it didn't scare him and jump down. The result proved that Ning Chen was overthinking. There were no cow spirits, snake spirits, ghosts or monsters. There wasn't even a skeleton. However, the weak river was much wider than he thought. They stayed on the boat for a quarter of an hour before they slowly floated to the other side of the river. The boat might still be useful. Ning Chen also dragged the boat ashore to prevent it from being washed away by the weak river. The little white horse stood on the shore. Its body was no longer trembling. Its pair of horse eyes stared straight ahead. Ning Chen also felt that the atmosphere in front of them was not right. It was as if something was staring at them. "Let's go." Ning Chen calmed himself down and immediately walked forward. Whether it was the underworld or not, they had already come here. Whether they were dead or alive, they had to go in and see. The little white horse followed suit. Its hooves were obviously heavier. After a quarter of an hour, Ning Chen's hand that was turning the wheelchair stopped. He looked at the door in front of him and the 4 big words carved on the door. His eyes narrowed even more. Netherworld, Underworld. The 4 big words were written in a flamboyant style. It was not difficult to recognize. The words were bone-piercing and very powerful. It even had an indescribable charm that made it hard for people to look away. Ning Chen felt indescribable. If it was anyone else in his position, they would feel the same. If this was not a prank by the Eternal Night Cult, it would be really shocking. If the underworld existed, then where was King Yama and Xidigarba? If the underworld was real, then where was King Yama? Ning Chen slowly pushed the door in front of him. He wanted to see what the world behind the netherworld underworld was. Chapter 42. The door opened slowly. What entered his eyes was not any rare treasures, but a gray chaos. There was nothing, not even a wall. It was just chaos. Ning Chen turned his wheelchair and entered. Before he could react, he saw groups of headless spectral soldiers approaching. Beside the spectral soldiers were ghosts and monsters. It was a horrifying sight. The spectral soldiers were passing through, and the ghosts were possessing him. Ning Chen tried to avoid them, but no matter how hard he tried, the spectral soldiers were getting closer and closer to him. Is this an illusion? Ning Chen frowned. He did not understand what was going on. When he turned around, he realized that the door had disappeared. There was only him and thousands of spectral soldiers left in the chaos. Kill! The spectral soldiers raised their spears. Their battle cries shook the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of him. It was a strange sight, but it did not seem like a complete illusion. Ning Chen waved his hand and pulled out the ink sword behind him. He swung his sword and knocked away several spears. Then, he retreated 10 steps. Fortunately, the wheelchair he was in was made by a teacher from the academy. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by the continuous battles. This battle came out of nowhere. Ning Chen did not dare to be careless. He waved his sword and condensed his aura. Then, he fought with the spectral soldiers. The spectral soldiers were not strong. They were weaker than normal soldiers. However, they were accompanied by ghosts and monsters. It was much more troublesome to deal with them. There were too many spectral soldiers. Ning Chen's body started to have wounds. When the spears cut through his body, blood splattered everywhere. There was an extremely cold aura. The spectral soldiers were hard to hurt. Only vital energy could suppress them. However, every time a ghost passed through his body, Ning Chen would feel the vital energy in his body stagnating. His spirit would also weaken. I can't go forward or back. All the demons are blocking my way. Ning Chen was furious. The vital energy in his energy reserve surged. His ink sword condensed into frost. With a swing of his sword, 7 spectral soldiers were sent flying. Endless spectral soldiers and endless spectral soldiers. Ning Chen's wounds were increasing. More and more blood was flowing. In the chaotic world, broken limbs and corpses were everywhere. More and more corpses were piled up. The corpses were piling up like mountains. Without any rest or respite, the ink sword in Ning Chen's hand had already been dyed red by the dark red blood, and the number of corpses beneath him was uncountable. After killing for a long time, Ning Chen felt that his hand holding the sword had lost all feeling. He was only driven by instinct. He continued to kill the spectral soldiers and spectral soldiers in front of him. Cough, cough. The serious consumption of true qi caused the previous suppressed injuries to erupt again. Ning Chen vomited blood and looked up, only to find that there were no more ghost soldiers in front of him who could stand up. The world of primal chaos was the same everywhere. There was no distinction between day and night. It was like the chaos at the beginning of the universe. Everything was without rules. Here, Ning Chen found that his real qi was recovering much faster than usual. Even his cultivation base, which had been stagnant recently, was showing signs of a breakthrough. Unfortunately, this was not a safe place, let alone a treasured place for cultivation. He didn't know when the Een soldiers would appear again. Although these undead creatures that didn't know pain lacked intelligence and combat strength, they were still difficult to deal with due to their large numbers and the fact that they were half alive. Just as Ning Chen suppressed his injuries with great difficulty and recovered some of his strength, war horses galloped in the distance. In the blink of an eye, 4 headless black-armored Een cavalrymen had already charged over with their halberds. With a bang, the sword and halberd collided. The headless dark horse carried the remaining power of the war horse. Ning Chen's right hand went numb, and he was knocked back 15 meters by the impact of the halberd. There's no end to this. Ning Chen coughed softly and looked at the 4 headless dark cavalrymen surrounding him. The ink sword in his hand vibrated, and fresh blood flowed, dripping onto the corpses below him. Bang! The battle started again. The 4 halberds attacked one after another, taking turns to attack and defend. Even though Ning Chen's cultivation base was slightly better, he couldn't break through the tight coordination of the 4. His body was dyed with blood again. So annoying! After attacking for a long time without success, Ning Chen was annoyed. He didn't block or dodge the incoming halberd and took it head-on. The halberd entered his body and was dyed red. A bleeding hand grabbed the halberd and couldn't move an inch under the bronze halberd. Clang! At this moment, another 3 halberds came from 3 different directions. Ning Chen waved the ink sword in his hand and deflected 2 halberds. He immediately stepped back and dodged the 3rd halberd. With 1 halberd missing, there was a gap in their coordination. Ning Chen used his left hand to pull back and took advantage of the situation. With a slash of his sword, he cut off an arm of the headless dark cavalryman in front of him. Cough, cough. In a short moment, the battle situation changed a few times. Ning Chen's body couldn't withstand the intense pressure and started coughing violently. The dark cavalryman's arm strength was limitless. Every halberd had the power to split a mountain and wasn't something a human could block. Ning Chen relied on his 4th-grade prenatal cultivation base to block a few attacks. His body was starting to weaken. This halberd. Ning Chen held the halberd that he took from the dark cavalryman and felt a cold Yin aura continuously entering his meridians from his palm. He had no choice but to use his true qi to suppress it. Only then did he feel better. If he didn't guess wrongly, this halberd must have been an extremely good divine weapon in the past. However, it had been in the hands of the dark cavalryman for too long and was contaminated with excessive Yin qi, turning it into a Yin weapon. If he could get rid of the Yin qi in the halberd, it might be able to recover its original divine weapon characteristic. However, this possibility was very small. The most likely possibility was that once the Yin qi was removed, this Yin weapon would become a piece of scrap metal. Out of the 4 dark cavalrymen, 1 was already crippled. Their attack and defense were very weak. They didn't pose much of a threat to Ning Chen anymore. Other than the dark cavalryman's strength, their combat strength wasn't very scary. As for the remaining 3, Ning Chen finally defeated them one by one. No matter what, he was still a 4th-grade martial artist who had defeated a 6th-grade expert. Although it wasn't a glorious victory, it was still a victory. Ning Chen kept one of the halberds and prepared to study it in the future. This halberd was too much of a threat to him. Not only was it sturdy and resistant to cuts, but the Yin qi in it also restrained the true essence in his body. Every time they clashed, a lot of his true qi would be imperceptibly consumed. The Yin qi in the chaotic lands was getting denser. Yin weapons and dark cavalrymen were originally soldiers of the netherworld realm. Why would they appear here? He had just opened the door to the netherworld realm. Why would he come to this strange chaotic world? Ning Chen couldn't figure it out. He could only seize the time to regulate his breathing and heal his wounds. Fortunately, the spiritual qi in this place was quite dense. The recovery of true qi was much faster than outside. The injuries on his body were very serious. There were new and old wounds, internal and external injuries. All of them were in urgent need of quiet recuperation. Unfortunately, what he lacked most now was time. He didn't know when the Yin weapons and dark cavalrymen would appear again. If he stayed here for a long time, he would starve to death even if he didn't die of exhaustion. At this time, he missed the little white horse a little. If the little white horse also came, it would still be meat even if he was hungry. As he thought about it, the Yin weapons appeared again. Ning Chen felt a headache coming. He sighed softly and had to force himself to pull out the ink sword again. The battle was very boring. It was still a one-sided slaughter. No matter how ordinary a person's aptitude was, they would become better at fighting as they continued to fight. Ning Chen's aptitude was nothing in the eyes of those geniuses, but it was already not bad in the eyes of ordinary people. After the Yin weapons were still the dark cavalrymen. There were also 4 of them. The battle was more intense, and the injuries he received were more serious. However, he had no choice. In the end, Ning Chen didn't even know how many Yin soldiers and dark cavalrymen he had killed. Every battle was the same. He was injured, healed, and then fought again. He was injured again and healed again. He killed until he vomited. Perhaps that was how he felt at this moment. He didn't want to die, so he could only persevere. Moreover, in this place, it didn't seem that easy to die. The injuries on his body didn't seem to worsen. Time didn't seem to have any effect here. However, the accumulation of injuries was enough to make him suffer. He even wondered if he would die immediately with such serious injuries if he could get out of here. He didn't know what would happen in the future, but he knew that at least he didn't want to die now. Without time, he counted with the halberds of the Yin cavalrymen. He killed 1 wave and collected 4 halberds. He killed 2 waves and collected 8 halberds. In the end, waves after waves of halberds appeared one after another. He couldn't even count how many halberds there were. The halberds piled up into a small mountain. Ning Chen had a headache just looking at them. He was too lazy to count them again. Later on, the halberds were counted in piles. 1 pile, 2 piles, Yin soldiers and dark cavalrymen kept appearing. After one battle after another, Ning Chen was able to deal with them more and more easily. When he encountered the Yin cavalrymen again, it was no longer a battle of equal strength. It was a one-sided slaughter. There was no suspense in the battle. The blood on the ink sword never dried. The smell of blood assailed his nostrils. It was a little disgusting. Days without time were so monotonous and dull. Ning Chen felt that he was going crazy. If it weren't for the Yin soldiers and dark cavalrymen that kept appearing, he believed without doubt that he would have gone crazy long ago. He was tired of killing. He was annoyed. He was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. However, he still had to keep on killing. The mental torture had far exceeded the physical pain. If it weren't for the stubbornness of wanting to live, he might have already put down the ink sword in his hand and let the Yin cavalrymen's halberds tear him into pieces. Just when Ning Chen couldn't hold on anymore and was on the verge of collapse, the surrounding primal chaos world suddenly cracked. Soon after, it shattered with a bang. The scene in front of him changed instantly. In the gloomy and majestic main hall, a little white horse ate a pearl on the altar in one bite. It broke the source of illusion. Ning Chen was saved. The one who saved him was a little white horse that he wanted to eat for a long time. Perhaps if it was a second later, Ning Chen would have gone crazy. However, the little white horse ate in time. At the most crucial moment, it ate the most important thing. Ning Chen only saw that the little white horse ate something. It seemed to be a pearl. As for what it was, he didn't know. On the altar, there was a piece of golden paper, a strange blood-colored demonic blade, and a noble purple-gold divine sword. Ning Chen turned his wheelchair to the front of the altar. He patted the little white horse with a good attitude to express his gratitude. Hoochie! The little white horse didn't understand. It didn't understand why its master, who had always treated it badly, had changed so much. In front of the altar, Ning Chen stared at the golden paper and thought for a long time. Soon after, he bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. The golden light shone brightly and the golden paper slowly rose up. After that, it turned into a stream of light and entered his Dantian sea of qi. Ning Chen used the same trick on the blood-colored demonic blade and the purple-gold divine sword. However, the radiance of the blade and the sword shook off the drop of blood. They refused to accept it. If the gentle method didn't work, then he would use the barbaric method. Ning Chen squinted his eyes. He operated his Zhen Qi and grabbed the demonic blade. However, a majestic force attacked him and shook off the hand on the blade's hilt. Ning Chen withdrew his right hand and tried to grab the sword. However, the result was the same. The current Ning Chen was no longer a novice in martial arts. Naturally, he knew what was going on. The demonic blade and the divine sword didn't recognize him. Perhaps from the beginning, he and the majority of people were wrong. This netherworld relic wasn't an ownerless object. It was waiting for someone's arrival, and that person was obviously not him. Just now, if the little white horse didn't swallow the pearl and save him, he would have been trapped in the illusion forever. As for why the little white horse wasn't trapped in the illusion, he didn't know. However, he couldn't imagine how a horse could be trapped in the illusion. The reality now was that the little white horse ate someone else's pearl. He took someone else's golden paper. However, he couldn't take the demonic blade and the divine sword, which seemed to be the most precious item here. Chapter 43. Ning Chen was very conflicted, more conflicted than ever before. He had suffered so much, been so ruthlessly schemed against, and almost died in the illusion. Now, he finally saw the treasure in front of him, but he couldn't get it. This kind of pain was driving him crazy. It was as if someone had stabbed him with a knife and wanted to pull it out. Huff! The little white horse was panting heavily. Its entire body was red as if it had been cooked. Ning Chen was vexed and didn't have time to bother with it. Ding! A bell rang, and a netherworld ghost palanquin appeared outside the gates of the netherworld. The black and white impermanence in front jumped 30 meters and approached in the blink of an eye. Ning Chen's heart turned cold. He made a prompt decision and pulled the little white horse away. He didn't know who was sitting in the palanquin, but he couldn't deal with the black and white impermanence. It was enough for him to be hot-headed once. He couldn't go back and look for suffering again. The Netherworld Palace's main hall was very big. Behind the altar was a 30-meter-wide blood pool. The blood pool had already dried up, and only the smell of blood lingered. It was nauseating. After the Netherworld Ghost palanquin entered the main hall, it stopped in front of the altar. A pair of cold eyes looked at the demon saber and divine sword on the altar. A strange sound came from its mouth, as if it wanted to subdue the two divine weapons. The demon saber trembled slightly and emitted a dazzling blood-red light. Just as it was about to fly out, the divine sword's purple light shone brightly and suppressed the demon saber. The two divine weapons were constantly trembling as if they were arguing about something. In the end, the demon saber calmed down, and the divine sword also quieted down. Humph! A cold snort came from the palanquin. Obviously, it was very dissatisfied with the result. However, the saber and sword had a spirit. In the Netherworld Palace, no one could force the two divine weapons to recognize them as masters. Ghost woman, long time no see. At this moment, an extremely sinister voice came from outside the main hall. The person who came was as handsome as a demon. He was wearing a purple robe with a hint of red. Although he was smiling, there was a chilling intent that made people tremble. Underworld child, you are also awake. The woman in the palanquin's voice had a trace of surprise and anger. She was very unhappy with the appearance of the handsome man in front of her. Awake? I have always been awake. The underworld child took 2 steps forward and arrived in front of the altar. He spoke with an indifferent smile. The woman in the palanquin did not care about this obvious lie. They had all been asleep for a long time, so it was impossible for anyone to wake up. The child of the underworld was an anomaly in the netherworld. He was powerful and absurd, and at the same time, he was breathtaking and terrifying. Are you here for the bewitching blade too? It was a fact that underworld child had awakened, so Ghost Maiden didn't think about it any further and asked in a deep voice. Would you believe me if I said no? Nether child gently stroked the patterns on the demon's saber as a dangerous arc appeared on the corners of his mouth. He continued, however, I know that many people are interested in it, so I came. In the madman's palanquin, the ghost girl mocked. Crazy? I think that Ghost Lady is the one who understands Underworld Child the best. What a pity! Underworld Child let out a long sigh as grief flashed across his devilish face. His sorrowful sigh seemed to be pained by Ghost Girl's lack of understanding. Abyss, your hypocrisy is disgusting. Ghost Maiden said Underworld Child's real name with a sarcastic tone. In this place there were only the two of them, and they understood each other very well. Naturally, they would not be moved by this fake performance. Underworld Child turned around with a serious expression and sighed. I have never lied. Ghost Maiden's cold laughter came from the palanquin. This sentence of yours is the biggest lie. Underworld Child, don't blame me for not reminding you. This world is different from the past. Your absurdity will only bring you death. Ghost Maiden did not want to waste any more time. She softly muttered, and the black and white impermanence opened the way while Oxhead and Horseface carried the palanquin. The palanquin slowly left and soon disappeared. Death, I am looking forward to it. Underworld Child gently stroked the bewitching blade as his eyes flashed. He allowed the blade to cut his finger, but he did not seem to notice. Traces of blood flowed down the blade, making the cold blade appear even more demonic. The bewitching blade did not reject Underworld Child's blood, but it also did not acknowledge his identity. It only silently stabbed into the altar, and the blood light was extinguished. It did not move at all. Underworld Child quietly looked at the bewitching blade. After a long time, he gently smiled. O bewitching blade, I will wait for the day you are born. I will watch you dye the entire world in the most beautiful blood color. Ning Chen didn't know what happened in the main hall. After he left, he didn't look back. He was very clear that the pair of evil swords weren't his. He couldn't move them, nor could he take them away. However, he hid the wooden boat beside the raw shui, so that no one else could come in. Ning Chen was in a very bad mood, and he did not stop nagging. Ning Chen admitted that he was not very ambitious. If he could not have it, no one could have it. As for whether the person in the palanquin could take away the sword, it was not something he could control. Although he was very unhappy, he really did not have any other choice. Currently, he could not even defeat Oxhead and Horseface, who were carrying the palanquin, let alone the person or ghost in the palanquin. The little white horse's body was still red, and it even felt hot to the touch. It really looked like it was cooked. Hoochie! The little white horse could not speak of its suffering, and it did not dare to complain. Ning Chen was rejoicing in the misfortune of the little white horse. He was still very angry about not being able to take away the sword. Seeing that the little white horse would not die for a while, and would at most suffer for a few days, he did not care about it anymore. Bear with it. Alright, where was I just now? After Ning Chen came out from the illusionary realm, he became more talkative and started nagging. Actually, it was not hard to understand. Anyone who was trapped in the illusionary realm for a few days, a few months, or even a few years without a single living person beside them, not even a cockroach. There were only groups of Een soldiers and Een cavalry. Even if they were not crazy, they would still be perverted. The little white horse was in great pain, and basically did not care about what Ning Chen was saying. It would occasionally huff, and it was also annoyed by the nagging, so it expressed its protest. Unfortunately, Ning Chen did not care about its protest at all. At this moment, the little white horse's protest was also cute in his eyes. Or rather, as long as it was alive, it was cute. After the main hall of the Netherworld Hell, there was a barren land full of potholes, and there were also randomly erected boulders. The strange terrain was so strange that one could not see the end of it, and it made people feel cold. Ning Chen frowned. He did not like this place. The Inchi was too strong, and it was difficult to walk. He was a disabled person, and walking on flat ground was more difficult than ordinary people. Now that he had to walk on this strange terrain, wasn't this asking for his life? Ning Chen looked at the little white horse and measured the latter's weight. In the end, he gave up. This fellow did not look like it had much meat, and it was not even sure if it could carry it. He did not want it to fall again. Previously, when he jumped off the cliff and broke his leg, it was not worth it to fall on his face again. Thinking about it, he was actually quite lucky. He did not die from jumping off the cliff, and not long after he fell, he crashed into something. Today, he did not die in the illusionary realm, and was saved by the little white horse. It was said that good people did not live long, but scourges lived for 1,000 years. However, no matter how he looked at it, he did not look like a bad person, right? The ancients said that the ancients said so many things, but it seemed that there were always mistakes. Little White, do you think I am a good person? Ning Chen turned his wheelchair, and tried his best to climb out of the small hole while asking. Hoochie, even though the little white horse was feeling uncomfortable, it could not help but express its disdain. I knew you would think so too. Ning Chen was beaming with joy, and said. Hoochie, the little white horse rolled its eyes, and no longer paid attention to this shameless human. Wait! Ning Chen's hand suddenly stiffened, and he raised his head to look at the surrounding terrain. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Could this be the legendary 18 levels of hell? Ning Chen frowned and thought about it again and again. In his previous life, he did not dabble much in myths and legends, so he did not remember clearly. After the Netherworld Great Hall, was it the 18 levels of hell? Ning Chen sighed in his heart. When it was time to use it, one would regret not having enough knowledge. This was true. If he had known earlier, he would have read more books about myths and legends. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the man and the horse finished their dry rations, and their throats were so dry that smoke was coming out. However, they realized that this strange place seemed to have no end. "Little White, we won't starve to death here, right?" Ning Chen slowly turned his wheelchair and said weakly. "Hoochie," the little white horse turned its head and huffed, indicating that they could go back the way they came from. Ning Chen was silent for a moment, but he still shook his head. He kept feeling that there was a terrifying monster behind them, and he did not dare to have the thought of turning back. Hoochie, the little white horse continued to walk forward, meaning that if they did not turn back, then so be it. If they were to die, then they would die together. Righteous. Ning Chen was very satisfied with the little white horse's attitude, and he grinned with difficulty. He decided that if he could survive, he would treat this fellow a little better. After walking for another half a day, just when the man and the horse were about to run out of energy, on the wheelchair, Ning Chen's body suddenly trembled, and he let out a long and painful groan. In his qi, the two golden pieces of paper started to devour each other after they were no longer nourished by true qi. "Both of you behave yourselves." Ning Chen was furious, and he shouted. What time was it already, and these two fellows were still fighting each other? The little white horse was shocked, and it looked at Ning Chen, not understanding what was going on. The two golden pieces of paper seemed to be natural enemies. When there was still enough true qi in his qi, they could still coexist. However, now that the true qi in his dantian's qi had almost dissipated, the two golden pieces of paper could no longer maintain peace. Ning Chen's face was very ugly, and he said in a deep voice, "If I die here, the two of you will die with me. You better behave yourselves." Buzz. The two golden pieces of paper trembled, as if they understood, and they stopped fighting and gradually calmed down. What kind of damned world is this? Even a piece of paper can become a spirit. Ning Chen cursed in a bad mood, and then a thought flashed through his mind, a thought that even he felt was ridiculous. However, he had seen even more ridiculous things, and he did not mind trying again. Forcefully urging the last trace of true qi into the golden pieces of paper on the altar, Ning Chen calmed his mind and said, "Listen well, now we are grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Since you came from the netherworld, you naturally know how to get out. If you don't want to be buried here with me forever, come out and show me the way." The golden pieces of paper were silent at first, and then they actually flew out of Ning Chen's qi. On the paper, golden light shone brightly, and the dazzling light shone into the distance. Vaguely, a large black crack could be seen. Fuck. This time, Ning Chen finally could not help but curse. They had already passed through that place, but there was no crack at all at that time. Nay. The little white horse excitedly raised its front hooves, and for the first time in its life, it no longer pretended to be mute. The little white horse ran very fast, abandoning Ning Chen without any sense of loyalty. Ingrate! Ning Chen cursed angrily, and turned the wheelchair with both hands, slowly and unsteadily walking towards the large crack. This lousy place was really full of potholes. Chapter 44. The crack was very wide, as if an axe had cut through the void. If it wasn't for the golden light, Ning Chen and the others probably wouldn't have been able to find it even if they searched for a lifetime. In this damned world, there were always some damned things that people couldn't understand. For example, Xiantian, or a paper that glows on its own. Ning Chen felt that his original worldview was like a mirror that had been smashed to the ground. It couldn't be any more broken. Walking into the crack, a man and a horse silently walked forward. The way out was right under their feet, but it still felt somewhat unreal. It turned out that he still couldn't completely accept everything that had happened before. The crack's path came to an end, and in a daze, they appeared on a snowy plain. The little white horse's first action was to kick its hooves and give a flirtatious look. Then, it plunged into the snow and began to eat wildly. Ning Chen looked at it with disdain. This country bumpkin that hadn't experienced the world really had no manners. In the next moment, Ning Chen gently picked up a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, he began to chew with ice shards in his mouth. Awesome! A man and a horse comfortably raised their heads, their faces filled with happiness. Their days in the netherworld were truly hell. They didn't eat, drink, or even eat snow. Now they found that just eating a mouthful of snow was bliss. The burning sensation in his throat had subsided quite a bit. Ning Chen threw away the snow in his hand and saw that the little white horse was still madly eating. He couldn't help but frown. He slapped the horse's butt and scolded, "Little white horse, do you want to die? If it ate like this, it would even lose its life." Everything had to be done in moderation. Their bodies were still very weak and couldn't endure this kind of torture. Hoochie! The little white horse glanced at the former, then took 2 steps back and continued to eat as it pleased. Ning Chen was furious. Just as he was about to flip out, he suddenly saw that the snow under the little white horse had completely melted. He couldn't help but be startled. What was that pearl that this fellow swallowed? It had been so many days, but it still had such a big effect. Ning Chen was worried, but seeing the little white horse happily eating, he didn't stop it. "Wait here, don't run around." After saying that, Ning Chen turned his wheelchair and walked away. Not long after, Ning Chen came back with a roe deer in his hand. It wasn't big, but it was enough for a man and a horse to eat. He didn't know if the little white horse ate meat, but at this point in time, it had no choice but to eat. The fire starter had been extinguished, and there was no dead wood around it, so it was impossible for him to start a fire. His cultivation had not reached the level of God's Son, who could trigger changes in heaven and earth, so he could not start a fire out of thin air. After simply dissecting the roe deer, Ning Chen held back his disgust and stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. The fishy smell assailed his nostrils. His stomach, which had not eaten for many days, spasmed and turned sour. But he knew that if he didn't eat, he would die. His body couldn't support him walking out of this snowfield. After stuffing 2 pieces of meat into his mouth, Ning Chen cut off another piece and stuffed it into the little white horse's mouth. Hoochie! The little white horse didn't want to eat it and spat it out. "Eat it!" Ning Chen's face sank as he shouted. Seeing that its master was angry, the little white horse whimpered in grievance. It picked up the raw meat in the snow and ate it with difficulty. Ning Chen felt that his words were a little harsh. He sighed softly and stroked the little white horse's head. "Bear with it. As long as you can survive, suffering a little is worth it." The little white horse rubbed its head against Ning Chen's chest, looking very wronged. "All right, don't dawdle like a girl. Hurry up and eat." Ning Chen pushed the little white horse away and said impatiently. The raw meat that hadn't been processed had a strong fishy smell. It was dripping with blood. The little white horse ate with difficulty, and Ning Chen ate with disgust. The man and the horse stared at each other in the wasteland. No one was willing to lose out, afraid that the other would eat less. The roe deer in the snowfield were very small. After removing the internal organs and fur, there was not much meat left. Ning Chen looked at the last piece of meat and stuffed it into the little white horse's mouth. He then used the snow on the ground to clean his hands and said indifferently, "Let's go." The little white horse painfully swallowed the last piece of meat and then obediently moved its hoof. As it walked, it felt nauseous. The snow finally stopped, but the sun was not out yet. This snow was a disaster, especially in the north. Everywhere was white. Ning Chen didn't know where he was. He didn't even know the direction. The snowfield was the same everywhere. He couldn't tell north from south. It was easy to get snow blindness when walking in the snow. So, Ning Chen would cover the little white horse's eyes every once in a while. Then, he would close his own eyes and move forward based on his feelings. They didn't know the direction anyway, so they just had to keep walking. However, he didn't expect that if one was unlucky, one's teeth would get stuck even if they drank cold water. Just as Ning Chen and the little white horse saw hope in front of them and a city was faintly discernible, not far away, a man in white walked over. When the man in white saw the man and the horse in front of him, he was obviously stunned. In this vast snowfield, such a combination was too unique and too easy to recognize. There was a saying that went, "Wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by sheer luck." Ning Chen felt a murderous intent from the man and frowned slightly. Before he could think carefully, he saw a cold sword light coming at him. Bang! The sword and finger collided, creating a waterfall of snowflakes. The man attacked with his sword so fast that it instantly fell. The sword was right in front of Ning Chen. Ning Chen's left hand held the sword with 2 fingers and turned the sword to one side, dissipating the force. At the same time, the ink sword was unsheathed. Half of the sword light was drawn and the frost surged. The man's expression didn't change. He reached out his left hand and grabbed the ink sword. Sparks flew everywhere. It was a pair of gloves made of pig iron. Ning Chen squinted his eyes and increased the strength of the black sword in his hand by 30%. With a bang, a half-finger deep cut was made on the raw iron glove. Traces of blood flowed along the edge of the ink sword. The man in white saw blood for the first time. He turned the hand holding the sword and the blade disintegrated. He took out the sword from the sword and stabbed it at Ning Chen's heart. Shameless! Ning Chen was flustered and exasperated. However, he didn't reflect on whether he was more shameless in the past. A sword hidden within a sword was impossible to guard against. However, Ning Chen had encountered more dangerous situations than this. Therefore, he moved. The wheelchair didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward. The moment he turned around, the ink sword slashed back. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, creating a black light. The ink sword was very fast, and the move was very tricky. However, Ning Chen frowned slightly. He felt powerless. This sword was too slow. At least, it was much slower than when he faced the headless cavalry. Hua! His clothes were torn, and a waterfall of blood flowed out. The man in white took 3 steps back and avoided this fatal sword. Ning Chen was irritated and dissatisfied. His body was slower than before, and the wheelchair under him couldn't keep up. This was actually not difficult to understand. After all, there was a difference between an illusion and reality. How could it be so easy to turn an illusion into reality? The man in white was also in a bad mood. He realized that with his 5th-grade cultivation, he couldn't completely suppress the youth in front of him. In terms of moves, he was faintly at a disadvantage. Ning Chen sat in the wheelchair. He narrowed his eyes to hide his thoughts. Through the short exchange just now, he could feel that the man in white's cultivation wasn't as good as the old eunuch. However, the sword in his hand was a bit troublesome. He had to thank the torture in the netherworld's illusion. Otherwise, he would still be that idiot who had cultivation but couldn't use it. At the end of the day, practicing martial arts was used for fighting. Strengthening the body was bullshit. When he was learning the sword from the sword consecrator, the old man once said that the sword's purpose was to kill people. Apart from that, there was no other use. And the person who held the sword was a swordsman. A person who used a sword to kill. Of course, there weren't many people who could be called a swordsman in this world. The sword consecrator said that he could at most be considered half a swordsman. In that case, he and the man in white in front of him couldn't even be considered half a swordsman. Ning Chen started to feel a bit disgusted. Perhaps it was because he ate raw meat earlier. His eyes were also hurting from the piercing snow. This place really wasn't a good place to fight. The man in white looked at the youth in front of him. In an instant, the long sword was about to take his life. The moment the sword was out, he was still wondering why this youth seemed to be absent-minded. Ning Chen came back to his senses. The ink sword was placed in front of him, blocking the sword in front of his throat. Immediately, his head tilted. The ink sword slashed across the body of the long sword. In an instant the sword turned around. Fresh blood splattered and a broken arm flew. Looking at the blood splattering all over the sky, Ning Qin sighed. He was still the best at breaking people's arms because the arm was the closest to him. In the next moment the wheelchair turned. The ink sword turned again. The ink light slashed across and sealed the throat. The man in white fell down with his eyes wide open. His body was still in the same position as before. He crashed into the falling snow and could no longer stand up. Cough, cough. Ning Qin coughed violently a few times. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He impatiently wiped it with his hand. Then, he bent down and casually searched the man in white. He got up and patted the little white horse's butt. Let's go. Follow this young master into the city. Hoochie. The little white horse responded and followed beside the wheelchair. It slowly walked towards the ancient city in the distance. The ancient city was really far away. When the two of them walked into the city, the sky was already as dark as it could get. The inn on the street was about to close, but Ning Qin stopped it. He was very hungry. His brother, the little white horse, was also very hungry. The innkeeper was very impatient at first. However, when he saw the fist-sized silver in the youth's hand, his face immediately turned bright. He wanted to worship this youth as if he was his ancestor. Ning Qin indifferently threw a glance at the little white horse. How is it? It's not bad to follow this brother, right? The little white horse obediently responded with a proper attitude. Ning Qin was very satisfied. Young master, what do you want to eat? The innkeeper smiled flatteringly. Ning Qin glanced at the signs hanging in front of the hall. Then, he pointed at them one by one. He looked like a nouveau riche. Other than these few that I don't want, give me 1 portion of each of the others. No, 2 portions. Hearing the former's words, the smile on the innkeeper's face became even brighter. He pretended to be concerned and asked, Young master, do you want to take away 1 portion? No, that portion is for him. Ning Qin pointed at the little white horse at the door and said impatiently, Young master, do you want this horse to come in and eat as well? The innkeeper asked in surprise. Can't I? Ning Qin became even more impatient. What's the point of wasting time? He was about to starve to death. This is against the rules. The innkeeper looked troubled. This was a place where people ate. How could he let a beast in? Ning Qin threw the silver ingot in his hand over and said, This is yours. Your words are the rules. The innkeeper's face bloomed with joy. Without another word, he turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Before the food was served, the 2 hungry ghosts grabbed the tea in the hall and drank pot after pot. Ning Qin waited until he was about to go crazy. Finally, the food was served. The chef was pulled out from his bed by the innkeeper. In his days, he was a little off. However, this did not stop the 2 fellows from eating crazily. Due to the lack of manpower, the innkeeper was also helping out in the kitchen. It was not easy for him to free up his hands. He was about to come to the front hall to take a look. As soon as he stepped into the hall, he was immediately stunned by the scene of the man and horse eating. The hall was a mess. Empty plates were thrown everywhere. There was almost no place for the man and horse to stand. At the side, the young waiter who was serving the dishes turned pale. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a terrifying scene. Ning Qin and the little white horse naturally did not know that their table manners had caused such a huge psychological shadow. The 2 fellows' mental quality and skin were beyond this era. They did not care about what others thought. Thus, more and more people in the hall were scared silly. They stood there in a daze, looking at the strange man and horse in front of them,